Uh, Thank you, Dr. Asfar. Ambassador Rong, yeah, please go ahead.
First of all, thank you, Vikram, and thank you for having me here, the organizer, Sun Media. I am actually quite delighted that I don't have to say very much since Mr. Lennon Tan has described all the things that I wanted to say about ASEAN. Yeah, my role here, as presented to me by Novita, is that talk about ASEAN and India in this period of opportunities for growth and development. ASEAN has been covered very well by Mr. Lennon Tan. All that I want to add is that, yeah, we are still going through the ASEAN Economic Community blueprint. The first blueprint is coming to an end soon, end of 2025, but we have already started work on the next ASEAN Economic Community blueprint from 2026 to 2035. It's a 10-year program, and each of the important sector under the economic domain will be having their own respective action plan and implementation initiatives so that they can comply with whatever the vision under the ASEAN Economic Community as approved by the ASEAN leaders in their earlier meeting. Every 10 years, we hope to do a review of our economic vision as part of the ASEAN community building vision. And usually we would try to add on to the next 10 years of work based on the accomplishment of the preceding 10 years. So right now, the reports from the various sectors in the economic community blueprint have been that, well, there is not a lot of excitement among business people or even diplomatic colleagues here today. The reality is that we actually have done some work on the ground, and implementation of the various actions under the current blueprint, ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint 2025. It started in 2015. Things have been going on. We don't see very much of it because now these are the things that you are not interested in. How do we synchronize our 10 countries' different rules and regulations? And how do we implement some of the ideas that the ASEAN leaders have approved? These are the regulatory framework taking care of developments like AI and other technological improvement, and also looking down to the level of providing trade facilitation measures, financial integration measures, and all those other related stuff involved in building all the 10 ASEAN economy. Very soon will be 11 because Timor-Leste is going to be part of ASEAN sooner than later. So unless you are directly involved in the business side, you don't pay attention to all these little things that are actually being implemented on the ground by our companies, by our government agencies, and our development cooperation, like what you're going to hear from our colleagues from Thailand. There are many such specific sub-regional or very localized initiative to develop certain part of ASEAN, either at the national level or in joint venture with neighboring countries. So the implementation part of the ASEAN Economic Community is not something many people read about every day. And even if they do read, they may not have the full picture. It's a very specific national base or localized situation. And very often, the little complaints that each of the businesses or manufacturer face will be magnified because they think that their problem is the only problem that the government of the day has not solved. The fact of the matter is that everything that we do under the economic blueprint for the ASEAN Economic Community must be part of the action plan for the whole region. Right now, we have 10 countries. Soon, we will have 11 countries. So what one country does must be in tandem with the approved plan so that it connect and coordinate with the rest of the region. So if you look at this, it's a very tedious bureaucratic process. But the good thing is that I believe ASEAN has got all the basic key challenges and initiative already recognized, map out. Now is very tedious country by country implementation or sector by sector implementation of the plan. So you don't read about this very much, neither will you be very interested on a day-to-day basis, but the fact is that due to the early work done by ASEAN countries with regard to trade facilitation, for example, free trade agreement and removing trade barriers and all that, our trade facilitation activities on the ground are actually very well in place. In some countries, the implementation has been faster and more effective than other countries. Yeah, if you talk about Singapore, it's just one city, it's not difficult to implement, and any company or any sector not complying with what has been approved can be seen or can be found out easily. But if you have a big country like the Philippines or Indonesia, it takes time. Yeah. But the point here is that the culture of implementing and the feeling that you can get good result from moving the ASEAN Economic Community Plan into fruition has been positive. People are coming into it. And by the nature of business, each individual company will have certain particular problem, and which the planners of the integration plan might not have addressed fully. So these are little things that's happening. But what is very good news is that in terms of financial integration, in terms of our growth prospects going forward, the assessment has been very good, positive. What we are now trying to do is to prepare ourselves for the next level, which you have heard from some of our other colleagues. While we are doing integration of the economies, we also have to think about our national sustainability plan, our circular economy plan, our all kind of things related to the protection of the environment as well as our consumer interests going forward. And one of the big things here will be energy. Yeah, so the future of coal is debated. Then at the same time, we also talk about water. We eat rice as though we have no worries about whether there will be continuous supply of rice. The fact of the matter is that rice consumes a lot of water. Yeah, and at the rate we are going, it's not sustainable. So how? We have to do more research. We have to go and make sure that all the rivers continue to provide the water. In the case of Singapore, we don't have to worry whether there is rain or no rain anymore, because whatever we use in our home, the water is recycled. So this is one city that really don't depend on the rain per se anymore. Yeah, what we need in terms of water is recycled. But growing rice is not like that. How to recycle rice water? Or how to go forward, making sure that all the oil fields have been, all the rice fields have been provided for in terms of water supply. So this is the thing that we need to look at. But even as we do so, there are many opportunities. And what is important is that now we look at India and China, because these are two big economy, big opportunities, and we find that India is very actively involved in developing their own economic visions and plan going forward. So the question is, how do we ride on each other's advantages? India's technological development is very significant. Yeah, as we hear just now about AI, this is an area that we can work more closely together. Of course, there are bureaucratic problems, there are geographical problems, there are political problems. But the important thing is that the ASEAN culture, after more than 50 years of working together, is that we always have a plan. And then we have a assessment, certain stages of the plan. How has it been implemented? If it's not well implemented, how can we do better? And then we improve the plan. So if we have this kind of approach, I think it will be enabling us to capitalize on all the opportunities that we are seeing today in the ASEAN region. The economy of ASEAN is in fact very good and high growth potential going forward. So how do we now connect with India as it embark on its own economic expansion and future? So if we can continue to find a way to work together, there will be definitely mutual benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rong. After listening to you, I've decided I'm going to eat less rice.
Like what I do now.
Okay, very good. Dr. Chula, you talk about the challenges and opportunities facing Thailand. Sorry. Okay. Sure.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have some slides, some presentation to. So instead of looking at my face, you can look at my presentation. It's more worthwhile doing that than just my speaking. So what I'm going to talk to you today is about the investment in Thailand. But in Thailand, we now focusing on special economic zones. In Thailand, some of you may have heard on investment in Thailand, but recently we have an idea of doing special economic zones called Eastern Economic Corridor, where we focus on 3 provinces in Thailand. In Thailand we have 27 provinces, but the last government did designate 3 provinces to be special economic zones. The size of itself is about the same as in Singapore right now. So we're talking about the opportunity, and because of today, we're talking about another word apart from opportunity is sustainability. Is exactly what we are doing at the EEC, because the law that give rise to our office mentioned this, okay, about the future investment based on the sustainability of the people of the whole country, also the global sustainability. So this is Thailand, okay? DEC is in the part of Thailand where, if some of you know Pattaya, it's in the eastern side of Bangkok. If you fly to Suvarnabhumi Airport, you turn left to Chonburi to Pattaya, so it's right there. It's about an hour from Bangkok. So basically, we try to turn industry in Thailand from 2.0 to 3.0 to 4.0. Now, Renan has just mentioned that now we're talking 5.0 already. So the last 6 years, things changed very rapidly. So because we try to attract foreign direct investment, because in Thailand, you may have heard that we rely on export, on tourism. But the hidden thing that we help growing people, growing the country, investment in the country, we receive big proportion of the GDP of the country from the investment, foreign direct investment. So basically in the EC, we just focus on these only 5 clusters. So if you come to Thailand to invest in Thailand, apart from this, you may have to go to the traditional board of investment package. So in the EC, we can offer you the tailor-made package, project by project based incentive. We discuss with you and decide you the incentive that if you bring a lot of good things into Thailand, then you get a better incentive, something like that. So we focus on medical, okay, digital technology, EVs, okay, EV not just only the cars but also trucks, some boats, some aircraft. Apart from that, will be on the green economies, the environment, the green industry, and the final one is the service industry. So basically, altogether, it's about 12 industries. So you have to come within these 12 industries in order to get the incentive from the EC. We have a special law give rise to incentive. And as I mentioned, it's a project-based incentive. So you have to come and talk to us. So apart from the package, so the EC trying to provide some land, some labor force, some logistic infrastructures and law and regulation to make sure that you come and spend money in Thailand, set up the factory in Thailand faster than before. So these are the areas that we dedicate, that if you decide to come to the EC, come to Thailand, we have special area where you can get the maximum incentive if you locate your factory or your place of business in the area. So we're trying to make sure that the land use of the industry can go along with the whole details. So it's a part of the sustainability thing where we want to make sure that the local people and the new industry that we are bringing into the country can live together. Because apart from the industrial side itself, our task is going to make sure that the local people can get along and can live together with the industry. That's why we are focusing only that 5 clusters I mentioned. Let's say for the medical, now we are in an aging society. That's why we get a lot of attraction on the investment on medical related industry. So if you come to us, okay, basically like this day, like I'm doing here, I use this opportunity to solicit, to let your ambassador knows that what we are doing. But sometimes we get request somebody come to Thailand to our office to talk, and some even submit some letter of intent. They intend to invest in AEC, or some ask us to sign the non-disclosure agreement because we're doing project by project. If you invest, let's say for the EV cars, we have some like EV cars from China, from Korea, from Germany, coming to discuss with us. Even though they are in the same industry, they won't get the same package of incentive. It depends on what kind of technology or what they bring to Thailand. Some we're doing some kind of scoring like this. Okay, so we have some kind of criteria in order to get a better incentive. You have to make sure that your way of doing business fall within those categories. The more you get, the more you meet of the criteria, the better incentive that you're going to get from the package. So we look at the whole strategic point to make sure that Thailand can live longer with investment. Look at the economics and environment and the social. So we keep some scoring for the investor who come and take care of the local people too. So it's a shape on some kind of the whole package of investment and the whole package of incentive. Okay, so these are the example of incentive that we're going to get. We can offer the incentive. Easy, I can sign the visa. Okay, the visa, the work permit, instead of running around to many departments. Or if you want to set up the factory, I can issue altogether like 14 permits in order, and instead of going to about more than 10 agencies, you just come to us as a part of one-stop service. So these are the whole idea of the EC. In case that you want to learn more from the EC, make sure that you follow and you scan this QR code, and you can go further, explore what you can do with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chula, for filling us in on what your organization is doing to invite investment into Thailand. I have to say, this is the first time I've heard about EEC, so it's quite interesting. So it's question time. So let me start with Dr. Ambule. Dr. Ambule, you mentioned the progress on development over the last 10 years in India. And you also mentioned the growing investments in renewable energies. But at the same time, India is investing quite a lot in coal. And indeed, coal still provides about 70-75% of India's energy needs. So what is the government doing to accelerate the shift in demand away from coal into more renewables, and what are the constraints that it faces?
Well, the biggest constraint is India is a large country. I mean, and we've embarked on the development path relatively later than most of the Western countries. But having said that, somewhere in 2014, we did not stick to the kind of position we had traditionally, and we did shift a lot to renewable energy. And even our commitments in the 2015 COP Paris Agreement, at COP recently in Dubai. And whatever objectives we have set for renewable energy, we have achieved them ahead of the kind of set dates. Even if you see the performance of the G20 countries in terms of climate change and objectives achieved, we've been quite ahead of that. We've set a very ambitious target of having 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030, and we are on the course to achieve that. I mean, the general sense of sustainability and climate change and environment friendliness, we are trying to inculcate in the population. So Prime Minister Modi came up with something called Mission Life, where each and every person is kind of encouraged to have more environment-friendly habits. And this Mission Life was incorporated in the G20 document last year. Also, we are trying to get in a lot of people participate in the renewable energy sector. Prime Minister has come out with a very ambitious plan of having 10 million households have rooftop solar schemes installed on their houses. So it neutralizes your electricity bill, and whatever excess electricity you can generate, you can sell it on the grid. So in the next 2 or 3 years, I think this plan will be rolled out. So encourage more people to have rooftop solar installed on their households, and then try and on the coal part, yes, we are trying to shift to clean coal. We are trying to see how we can reduce the dependence on coal. But I mean, I'm not going to be unrealistic here. It's going to take time. And for that time, we have set a target of net zero by 2070. And it's not as if we have not set a target. And efforts are on in that process.
Thanks. I really hope that India succeeds in its ambitions to make the energy transition, because it will make not only a difference to India itself, but also globally, because India is the third largest emitter of CO2 in the world. So yeah, all the best to the government on that. Pak Pratomo, you mentioned the enormous potential for renewable energies, various types of renewable energies in Indonesia, which is very encouraging. But Indonesia also has very generous fossil fuel subsidies, which is about $12 billion last year. So while it is making this shift to the renewables, is it also planning to roll back some of these fossil fuel subsidies, which basically encourage the consumption of dirty energy? And is it, trying to use those savings to either invest more in renewable energy or do something good with the savings?
Thank you, Pak Vikram. The most challenges for every government in Indonesia that in our constitution, so by constitution, the state must provide affordable price for the energy. So that's why government cannot be escaped to put some subsidies from electricity and for the gasoline. And the number is increasing. At the moment, the government have already put the policy that for the low income community, they could be buy the more cheaper gasoline with run less than 90. But for the more highest earning that we categorize with the people who own more luxurious car, that not allowed to buy the subsidies gasoline. So now in Indonesia, since yesterday, that the price of the non-subsidies is increasing, but the government is still keep the price for the lower income community. This is very challenging because our budget is very limited. So that's why, in the other hand, we have a commitment, our national determined commitment to contribute for the net zero emission by 2060. So that's why the government have already made a very long-term planning. We are, once again, is trying to prepare retirement of the coal. And Pak Vikram, do you know how much money that we must prepare for transition for our energy until 2040? 3.2 trillion US dollar. So that's why it's very huge. So that's why we are step by step until in 2030, we will be start to shut down our first coal power plant and replacing with the renewable energy. Until next year, hopefully 23% of our need for the energy is coming from the renewable energy mix. Until 2030, it will be 42%. And after that, we will be increasing. Once again, the challenges is our limitation of our budget. So that's why this is very long term, but we cannot be escaped because we have a commitment to the world that Indonesia will be part of countries will be decreasing the number of the zero emission. So we plan 2060 Indonesia will have zero net emission.
Thank you, Pak Prathomo. I think you set out very well the political challenges as well as the ambitions and how you have to balance the two. Yeah. Very good. Dato Dr. Aswar. Malaysia is a major oil and gas producing country. Now, is that a disadvantage to decarbonizing the economy? Because I think, if you, for example, if you have a carbon tax, which I believe you will have at some point, that will basically raise costs because you're still heavily dependent on fossil fuel consumption. So what's your answer? I mean, as an oil and gas economy, how do you decarbonize?
Thank you, Vikram. As you already pointed out, we are quite dependent on petroleum products for government coffers. So it's quite difficult to just shut down the industries and go green. So you mentioned about carbon tax. I think carbon tax is just one of the tools that government can employ to reach net zero. As I mentioned earlier, we have a firm commitment to be net zero by 2050. At the same time, we want to be high income nation with a low carbon economy. What we are doing now, as probably you are all aware, government have started to reduce, as similar to Indonesia, to eliminate subsidies. So what we have done is to eliminate diesel subsidies. So this has to be done in stages because to look into the overall effect to the economies. So we have started with the diesel, but of course with some exceptions, some industry continue to be given subsidies to allow them to transition. We have also not, do the rationalization to Sabah and Sarawak. It have to come in stages. I think the big challenges will be on removing subsidies for petrol because it will affect a lot of consumers. But as I mentioned, carbon tax is one of the two that we are looking at. But there are also other incentives that we are looking at as well. One is, as I mentioned, under our national energy energy roadmap, we have a few incentives, a few sectors that we're targeting to ensure that we're going to achieve what we want to achieve by 2050. It's a long journey, difficult journey, but I think all of us has to do this so that we can live a greener future to our future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Azwar. I think if you do remove the subsidies, even I think a lot of Singaporean motorists will also be unhappy. Okay. Ambassador Rong, I think you mentioned a lot about ASEAN and what ASEAN is doing, and you're an expert on the topic, having been Secretary General. But can I just ask you, how can Singapore serve as a hub for sustainability for the region?
The thinking in government is that we can be a place where people can utilize what is already in Singapore in terms of servicing some of these ideas and trying out some of the necessary legislation and related activities for implementation. So, yeah, some people call us trying to test case some of these ideas. Some people feel that we can use our established services sector to try to organize a regional plan and implementation of some of these ideas. But at the end of the day, all these, as you have heard from Indonesia and Malaysia, they rest on their national policy and approach. So next thing that we can do is, all right, if this is what the Indonesian authority or the Malaysian authority would like to do for their respective concerns over environment or sustainable future, how can Singapore survey such kind of process? How do we make business easier to adjust to all these new plans and new priorities in energy transition or whatever? So the focus is a lot on servicing, providing the necessary expertise, and more importantly, we don't like to say this because people think that we are proud of our quality in this respect. We showcase what is possible, and then maybe from there we encourage the potential investors and others to work with their respective Indonesian or Malaysian partners to do certain things. So all this means that we have to do a lot of thinking. What makes business sense to us may not necessarily make political sense. So many times, good business opportunity in Singapore have been passed over because we don't want to stir up political misunderstanding or other kind of agitation. So what we do is that we try to look at the world market, see whether any good ideas, and then we can showcase some of these, work with the ASEAN existing mechanism to ascertain whether some of these things can be applied across our ASEAN membership. But more importantly, because we are an urban city, so we hope that our own policy here in Singapore for the well-being of our citizen in the city can also provide some useful guidelines and, in the worst case scenario, some lesson to be avoided. Yeah, I mean, some difficulty to be avoided, so lesson to be learned. Yeah, so we have to be efficient in this respect. We have to be up to date. Yeah, all the new ideas can be applied in our region. So that's, I think, a fundamental approach. But in the recent years, the last 5-10 years, I think most of us in policy-related research or activities also have to think about how can we work with other ASEAN member states, especially our immediate neighbors, namely Indonesia and Malaysia. So this is a good thing in the sense that it helped to build another layer of interstate cooperation, coexistence, which will actually add to the ASEAN solidarity and ASEAN vision plan for a community.
Thank you. I've always thought that Singapore can be a role model for at least many urban solutions to sustainable issues. Like you mentioned, the high proportion of recycling of water, for example, in Singapore, which is quite unique, I think, and could be probably emulated by at least some other cities in ASEAN. I don't know.
Yeah, but yeah, we must bear in mind Singapore is only one city, one island like this. Indonesia had thousands of islands and thousands of cities. So, it's not apple to apple. But the idea here is that we want to demonstrate that it is possible to do something differently. Yeah. And overall, it's not just practicality or economic or business. It's actually what we emphasize a lot in Singapore, which is strategic. Strategic means sometimes you have inconveniences in terms of economic, social, cultural conditions and what have you. But then at the end of the day, if we can implement it the way our designer have envisaged, then there will be tremendous amount of benefit. And hopefully, if a small country or city-state like Singapore can take this risk, a big country like Indonesia or Malaysia around us can afford to do more. Yeah. And hopefully, we add to the ASEAN momentum. So we don't do our talk about ASEAN and all this as a slogan. We actually believe in it. Yeah. So it's not like, sometimes public relation people come and tell us, for this year, our team is like that. Our message is like that. Yeah. Next year, Taylor Swift may not be so important anymore. We think of a new singer and then we change our team, our message. No. Our planning in terms of strategic direction, strategic goals are very specific, and it's not a change of weather or a change of leadership or whoever the minister in charge. So hopefully this thing works in our work day to day with Malaysia and Indonesian counterparts. It is always a challenge to explain what you see is not what you get. Yeah, things like that. Anyway, it's good to look at all these opportunities and make use of it and work with our colleagues in neighboring countries. In the case of Singapore, you just have to walk across and then it's another country already, right? So, yeah, maybe we should encourage more walking rather than driving across borders. At least to Malaysia, we can do more walking. Healthy, energy-free, yeah. Maybe we can even have custom clearance and passport clearance all the way from Causeway to center of Johor Bahru, so that you don't have to have long queue. Maybe one day we can do that.
Thank you. Yeah, good idea. Okay, this has to be, I'm afraid, the last question. I had an organizer come twice and whisper into my ear that I need to wrap up. So I'm afraid this is the last question. I'm really sorry that I'm not able to give the audience the opportunity to ask questions. So I'll push my last question to Dr. Chula. Dr. Chula, your organization recently organized a seminar. And the question asked in the seminar was, is Thai industry ready to enter carbon neutrality? So what is the answer that came out?
we have to be ready because let's say for the EC, 80% of the products in the EC are exported. So we use only about 20% of the products in Thailand. So if we are not ready, the investor will go away. So now we are in the age of decarbonization, transformation. It's more than energy because it's part of the daily life that even the households, even in the EC or in Thailand, even in the agricultural sector, they have to learn how to become decarbonized on that one too. So for me, it's just we have to be ready. We are not 100% ready. We are about to have to change. It's going to be a big change. And for the EEC, we are doing like Singapore. If you compare Singapore to for ASEAN, you can learn from Singapore to ASEAN, okay, toward ASEAN. But in Thailand, we are going to do it for Thailand. We are going to provide some lessons what to do or what not to do. We're going to get a very painful lesson from the EC where we're trying to do things. But because we are not just only doing some kind of investment promotion, but we are doing the whole administration relating to sustainable development. So it's going to be tough, but I think many we can signify some lessons, some example, what not to do right now. So it's, for me, what not to do is much better than what to do.
Okay. Very good. So on that hopeful note, I'm afraid I have to bring this panel to a close, but not before we thank our panelists for a very stimulating session. Thank you all.
Thank you, gentlemen, for these remarkable insights. And I ask you that you move to the center of the stage in order to receive a token of appreciation by Mr. Sunil and Ms. Nomita, and also for a brief photo. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall watch now a video on Saudi Arabia in preparation for our next panel. Enjoy.
Media presents World Opportunities Forum 2024. Celebrating 25 years in business and 100th edition of Indiplomacy. Special event 1, Investing in Saudi Arabia, Insights from Investors. World Opportunities Forum, invest in a better tomorrow today.
The world is changing, sometimes softly, and then sometimes all at once. Many recoil from change, not wanting or willing to err from the path well worn. And that's okay, because change can be daunting. But for those who embrace change, a world of opportunity awaits. Saudi Arabia is a land blessed with a vast abundance of natural resources, one of the largest global economies with a young, educated, ambitious population, sitting at the crossroads of 3 continents. So, for those who walk towards change, knowing that that is where the next big thing gets made, the kingdom of opportunity awaits. Saudi Arabia, for the game changers.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our next session on investing in Saudi Arabia and insights from investors. Today we explore the vast opportunities of Saudi Arabia, our partner country at the World Opportunities Forum. With 3.2 trillion in investment opportunities by 2030, Saudi Arabia is transforming through Vision 2030. Key sectors include renewable energy, targeting 50% of power generation, infrastructure with $100 billion in investments, tourism aiming for 100 million visitors, healthcare with $10 billion in investments, and advanced manufacturing targeting 25% of GDP. Our expert panel will guide you through these opportunities, sharing success stories and insights, moderated by Mr. Feroz Siddiqui, Investment Promotion Specialist for the Middle East, who has had an illustrious career in the Kingdom and in the Gulf. Through the panel's deep expertise in Saudi Arabia and the region, let's discover the vast possibilities of this partnership and unlock the potential of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. We would like to call on Mr. Atul Temurnikar, Chairman and co-founder of Global Schools Group. Mr. Atul is the founding chairman of Global Schools Foundation, GSF, a Singapore-based not-for-profit community foundation that currently operates 64 international campuses across the Far East, Southeast Asia, India, and the Middle East, through a presence in 11 countries to provide high-quality international education for primary to high schools. He will be sharing more about expanding into Saudi Arabia and investment opportunities in the education sector in Saudi Arabia. Next, we would like to call on Mr. Omar Shahzad, Group CEO of Meinhardt Group. He closely oversees the performance of the global group of over 4,500 employees across more than 50 offices. focusing on client management, group business expansion, and diversification. Under his leadership, the group has grown significantly and was amongst the first foreign companies to be granted a full foreign entity license in Saudi Arabia. We invite Mr. Omar to share more about his insights in expanding into Saudi Arabia and investment opportunities in the built environment sector of Saudi Arabia. Now I invite Mr. Feroz Siddiqui to share his experience and views about the growth and opportunities for investments in Saudi Arabia. With a career spanning over 3 decades in the Gulf, Mr. Feroz has been dedicated to strengthening Singapore's ties with the GCC countries, including the establishment of Singapore's inaugural investment promotion offices in Doha and Riyadh. As such, Mr. Feroz has acquired substantial insights into the local business landscape. Let us welcome his wealth of insights to share more about the investment potential in Saudi Arabia.
Good morning, dignitaries, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today for this panel on Saudi Arabia and to be with the esteemed panelists and my dear friends. Before I start, let me have a show of hands in terms of how many of you here have been to Saudi Arabia for business. Not for Umrah, not for Hajj. Right. So certainly most of you are aware of the opportunities that are coming up in Saudi Arabia, especially because the way the Saudi economy has been transformed in the past few years, as we have seen, is nothing short of remarkable. Yeah. So maybe what I'll do is I'll first start off with a set of slides that I've borrowed from the Invest Saudi site, and then we take the questions and such, yeah? Then followed by Atul and Omar. Excuse me. So whenever you think of Saudi Arabia, you think of development. That is one country that actually has no recollection of the word recession. I lived in Saudi for almost 10 years. I've never heard that word at all. And we've gone through so many recessions during that period itself. One of the greatest things about Saudi Arabia is that the entire government is moving away from oil economy and trying to develop the country on practically every aspect of industries that we've all known around the world. Next slide, please. So a lot of countries actually do planning for the future, and usually it's all about economic growth. Saudi Arabia is actually not just looking at having a thriving economy, but is also looking to see how the vibrant society can be developed. Yeah, maybe this is better. Oh, okay. And also, it has a very ambitious national plan, yeah, in terms of how to develop the country and catapult it to greater heights. So if you look at the national investment strategy, it is based on 4 key pillars that are being developed in Saudi Arabia. Obviously, one of the strong points is to attract foreign investors, remove barriers for funding projects, increase the competitiveness, as well as present the investment opportunities. So what is the Saudi's investment ecosystem, you might ask, right? So a lot of the companies that are actually looking for opportunities in Saudi Arabia would expect to see what are the main reasons for going to Saudi Arabia. So one of the key things that most investors would look for is critical mass. Yeah. So Saudi Arabia actually has the #1 rating in terms of population growth amongst the G20 countries in 2022. And also it has the lowest debt to GDP ratio, which is also very critical for investors to be successful within the kingdom. It's also the fastest growing economy in the G20, and that is incredible. and it also has the lowest inflation. We are all reeling in inflation around the world, but Saudi Arabia is one of the lowest. It ranks second in the G20 in terms of its inflation, which is quite commendable given the situation that we are all going through globally in terms of inflation. And it also has a robust economy. Yeah, it's the 17th largest economy and also second in terms of GDP per capita and foreign assets and FDI as well. So for those of you who are not familiar with the landscape of Saudi Arabia itself, comprises of more than 32 million people, also has a huge expat population, almost 10 million. So imagine 2 times the population of Singapore are just the expatriates who are working in Saudi Arabia. So that's the amount of expats, probably the country with the highest number of expats working in any country. It's very well connected between the east and the west, specifically because of its geographical location. And it is having a lot of connectivities. As you can see, it's got major international airports around the kingdom, as well as ports. So what you may ask are the supports that the government is actually providing. So one of the first things that you will be pleasantly surprised to note is that Saudi Arabia actually has a lot of specific zones, special economic zones that have been set up in different parts of the kingdom. And each of these zones is specific for different clusters. So there are some that are focused for only IT, like cloud computing in Riyadh and other places. Also there is KEC, which is the King Abdullah Economic City, which is pioneering a lot of research and development, etc. And you have also other economic diversification sectors that are being presented as opportunities to investors. And as you can see, that there's practically every sector that you would be interested in to participate in the kingdom. So what are the incentives? So the incentives basically depend on the opportunity itself, the industry that you're planning to invest into and do business with. And they can be either cash or capital deployment, sponsor services. And there's also fiscal tax benefits for some industries as well, and some regulatory reforms. So that's a picture of the line. I think most of you are very familiar with that in NEOM. So if you notice, there are just billions and billions of dollars worth of projects that have been launched since the Vision 2030 started more than 8 years ago. And there doesn't go a quarter where a new project is not announced in Saudi Arabia. And I think most of you are familiar with the NEOM, the Red Sea, and Qiddiya, but there are just so many more. There's Daraya outside of Riyadh. There's some new ones like Roshan and Sauda development as well. And in Medina and Makkah as well, there are some projects that are coming up which are excellent bets for investors to participate. And of course, as most of you know, that Riyadh has been judged as the city for the Expo, World Expo in 2030. So companies that are actually looking at participating in events like the Expo would also find this very interesting to invest into. And finally, for all the information that you need, I think there is this investment called investsaudi.sa. That's the website for you to go to look at the opportunities that are currently available in Saudi Arabia. So I think that's all that I have to present, and I'll pass it to Atul.
Good morning, Excellencies, dignitaries, friends, and very, very old friends of ours who are here today. It's a pleasure to stand between such a esteemed group of people at this World Opportunities Forum. I'm Atul Timonikar. I'm the chairman and founder of the Global Schools Group, an initiative of the Global Schools Foundation. So we are a Singapore founded, just behind Plaza Singapura, we founded this organization. at Mount Sophia. And today it's educating 45,000 students from more than 70 nationalities. We operate 64 campus schools under the Global Schools Group umbrella. And this is offering multiple curricula, from IB to Cambridge, British, to American, to Indian curriculums as well. Let me get this right. Yep, so there you go. Our connection to Riyadh started very interestingly. 2016, we went down to Riyadh to check out opportunities in Riyadh. We came back clueless. We had no idea what to do, who to speak to. And in 2018, we had the Investment Authority of Saudi actually visit us in Singapore. And they arranged a meeting with Enterprise Singapore and us. And when they came to our Singapore schools, just to get a sense of what we do, they were literally stumped. They said, how do you guys do schools like this? Which is very different concepts. Some of these have been featured on National Geographic Channel. Some of the specifications are now going into global tenders. That's what we have done. But interestingly, in just about early 2022, where we were thick of COVID, no travel, quarantine all the way, we got a call from the Royal Commission of Riyadh City. Very interesting. And we said, well, what do you want us to do? And they said, just come down here. And we said, what is the issue? They said, no, we just want to kind of give you an opportunity to open a school. We've checked with the Ministry of Trade in Singapore and Enterprise Singapore, and they've recommended your organization to open an international school in Riyadh. And so we went down. We got literally a red carpet treatment. We went to see the Royal Commission, CEO, and the colleagues. And they, within a day, they said, we will have to sign the MOU. And incidentally, Minister of Trade, Mr. Tan See Leng, was in Riyadh. So he, joined us at the signing ceremony. And I must say that Enterprise Singapore played a very crucial role in our entry in Saudi. This was part of the International Schools Attraction Program by Royal Commission. And we were able to put up a very, very high quality Singapore standards, international school in Riyadh, which is under the name One World International School, which is one of our Singapore flagship brands. And the school offers American curriculum and also IB curriculum. It's a very interesting combination, and it's very popular there. The Ovis Riyadh basically encapsulates the ethos of global schools, which are built on the pillars of excellence, meritocracy, and core values in education. And our foundation delivers a rigorous quality education backed by international network of schools and international specialists on education, sports, and culture. What we have, the plans for the future. With plenty of opportunities waiting for us, we're looking forward to continuing our legacy spread of good education with a difference. We believe in the philosophy of preparing students to be future ready. We all know 21st century, skills is a big factor, and how do we get that integrated in education, the mainstream education. And we've done that successfully, starting from our schools in Singapore. Using the educational research, which has insightful modern theories of 21st century competencies to deliver our education pedagogies. Assimilating with the society through international education, and this is very important, international education with local culture blended in, which preserves the rich cultural heritage of each of the organizations and each of the countries, and addressing the needs of the community, their aspirations and their requirements, and finally embracing the best practices by implementation of proven strategies. What we do is we have a very promising embassy partnership program. We work with several embassies, not just in Singapore, but in many countries. And the program puts a special focus on Global Schools Foundation to bring the community together and to improve the cultural understanding. Organizing cultural events for communities represented by the embassies. And in Singapore, we've been working with embassies like the Indian Embassy, Indian High Commission, the Japanese Embassy, Korean Embassy, and many others providing leading edge and modern facilities to the embassies and their communities through sports activities and auditoriums and seminars where many community activities can be conducted. Offering diplomat privileges on subsidized educational costs to the children of the embassy staff and members. In terms of privileges, I think given our very close knit working with the embassies, we can develop the program which can have immense benefits. Our collaboration with communities in Singapore and other places of domicile, which help us build bridges with the local communities in a meaningful way. For example, in Singapore, our GIS campus contributed a portion of the school land, and we have 24 acres of land here, for a small community park, which was inaugurated by Minister Edwin Tong and is now being enjoyed by the community in Siglap. There are many other collaborations that can be thought about, and we welcome all of you to explore these conversations, like accessing our facilities and infrastructure, which are some of the most modern facilities you will ever find in any international school. You can celebrate your national days, your cultural festivals, your literacy festivals, and some of these auditoriums, 4 auditoriums, seminar halls, 600-seater auditoriums to 1,500-seater auditoriums will make plenty of room for your various activities that you would like to conduct for your communities. And we have special nonprofit benefits for all embassies and high commissions. Well, in addition to this, there are state-of-the-art auditoriums which provide ample space and technical facilities for screening of movies, films, shows, performances. And through our Quantum Arena features IMAX theaters, Dolby theaters, special performance theaters, and this has been enjoyed by many of the audiences and the communities. Before this, the embassies can enjoy special benefits like collaboration on events that will improve the cultural understanding between various nations and various communities through this partnership approach. So there is a multi-level engagement that we do through Global Schools Foundation and the embassies and high commissions through various talks and panel discussions that happen throughout the year, which is where we engage the thought leaders and eminent leaders like you to bring to the students your journeys, your experiences, your rich cultural heritage of your country, and have that engagement done with our students. We've had several leaders from Singapore, from other countries, also visit us, and among them was our very own Singapore's Minister Mentor, late Mr. Lee Kuan Yew. Besides this, we have many other spaces, as I mentioned earlier, for conducting several activities such as sports, friendly sports, and other community events. So I would say that not only you should see us at Global Schools Foundation as a community organization or a partner to communities, but also we can provide you the real education that is core at our heart. Thank you so much.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers and Mrs. Namita for giving me the opportunity to come here and address this panel about Saudi Arabia, a country I know reasonably well. I've been going to Saudi Arabia extensively for the last so many years. Before I start my presentation, I'd just like to say at the outset, it's a country, as Feroz mentioned, is in the midst of a great transformation, a socio-economic transformation, a great awakening that's reshaping the Middle East and beyond. You know, at a time when there are fears about a global recession coming up or a hard landing, wars, Saudi Arabia is indeed a bright spot, and one that I think ASEAN and Singapore can capitalize on given the complementary strengths that we can bring to Saudi Arabia. So with that, I'd like to start my presentation. So before I get into the Vision 2030 proper and my perspective of the Vision 2030, I'd like to start about a lesson in history and the genesis of this vision. So the vision was announced in about 2016 by at that time, the new leadership of Saudi Arabia, King Salman and of course, the Crown Prince. This was done in 2016, and it was in response to, while Saudi Arabia did not have a recession, as Firoz mentioned out, but Saudi Arabia was facing some key macroeconomic challenges. First of all, it was heavily reliant on oil. Oil formed 60% of its GDP, and oil prices had plunged. If you remember, in 2016, oil prices slumped from $100 over to less than half. And if you look at Saudi Arabia's exports at that time, nearly 90% of their exports were related to oil. So obviously that had a big hit on its economy. Unemployment rates were high. Saudi Arabia was ranked as not an easy place to do business in. It was ranked about 94. So foreign direct investment outside of the oil sector was not much. Saudi Arabia is blessed with a very young population. Almost 2/3 of its population is below the age of 30. Women participation in the workforce was very low. So in response to some of these challenges and headwinds came that Vision 2030. Now, the Vision 2030 is a very extensive document, and I don't have, obviously, the time or the flexibility to get into it, but I have highlighted 6 or 7 pillars that I thought were quite relevant for today's audience. Number one, obviously, the first aspect of Vision 2030 was to address the dependency on oil. So one of the pillars of this vision is to move the economy away from oil so that non-oil sector becomes 60% of the economy rather than what it has been, which is less than 50%. The second aspect is to attract more private capital and foreign direct investment into the kingdom. So whilst FDI used to average about $10 billion a year, the idea is to push it up to about $100 billion to make Saudi Arabia more attractive and make it easy for foreign companies to invest and participate in the economic opportunities that exist. Unemployment, of course, the key pillar was to bring down the unemployment. As I said, Saudi Arabia is blessed with a young workforce, very well-educated workforce, many of them trained in the best universities overseas, and Saudi universities and higher institutions are also very, very sort of highly commended and highly rated. Tourism, as Firoz asked, how many people have gone to Saudi Arabia outside of Hajj and Umrah? Saudi Arabia is again blessed with many good tourism sites. And one of the pillars of this Vision 2030 is to increase the number of tourists to about 100 million per annum. Prior to that, it was only about 20 million, and most of it related to religious tourism and so forth. So, and on this marker, Saudi has done incredibly well. If you try and go to Saudi Arabia at most times of the year, getting a hotel in itself is a big achievement. Infrastructure, there's a huge amount of money being spent on upgrading the infrastructure and built environment of Saudi Arabia. Housing is again one big aspect. So, house ownership is one of the key pillars. I think the idea is to bring it up to about 70%. And sustainability, almost all the power in Saudi Arabia was generated through fossil fuels. The idea is to bring it up to 50% by 2030. So very big ambitions for a country of the size of Saudi Arabia. So you have a good plan. What's the progress so far? You've got about 7 or 8 charts here, and you can see that in the span of about less than 10 years, Saudi Arabia has made remarkable progress on every major target and KPIs that they've set for themselves. In terms of economic diversification, almost 50% of the economy is already non-oil. Foreign direct investment is coming up. Unemployment rates are coming down. Tourism is already 100 million per annum. Obviously, this includes a lot of domestic tourism, but the numbers are very, very encouraging. Infrastructure spending is up. House ownership has gone up. There are 2 very big government agencies, Roshan and NHC, which are driving this very successfully. Healthcare spending is up. And on renewable energy, 10% of Saudi Arabia's energy output already is coming from renewable energy. Saudi Arabia has announced a huge bucket of projects, more than 200 projects. All of them are giga projects by any stretch of the imagination. So about $2 to $3 trillion has been announced, but my understanding is this number will go up because these projects actually being increased as they're being planned in terms of size, complexity, and so forth. So huge swath of projects, and this is where I think Singapore companies can offer a lot of expertise. Most of the spending is going all over the kingdom, but Riyadh, the new city of Neom, Makkah and Medina, Jeddah, these are obviously the priority cities, and also Al Ula, which has got huge amount of tourism potential. Just a little bit about Meinhard. Meinhard is a design, project, and construction management firm. We've been operating in Saudi for a long time. We started out with a Japanese architect with whom we worked on One Raffles Place just nearby. And they took us to Saudi Arabia on King Saud University. And since then, we haven't looked back. We have been working throughout in Saudi Arabia. More recently, we worked on some very large Ministry of Interior projects, which forced us, or which necessitated that we move a lot of people from our Singapore office to Saudi to work with the Saudi contractors. We've also worked on the National Schools Program, kingdom-wide, so a lot of experience on completed projects. And then the stuff that we hear about in the newspapers, Times Square, and all of these places, the big billboards, we have got our fair share of projects across the kingdom working for NEOM, Diriyah, Qiddiya, etc. So we're very proud of our increasing presence in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And we also did a map of projects across the Saudi Arabia where Meinhard is working. So I've got 2 more slides and I'm pressured to wrap up my presentation. I think there are opportunities for all Singapore-based companies, big or small. There's opportunity for everyone. Saudi Arabia is crying out for new expertise, for people to come in and provide their sort of value add, the experience, especially from Singapore, which is highly respected in Saudi Arabia. So pick your spot, whether you want to go as a prime contract, you want to go in as providing your specialist services. There are opportunities for all from Singapore. And last but not least, every market has its own nuances, and Saudi Arabia is no different. But I think the key is, given the scale and breadth of opportunities in Saudi Arabia, one needs to be committed. You need to invest in having a presence in Saudi. It cannot be done through a remote control. And if you hunker down in Saudi Arabia, have the right strategy, identify the right projects, look at partnerships, I think there's a good chance that a lot of companies, especially from Singapore and ASEAN, can succeed there. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Atul and Omar. I think after listening to both your presentations, I'm like going through nostalgic memories. You mentioned the delegation in 2016. I was the one in Enterprise Singapore leading that delegation that you were in. And also the meetings that we used to have with King Abdullah Financial District. Yes, those were quite some nostalgic moments. So let me start the panel discussion by asking a few questions. Maybe I'll start with Atul. And before I throw in my first question, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate Global Schools for having their One World International Nanyang campus as the best IB school in Singapore. Yesterday they were awarded. Yeah, so congratulations on that. And I'm more proud because my daughter is going to that school. So that's a good job. Thanks. So maybe I'll start by asking you that how has Global Schools, with the successful education model that you've had around the world, how has that been able to implement in the Middle East, and specifically the cultural nuances in Saudi Arabia itself?
Thank you, Firoz. I think when we went to Middle East, somewhere around 2012, 2013, we had already rooted a lot of work in Asia, particularly East Asia. So we are now completing 18 years in Japan. And the amount of work we did to work with the community, to understand sensitivities, to be able to integrate their local Japanese culture, language, and aspects of fine arts and performing arts into the mainstream education actually went very well with the local community. We originally started a school for expatriates in Japan, in Tokyo. And but interestingly, today the school is a hot spot favorite for all the Japanese citizens. We have over 80% of our students are Japanese citizens. Even the ministries started working with us. We had the very unique opportunity to host the Japan's Crown Prince, Prince Akishino, in 2013. So we have been engaging on the government level, at the community level, on a very, very serious note. And we brought the same model of what we call as the best of Western education and the best of your culture. And we bring them together. It's a very unique formula that appeals to everyone, because no matter which country we go to, say Cambodia or UAE or Saudi, the fact that they find their own rich culture and heritage being reflected in the mainstream education of international schools is a very pleasing sight for all the parents and the communities. So the leaders take note, and we have been working in Middle East, for example, a program called Al-Tasamu, which is a very nice blend of local culture of UAE and the STEM competitions. So when we brought the STEM competitions, as in science, maths, and technology competitions, into the mainstream schools, today the more than about 100 schools participate in those competitions, because they find that there's a very nice blend of Arabic culture and also the science and technology. So these are some of the initiatives that we've done, and we continue to do so in Saudi as well. Interesting part is we started the school late, I think just about 22 September. We were given 2 months to start a school, and we just went on a war footing to do it. But today, I must say, I was there last weekend. As you know, we had a long weekend here, and I have to work during my long weekends. So I went to Riyadh all the way, straight to Riyadh, and spent 2 days, Saturday, Sunday there. And I was so pleased to find that the communities have taken our school so positively, because they are able to actually see benefits coming to their students as a way of the pedagogy changes that we have done, the cultural integration that we have done. And I'm very pleased to say that we very soon will be launching our second campus in the Riyadh city. So our experience has been very, very warm, very welcoming with all the communities. Today, for example, we are also working with communities, of course, in Singapore, but in Japan, we are now talking to 4 provincial governments, because all of them are saying, please come and set up a school here. We're just setting up a new school in Tsukuba, which is the R&D city of Japan, which is an hour's drive from Tokyo, where you'll find all the world's R&D companies there. They're scaling up on their semiconductor research, on their IT research, and therefore, it's a natural place that governments would want us to be when they're increasing their communities on different levels. So overall, a very, very positive experience with Saudi Arabia.
That's really good to know, because it's not easy for a school to integrate with the community in such a short time. And I'm saying this as a parent who has lived in Saudi for 10 years, and my kids used to go to the British International School there. And it's quite challenging for both the schools as well as for the parents to find the right mix in terms of education and community as such. So that's really commendable. Thank you. So over to Omar. Minart has been one of the earliest entrants into the Middle East, specifically in Saudi Arabia itself. And I'm sure that there are many challenges that you have faced. It certainly wasn't a smooth ride. And success comes to those who go through the tough times. So how did you overcome the challenges that you faced in the beginning?
That's true. You've been part of some of those journeys when I started out in Minehart and also in the Middle East. First of all, I'd like to say that Saudi Arabia has changed a lot over the last 10 odd years. For first thing, when I first started out in Saudi Arabia, the working week in Saudi was Thursday to Thursday. Thursday and Friday were the holidays. So basically Saturday was the first day of the working week. So one thing was that you would have to sacrifice your weekend inevitably, because obviously you need to be there on a Friday night so you can hit the ground running on Saturday. So that was the first challenge. The second was, of course, as I said, ease of doing business, especially for foreign companies, was not that, was quite tough. And at that point in time, it was not easy for 100% foreign-owned companies to do business in Saudi Arabia. the preferred route was that you would have a local partner. The local partner could have a significant stake in the local SPV. So, and if you didn't have that, then, in terms of local footing, relationships, etc., you would always be on the back foot. Now, all those challenges have changed. Now, Saudi Arabia, for one thing, Thursday is a working day, and so it's more aligned with the rest of the GCC. Secondly, in Saudi Arabia, you find a lot of young people now who have been trained in the best universities, either locally or abroad, now taking helm at very powerful positions. So for foreign companies working in Saudi Arabia, the interaction, the quality of discussions is very different. They're very bold. They also, like Singapore government agencies, have very sort of steep targets. So it's in their interest to work with you and facilitate you. And the Ministry of Investment is a case in point, very, very supportive agency, and they've helped us a lot in our journey in Saudi Arabia. So these were some of the challenges we faced. Obviously now the market is very hot. So if you have something to offer, you have a good chance. But I'll just say at the end that Saudi Arabia is an open market. There are companies there, especially from the West, who have been there for many, many years, for decades before even many of the Asian companies came in. You've also now got Chinese companies, other Asian companies going there in a big way. So it's an open play field, but there are opportunities for all. It's a big pie over there.
Thank you so much. We are pressed for time, so I'm just going to ask a couple of questions so we can keep it short. So while I'm with you, Omar, what would be an aha moment that you found in Saudi Arabia where you felt that this is quite strikingly unexpected or pleasantly surprising?
I think when you have a vision like what Saudi Arabia is pushing through, you always have the question at the back of your mind whether this is being embraced. And I'm sure a lot of you have this question whether this is being embraced by the wider public or not. In my case, and I've seen this not just once, it happens to me every visit I make, it's amazing how much buy-in there is for the modernization, opening up of Saudi Arabia. It's just incredible. I remember, and I think I mentioned this to you previously, I was heading back after wrapping up my trip on a Friday morning. I was going back to Singapore, and from Riyadh, there are no direct flights, so I had to go via Dubai. So the guy who was checking me in at the airport counter said, and he thought I was one of those expats who goes back to Dubai for the weekend. And he said, in Saudi Arabia, we have so many things to do. We have concerts, we have shows, basically saying, why are you going back to Dubai? And, in a couple of years, everybody will come to Saudi Arabia. And I, of course, told them I was actually going to Dubai only as a transit en route to Singapore. But, it gave me the sense that there's huge amount of pride and passion about the changes that are happening. The other aspect is you see people who have left very senior jobs in MNCs abroad coming back to their kingdom and working for the government in particular. And I think that just shows you that there's huge amount of energy and positivity about the changes that are happening in Saudi.
Right, thank you. Just one very quick question to Atul. While Global Schools has been successful in the Middle East and around the world, how do you see the opportunities for the other education sector within Singapore or ASEAN to enter into the Middle East, specifically Saudi?
So I would put, and before that, I must tell, you didn't ask me the question of the aha moment. When we went to Riyadh and we met the officials and we came back, and then they said, when we applied for the formal trade license, we actually got it in 4 hours. By the time my colleague left the office and reached his hotel, he got an SMS on his phone saying your trade license is approved. Well, that's amazing efficiency. So congratulations to all the Saudi embassy and all the Saudi officials here. In terms of how we have seen the opportunities, I think Saudi today, and particularly Riyadh, is in the same phase where I would say Dubai was a few years back. They're putting in all the frameworks, they're putting in all the ways to attract more international schools. The best part is, in many parts of Middle East, you may be dealing with a lot of expats, but in Saudi, it is actually dealing with most of the Saudi nationals. So, that to us is a very sticky form of revenue, where you have more nationals and local citizens coming into the schools. But I think our schools are designed for all of them. And I would say that any other educators who are interested in creating high learning institutes and universities and schools, I know somebody I met yesterday, he just flew to Riyadh this last night because the ministries are now revising their frameworks on attracting all the international schools and universities into parts of Saudi Arabia. So it's a very right moment to get in.
Well, thank you so much. And that concludes the panel because of the time. Thank you so much, Omar and Atul, for your time. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for these inputs, gentlemen. And I ask that you remain at the center of the stage so that you can receive a token of appreciation by Mr. Sunil and Ms. Nomita and also for a brief photo. Ladies and gentlemen, in a minute or two, we shall be watching a brief video on investing in a sustainable future, our next session. It's a minute.
Celebrating 25 years of business and 100th edition of Diplomacy. Session 2, Investing in a Sustainable Future. World Opportunities Forum. Invest in a better tomorrow today.
Moving on, welcome to the Sustainability Action Panel 1. As climate change alarm bells ring louder, our expert panel will be moderated by Ms. Joanne Flynn, chairwoman of the ESG Institute, which focuses on simplifying the complexity of ESG and capacity building for individuals and business leaders through the following broad points: reducing carbon footprints, driving green innovation, financing sustainable growth, building resilient supply chains, and embracing circular economy solutions. Join us as we confront the climate crisis head-on and explore opportunities for sustainable growth. Our panel will share expertise, inspire action, and equip you with tools to make a real impact. Let's turn the tide of climate change together. The time for action is now. First, we would like to invite Ms. Julie Green, Chief Sustainability Officer at Olam International. With a career spanning 20 years across Africa and Asia, Ms. Green champions responsible private sector development as a means to socio-economic progress. At Olam, she spearheads the 2030 sustainability goals and strategies across its multiple businesses and geographies. Let's hear from Ms. Green on the insights and views on how sustainability can be built into the supply chain to positively impact on livelihoods. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Ken Bellamy, Chairman of VRM Biologic. Ken established VRM Biologic in 1987 to offer a practical, natural alternative to the kill everything clean practices that have dominated food production and water management. Since then, VRM Biologics' patented processes have gained global recognition for their capacity to resolve a range of industrial and agricultural problems. He will be touching on examples of how investing on solutions to transform biodiversity, such as soil, can have an impact on the ecosystem. Mr. Bellamy, please. And now we will invite Mr. Russell for his views. He has worked in one of the leading teams for climate change globally, assisting with commercial, legal, and regulatory issues in transactions in the carbon markets, as well as environmental products. His work in the carbon market saw him acting as lead external counsel for Verra, the administrator of the largest voluntary carbon standard globally, for 2 years, where he dealt with all aspects of work in the carbon markets. In this segment, he will share more about how impact investing and green financing can be enablers to this change. I'll leave you now to this panel.
Wonderful. Thank you very, very much. And I want to thank each and every one of you who are here, excellencies, honored guests, and impact makers, and everyone who's actually here in the room, because I'm aware that it is getting on to that stage of the day where lunch starts calling. However, we have a very, very powerful panel here, because one of the challenges of this whole space of will we have a future worth living? I have a quick question for all of you who are here. How many of you would like to be alive in 26 years? Excellent. I'm so pleased. Yes, with me. And I ask this question because some people, when we talk about this whole idea of 2050, it feels like a long time away. And some number that's out there. 26 years is actually 2050. And I have a very easy marker for what 26 years looks like. My mother is 26 years older than me. I have the privilege of her still being here. She does yoga twice a week. She plays tennis. She plays a mean game of bridge. And she's a fantastic cook and mum. And I like to think that the work that each and every one of us here does in our roles, and particularly this panel does around sustainability, will create a world that each of us are happy to be living in another 26 years. So with that as a starting point, the question we decided to explore on this panel is the role that investment is making around sustainability, and where we have success stories and what is creating that success. Because some groups we hear saying that there's not enough funding going into sustainability-based projects, and the lack of capital is one of the key constraints to the climate transition that we're going under. Others say there's plenty of capital and there's a lack of investable opportunities. And so what we've decided to do today is gather 3 fabulous people to explore 3 different elements of this challenge. Russell comes in from the point of view and universe of the investor and capital. Julie comes in from the point of view of the CSO who's got the mandate looking at what will create sustainability beyond the commercials, and particularly with the work at Olam. She's got some other lenses that she's going to be adding in. And Ken comes in from the perspective of someone who's not only creating an impact, but also what does it take to go and craft this entrepreneurial journey, particularly through the scale-up stage of moving not from something that's simply proven, but actually to something that can create a greater impact very rapidly globally. Again, all things that over the next 26 years we're going to be incredibly grateful for. And for anyone who has a 2030 target, which is only 6 years away, oh my God, it's getting close. Each and every one of them has very, very powerful insights for us. Now we're going to start with the pointy end of it, the money question. Russell, you're sitting there looking very relaxed and innocent. I want to also say thank you very much to Singapore and NS for giving you leave to be here today, because as everyone here would appreciate, in Singapore, men do their 2 weeks a year, and the system has gratefully allowed you to be able to be here and with us. You were sharing some of your experience in what's actually created successful large-scale collaborations and investments into needle-moving sustainability investments that have high ROI, i.e. it hits both dials. What can you share with this group that's made a real difference, and what would be powerful risks for them to overcome in making those moves?
Yep, no, thank you for having me today. Thank you, I thank the Excellencies for being here as well as being on the panel. So I think the answer is quite simple. It's about finance, right? Sustainability, just like what we heard earlier about schools being set up in Saudi Arabia, it's all about investments. And it's about having the right risk appetite for those investments. And it's about making sure that the risk appetites are being catered for and the right risk is being allocated. I think we've started the whole sustainability topic at COP26 in 2021, where there was, in the light of the pandemic, a focus on, we all need to go green and we need to be net zero. But I think we've forgotten that finance is going to be the one that drives us to that destination.
It's fuel in the vehicle, isn't it?
Well,
the question is, what sort of fuel?
Right. So I think in that sense, it's more about having the right risk allocation so that you attract the right investments. I think capital is out there. Right? I think, to be completely candid, it's no longer the days of free money where we saw in the last couple of years, but there is capital.
Okay, so could you expand on the risk appetite and the fact that money is no longer free and how that's changed availability?
So I think the best example of how it's no longer free money, I'll address that part first, is in the past you used to be able to have VC funds go out and invest in a slew of climate technologies itself. And in recent years, you've seen that change. People are drawing back capital. So it's not because capital isn't there. It's just that the atmosphere is no longer adequate for that investment to continue. With higher interest rates itself as a good example.
So adequate, just because not everyone here is in the finance world, so just helping us translate that into adequate, meaning it's not creating a financial return that's sufficient to support this, or is there other criteria going in there?
So I think what is adequate can be divided into two broad segments. First one being adequate from a financial return perspective. Everyone needs to, make a return in that sense. And secondly, adequate from a regulatory standpoint. What do I mean by that? So it needs to have the right infrastructure out there in order to make those investments. So give you an example of what a right regulatory setup would be. And that would be in Asia Pacific, we've got Haneda Airport having 10% of requirement for sustainable aviation fuel. You have the same, which is 1% in Singapore and Kuala Lumpur, starting in 2026. And those are a regulatory setup that would then fuel the aviation industry to actually go out and procure sustainable aviation fuel. And
that's in essence a market-making move.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think we do see market-making moves across different countries, but they're not targeted or they're not coordinated in a sense where you can then create scale. It's done on a in ad hoc level. And I think from where we sit on the investment side of things, it's really about identifying which regulatory system provides or facilitates that investment best. So capital is there. It's just who provides the best kind of atmosphere in order for you to make the best returns.
So this is where their excellencies become such a powerful influencer.
Well, I think I should hope so. And I do see a lot of the countries that are being represented here today making different moves. So you have it in, for example, in Saudi, where they just mentioned about how they have already reached 10% of in terms of renewable energy and looking to do it, but in 4 years' time to hit 50%. But those are lofty targets. It's about the right setup that would allow for you to then invest to actually then reach those goals. So you would see that a lot of countries have already set those goals, but it's about the execution, right? It's about having the right setup, the right platform that allows for foreign investors to come in, to make those investments, to de-risk those projects, to allow banks to then finance those projects. Because at the end of the day...
So there's quite a layer of dominoes. So from the point of view of, say, COP29, even when, as that works through, there's still these other dominoes that need to be set up so that they can fall in the right sequence.
Exactly.
Okay, now we've only got a minute or two before we're going to move across onto Julie and some other perspectives there. Could you share some of your insights on the structure that you put in place in Africa that started moving a couple of needles? Because it's an unusual it was a very unusual setup, and I don't want to misrepresent it, because it was a very, very powerful collaboration between a whole series of different companies who set up an unusual commercial structure that's created a very, very significant outcome, but on both accounts of the business and the environment, and socially as well, when you were sharing it with me.
Yep. So it's actually in Southeast Asia, so it's much closer to home than...
Right on our doorstep.
Right on our doorstep. And actually it's a biodiversity collective that was developed. It's called the Rimba Collective. And part of that was how would you actually pay for those outcomes without being part of CSR? And this was a collaboration with the largest FMCG companies that came together to actually determine that, well, we cannot stop using palm oil because that's not possible. What we instead do is to ensure that that becomes counted within our financial metrics in the form of penalties. So it's an industry-led coordinated effort in that sense, where the higher the use of your palm oil, that would then contribute to a higher amount of penalties that you will pay. And then that translates into investments that would be, the penalties would be used as investments to actually conserve and prevent deforestation itself. So with that, again, how that worked is it forced the hands of the FMCG companies to think at a supply chain level, which I believe Julie will share a little bit more in a bit, and also across their entire structure itself. How would we internalize this as a cost? It's about internalizing the externality itself. And I think if you take a step back and look at what governments have done, the Singapore carbon tax is a good example of internalizing that state cost itself. It's to force companies to do so, because at the end of the day, companies focuses on having shareholders, stakeholders' returns. And only when you internalize such costs would you then actually move the needle and change the mindset in order for them to invest into more sustainable practices.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that, and the fact that it was a voluntary association collectively put together by an industry with hard commercial legal rules to enforce, encourage, and require compliance. It was quite unusual. Now, Julie, I want to move across. Thank you very much, Russell. I want to move across to you. When we were speaking on the call the other day, one of the key things that stood out to me was the whole appreciation that the work of biodiversity and the importance of community makes into being able to create a long-term sustainable business and society often is undervalued. And the work that you've been doing both here and other parts of the world has sort of been living and breathing moving that and improving that for a really long time. Can you share what you've seen that creates power and value against these multiple dimensions?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the size of what we need to do in food and agri in order to feed the world is huge. You were saying just a moment ago, we're coming into lunch. You know, we're all hungry. We want to be living until 2050. Well, we're going to need to grow. You know, estimates say anywhere between 50% to 100% more food to feed the world between now and then, partially because of population growth, partially because of growing middle class and dietary
And
change.
that's on the existing farming footprint.
Exactly. Exactly, because we want to do this without increasing greenhouse gas emissions, in fact, reducing that. And you know, the investments needed to cut in half emissions from food is estimated to be about $200 billion a year. Similarly, about the same amount is needed to actually increase the food supply from now to then. So what is it that we need to be investing in? What is it that we can do that's going to be sustainable as well as feeding the world and helping to provide jobs and not increase the footprint? So at Olam Agri, we grow, we process, we trade staple commodities, grains, rice, cotton, a variety of different products. And we have significant investments across Africa, Asia, Southeast Asia, and really throughout the world. A couple of the key areas that we've really been focusing on lately are regenerative agriculture practices. You know, because regenerative agriculture, healthy soils can help to foster, you know, improve biodiversity, not just above ground, but below ground as well, feeding that microorganism complex.
Nematodes start becoming fascinating, don't they? Anybody here know what a nematode is? No. Very small creatures that keep the soils very happy.
Yes, and we need this diversity of creatures to support the nutrient uptake by the plants, as well. You know, we need that carbon and plant matter as well in the soil, organic matter in the soil, that helps to reduce the risk of floods as well. It can help to reduce costs through reduction in fertilizer use as well. So maybe just a couple of quick examples. In Thailand, in Ubon Ratchathani, we've been training and supporting some 30,000 rice farmers over the past few years to basically optimize their fertilizer use, to reduce their water use, to implement practices like alternate wetting and drying that have reduced greenhouse gas emissions while increasing their incomes up to 20%.
Can I ask a little bit more around that one? Because just side story, I grew up at the International Rice Research Institute, so it's a near and dear topic. And that insight on just changing the water levels on rice and what that does to methane levels is material, and because rice contributes something like 8% of the global methane, it's a huge, you know, in the farming, for the farming contribution to greenhouse gases. It's a huge contributor, and of course we like rice in this part of the world. It's very good, it feeds lots of people. But these sorts of changes are apparently subtle, but have not necessarily been easy to implement. Yeah, I mean, what have you found that has helped that part of it? Because there's the money equation, but there's also the social acceptability of some of the changes.
Yeah, it's maybe subtle changes, but I think a lot of it is a question of a behavior change and incentives and understanding how to do it, technological investment. There's a whole variety of things that can help to support farmers' knowledge and ability to implement alternate wetting and drying, which can reduce methane emissions by about half or more coming from rice. For example, we've worked with innovators, including from here, to look at simple devices that help the farmer to measure the water level in the field. You can have your most basic device where you actually go out and you look at a tube that's there. You can also have IoT devices, and it really depends on the farmer. We need to have devices that are suitable, different levels of technology that are suitable for different farmers, for different experiences. You know, on the technology side, another area that we're investing in is technology for post-harvest loss reduction. So that's huge as well, because it's one thing to produce more food, but if we could just not lose the food that's being produced, and it's incredible.
What's the wastage level
Oh, yeah.
between from farm to table?
Mm.
It always blows my mind when I hear the statistics on that.
Yeah, globally, we lose about a third, or we're not eating, we're not consuming about a third of the food that's grown. Now, in the more developed countries, most of that loss is happening at the consumer end. So in the supermarkets and ourselves as consumers wasting the food. In the less developed economies, there's not so much wastage at the consumer end, but most of that is happening at the production and post-production, post-farming and transport. So we have mapped some 10 of our supply chains around the world, and we've looked at the different stages from harvest time, the threshing and winnowing and transport, from the farmer to when it reaches us, to identify where those losses are happening, try to find hotspots, and see if we can introduce technologies, whether it's mechanized harvesters, whether it's simple dry cards that let farmers know their the moisture level before they put their grain in storage, so that so it doesn't mold and rot in storage. And so one of our successes is in wheat and in rice in Nigeria. We found that the harvesting losses were quite high, and we've seen from 17% of a farmer's production lost during harvesting time, we've reduced it to about 2%.
Now that's huge, not just from an environmental point of view, not just from a social food point of view, but also huge economically, because that farmer retained value from that lack of loss.
Exactly, and it also helps us to secure our own supply, so it's win-win.
Okay, I've just had a lovely little clue suggesting what, from the point of view of what you've seen over the last couple of years, what actions are you seeing create the greatest impact? I know that's a really, but you're living and breathing it in many ways. What do you see actually is moving? Because if there's things that other people can pick up and spread out there, that's powerful.
Yeah, I'd love to say there's one silver bullet, but it's not. These are systems. It's really global food and agri systems that need to be tweaked here and there. So from the knowledge and skills and behavior change side, is just as important as having access to those different techniques and technologies. I think that there's some areas where I think more investment is needed into what are the farming systems, like the combination of crops rather than monocropping, that combination of crops and of cover cropping and rotational cropping and different techniques, and which ones go together to actually bring the best health into the soils, and really looking at multiple impact indicators. The health of the soils is really key for long-term future, but also how does it support the food security and the livelihoods of the farmers who are growing that combination of crops.
Yeah. Which then, thank you very much for that, because it's a beautiful setup. We organized this panel very well. Thank you, Julie, because it also then leads into other value indicators of what does that stability mean then for the local communities and then for the urban communities around. Because I think part of the whole discussion of where is value being created is we stop too soon. The reality is moving dials in these places has massive social value, community value, and economic value in a much broader sphere. And when we don't put that on the table and recognize it, we undervalue the actual investment that's going on. Because one of the changes I see happening is the choice, and what you talked about, the Rimba Collective highlighted this too, is multiple parties putting in and creating different value, and that value distribution not being in the traditional binary one-to-one about we create this one deal together, we create this one deal together. It's okay, between us all, it all works out. Lots of very, very different collaborative flow of investment and value creation happening. So thank you very much for bringing that expanded one. Now let's move on to soils. How many people like getting their hands dirty with soil? We've got a couple of, I ask, it's always a question, you can tell who the gardeners are in the room because they put their hands up at this particular one. My father was an agriculturalist, my mother is a keen gardener, so I learned how to get my hands dirty early on. Ken and I were talking earlier about the problem that erosion creates. And for anyone who's seen hills wiped away down to red dust and the funnels that serious erosion makes and what that does, it's a fairly life-changing thing. And I remember my father coming back from Mauritius with photographs, and this is going back into the 70s. So, you know, it's been an issue for a long time. Ken said he saw this about the same time. You can tell he and I are not the youngest vintage. And it started him on his journey. Now, could you have a little bit to share to help people understand the role soils play in the shift? I know you've got a PowerPoint or two, and it's pretty key. Now, I'm going to hand it over to you because there's value in soils, and there's also the security side, and there's the bigger economics.
Thanks very much. So it's been really interesting for me listening in the discussions. Every single one of the presenters so far has mentioned at the end of their presentation, or somewhere in point number 6, 7, 8. In one of it was point number 9. The importance of sustainable food production. It's your number one focus, but in all of the presentation that's come up, we're here talking about opportunities. Opportunities arise when problems arise. Real opportunities come out of a difficult situation. The real story of this planet is that the number of acres of arable land is declining every year, and the number of people eating off that arable land is increasing every year. There are 2 graphs that appear on the Food and Agriculture website. They look really boring on the website, so we just joined the 2 of them together. Those 2 lines have crossed. They're already passed.
Ouch. Ouch.
Those 2 lines have crossed. The point at which there's not enough land to feed the people that are on it has already passed. Now, in all the discussions, I have yet to hear somebody talk about investing in rebuilding the number one asset of the planet. The number one asset of the planet is the soil. Without the soil, you don't get the food. Without the food, you don't get the humans. Without the humans, you don't get the market that gives you the money to do all the other things that have been talked about. It's a waste of time talking about how to fuel your car if you're not investing in fueling yourself. Now, we saw that back in the early 80s. I commissioned a study because somebody challenged me. I was a financial planner, by the way. I was in the financial world. And I was challenged by a person who was considered a radical, who said, if you are not investing in and teaching your clients to invest in how to look after their environmental responsibilities, you'll be out of business in 10 years and so will they. Now, in the 80s, that wasn't a subject. It is a subject now. I collected a focus group at that time and asked everybody, can you please tell me if you're interested in the environment? If I ask you that question now, are you interested in the environment? Raise your hand if you're interested in the environment. Is there anybody who's not interested in the environment? If I give you $100 today, what will you spend it on that fixes something in the environment? Back then, there weren't that many alternatives. Nobody knew what to do. Now there's lots of alternatives to spend it on, but how many of you, when you thought of spending your $100, thought about building a piece of soil that would feed your children? Do you know how to do it? Do you know how to rebuild the soil so that it is like it was before it started to disappear? We spent 40 years looking at what makes soil, where it comes from, how it is developed naturally, how it appeared before we started using it. A key point in that was to understand the next slide. Soil comes from photosynthesis, but you think it comes from photosynthesis from the bit you can see, which is the bit that grows on top. It doesn't. Soil is built by photosynthesis that happens inside the soil. That was a discovery we had to make. Do you know what the problem is in financing sustainability? People don't know enough about what to finance. It's taken us, it actually took us 20 years before the formula for bacterial photosynthesis, which underpins a different photosynthesis that happens in the soil, and while it's happening, produces water that wasn't there in the first place, and produces carbon structures that build the nutrient content for the plants to grow. That piece has to happen first. Plants don't come first. I did a study really weirdly at 3 in the morning one morning, sitting at my desk. I thought I was nuts. I just did a mass balance on the formula for photosynthesis, a chemical mass balance, the bits that go in and the bits that go out. Every chemical formula is supposed to balance. I discovered that that formula that you've read in your high school, you've read in your university, you've read in every textbook, it's what underpins every piece of human life on the planet, and it doesn't balance. There's a bit missing. The bit that's missing is a phosphorus-generated energy compound that is built by bacterial photosynthesis that nobody had even heard of. 20% of the energy needed to grow a plant comes from outside the plant. It doesn't get it from its own solar panels. It gets fed it by the soil. Now, if you knew that, you would invest in that, right? Because there's a huge knob to turn. How do you invest in building the energy component that rebuilds the soil that builds the plant? How do you do it? We had to go and actually invent the market for it, had to find out how to get in touch with those guys who were doing that, how to look at them, if you can believe. We postulated that that had to be happening, and for the first 15 years, we had never seen the guys that do it because there wasn't microscopes that could see them. They were too fast and too small. But that bacterial photosynthesis, get to know it, everybody, because it's what keeps you alive. There was a stage on the planet when there was no water. Have you ever thought of that? We talk about water shortages. We're working in Jordan, in Egypt, in Saudi. We're working in places where there's sand now because there isn't as much water as there was before in the soils. Used to be tropical like it is here. It's not tropical now. There's a piece that's missing in there, that's the water. Why did the water disappear? It's a big question. We discovered that there is a way to rebuild the water supply in the soil that becomes the evaporation, that becomes the rain. The water in the soil doesn't start by falling out of the sky. It starts by this process of bacterial photosynthesis, building that water, making it a hydrogen reactor in the soil that net water produces, and letting that evaporate, and then that creates rain. Would it surprise you to know that cousins of those microorganisms fly up with the water that flies up into the atmosphere, generate electricity in the little tiny droplets, capture bits of dust out of the sky, formulate a particle of ice, and make the rain? Would that surprise you?
That's much more advanced than my kindergarten, high school level of what's going on. But I mean, this is, I think, also the truth of part of the challenge that we have, is there's a lot of science that we don't know. And it's the investment, and thank you very much, Ken, for being willing to put the time and energy into unraveling these sorts of questions, because what's often not spoken about in these whole transitions is there's often a massive legacy of people who've been doing this sort of work to see a problem, to pull it together. I mean, you've shared a 30-year journey just in the last 5 minutes, and now there's this huge impact journey that's happening as it takes out. Just before we sort of, loop back for another round of questions and sort of moving it into more of a dialogue type structure, what's been the piece that's helped shift from the science side and that insight, which is, I cannot, having grown up in the science world, I know how long that takes, and I know how long it takes to get the science out and then for it to commercialize and then to grow. What's helped that shift? Because that's an indicator for various parties here to be able to take that things, from the science into the scale up, because that's where we're being able to see the global sorts of impact that the work you're doing is now creating.
So what we discovered is that people are never going to understand that, and they're never going to, you can't walk into a banker's office and ask him to invest in that. It's going to take years to go home and research it. His due diligence can't be done because nobody else knows it.
Okay.
Can't do it. What we had to do was to develop simple, practical tools so that people could implement that process without knowing it. So we had to develop mechanisms and patent methods that people could pick up and say, okay, that's something I can do
It's-
not know.
Okay, so they don't. So something they can do, they cannot know doing that. But then but also, I suppose that means finding opportunities where people can create value simply and rapidly,
Yes.
so that from the investor point of view, it's bankable because there's the reliability. Because they can do due diligence on that, not necessarily the due diligence on the science because they've got short-term visible outcomes.
And then what we did was to go and partner with governments. Because, you know,
Thank you, governments.
you
All
know,
of you in the room. Thank you.
Food is the government's responsibility. Waste is the government's responsibility. The social impacts of security, food security, balance, they're governmental responsibilities. So somebody had to lead without knowing what all the outcomes were. And we partnered with governments that were prepared to do that. And I got to say, there are governments in this room that have looked over the horizon and taken steps that you know, weren't done with complete due diligence, that were done by making a plan and saying we need to get there. Saudi Arabia is a great example of that, saying we want to shoot for that target and going and getting it. And it's a privilege for me to have watched a change in policy come along. Here's a really, really, really important thing that happened in the world. In the 19th People's Congress, a small statement was made. China must pivot away from the use of synthetic and chemical inputs to farms and pivot towards the use of organic and biological inputs to farms. That's a tiny statement with a huge impact on the planet. A similar one came in 2023 when Mr. Blinken articulated a new policy for the US that said, don't depend on food from your neighbor, develop climate-adapted species for yourself. That's a huge change.
That's absolutely, I mean, all these things are absolutely massive because I also know that by the time one rolls out embeds and scales, we're in, you know, that's another 6 years, you know, on our 26 years, kind of already in and underway in systems. Now, as we sort of, I know we've, you know, we're part of our desire is to get sort of a little bit back on schedule, so we're going to shorten part of the Q&A piece. But there's just a couple of pieces I'd like to pick up on the pieces that we've discussed. It's easy to go on and go and say, like, here are these places, here are these opportunities. But, you know, Russell, and speaking on behalf of the entire investor, insurance, and asset management community, how's that for putting a big burden on one person's shoulders? The reality is there's also a fiduciary duty that's part of the decision-making system that needs to be adhered to. How does that fiduciary role play out in being able to step into some of the sorts of, you know, and I raise this very specifically because there's a lot of focus on carbon and being able to deal with carbon directly and being able to say, okay, we've got things there. But the fields that both Julie and Ken have put in is the value that biodiversity, the value that ecological systems have, the value that something as humble and muddy as soil has, i.e. things that have not been considered bankable. How does a fiduciary duty role and the investor and asset management role be able to square this kind of circle? Any insights?
I think to Ken's point, it's something that you could walk into a bank and they won't understand how it works, and I think it still happens today. One of the biggest problems you have is there is a disjunct between the horizon a CEO has in its tenure and 2050. I think.
What's your average CEO horizon?
I think it's about 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
So
they're not even making 2030, in other words.
Well, some of them do, depending on.
Yeah,
when
but I
they
mean,
start.
3 to 5 years is sort of 6 years is just outside that, right?
Yeah. And I think to that point, it's also the same where in terms of your executives itself, right? The rest of the team, where most of them will not be around to look at how the company performs in 2030, let alone 2050. And therefore, because of that, I can set a target without actually adhering to a target. That's my successor or the successor's problem to have. By then, I'll retired or moved on to another business. And I think that's while it has the level of awareness has increased. I think what is often the missing piece is how do you square that circle, right? Which you've asked, and I don't have the answer, sadly. I think you could try and commercialize things the best way that happens is through a public-private partnership, or in some way where the regulators implement policies that attract or incentivize that partnership itself. And I think one of the problems that, at least at where I sit, we kind of see is a lot of governments say that we need to first and foremost understand, we need to first and foremost conduct a study. But the problem is to set up a project that would be functioning in 2030 today, in 2030, you first and foremost actually need to start construction yesterday, right? And I think we're behind that. So by the time you complete a study that takes 2 years, you would technically be only looking to implement a project closer to 2035 than 2030. And I think we don't have the luxury of time. So to what Ken was saying earlier, there's certain countries that have taken the proactive approach without the full gamut of information. So it's asymmetric information, right? But they take that gamble nonetheless, because you do have to make informed choices today.
We have to make choices that are informed by a different data set than we have historically done. You know, there's information out there. We're down to having to do the last 30 seconds on each of us, so it's going to be a real challenge, because I know we could take this a lot deeper and longer. Ken, your last 30 seconds. Julie, your last 30 seconds. Then Russell, you're going to get about 10, and I will probably have about 10.
Can I give you an example of a country that's actually doing that kind of thing? So we partnered with China, we partnered with the country of Jordan, we partnered with other government agencies for programs that evaluate at scale. So one of the most important resources left on the planet, organic resource, is human waste. Nobody wants to talk about it, but there's lots of it. We've partnered with the country of Jordan to evaluate that at scale. How do you use that back as an agricultural input safely and not damage the soil? Another piece of that is, if you're looking at opportunities, plant species get weaker and weaker every time you grow them, just like animal species do. They degrade genetically over time, and you've got to keep replacing that or it dies out. There are species available that are thousands of years old that are able to be grown now, and in the Middle East, we are doing that. We're actually growing species that were 3,500, 4,000 years old that are now back into production. That's the kind of thing that can be invested in. That's a real easy one.
Yeah. And things that don't necessarily take 10 years to get actually out and done. So that's very, very powerful. Julie, I know it's tight.
I'd like to reinforce also what Ken is saying. I mean, the planet is losing 12 million hectares of arable soil, arable land each year. That's an area the size of Greece. And as Russell just said, we don't have the luxury of time, but we do know that there are so many opportunities for us to invest in sustainable food and agri systems, technology, seeds, the soils themselves. Some of them, there's a variety of these. I think a lot of times you'll hear people say, oh, but how do we finance a transition? This is a very valid and challenging question, with the assumption that automatically there will be a dip in yields before you have an increase again. And what we found from our experience is that sometimes that's the case and sometimes it's not. So we shouldn't just make this assumption. We can find there are systems where an investment today has an impact in healthy soils, has an impact on the yields and the quality. And all of this can translate also into access to markets for sustainable products. We've seen this for our sustainable rice from Vietnam. We've seen this for our sustainable and regen agri cotton from Cote d'Ivoire. We were able to implement these practices, have immediate results for the farmers' productivity, but also give them access to global markets that could help reward their products. But we have to keep on finding that sort of opportunity across different supply chains.
Okay, we've got the very, very subtle hint, say, stop now. So let me say thank you very, very much, Julie. Thank you very, very much, Ken. And thank you very, very much, Russell, for a topic that I know could be taken longer, as every other piece of wisdom has. So thank you all. And thank you very much for having us here today.
I wish to thank the panelists for these inputs on sustainability. I ask them to move to the center of the stage in order to receive a token of appreciation by Mr. Rajiv Batra, CEO of Rabite, and Ms. Nomita from Sun Media. Ladies and gentlemen, give us a minute and we'll watch a video on opportunities in a unique continent, Africa. Give us a minute.
Celebrating 25 years in business and 100th edition of Indo-Diplomacy. Session 3, One Africa, Doing Business in the Continent. World Opportunities Forum, Invest in a Better Tomorrow, today. Here is Egypt. The instant your eyes fall on it, you see a great country, a generous country with its kind people, who, after years of patience and waiting, deserve the path of accomplishments in all fields. We have built thousands of kilometers of roads and bridges, lifelines of home and life. Tunnels. Nile axes that form a new crossing for the dream. Integrated plans with which we have renewed the means of land transportation. Projects that have realized the civilizational transition in railways. We added new phases to the metro, and for the first time, we introduced the electric train and the monorail to deliver quality life for our people. We also developed marine transportation. Our Egyptian ports turned into pivotal international ports. We established a number of airports in Egypt's governorates. The Suez Canal is the world's gate for all global trade. We started with the digging of the new Suez Canal, and we continued the dream with the digging of the tunnels. The door was opened for hundreds of projects in the economic zone. We started a new era in the electricity field. We achieved self-sufficiency with new stations that have realized huge surplus for export. National Park. It's all of the big five. It's very important to conserve and protect the park and keep the nature as it is. Its conservation story is inspiring the biodiversity and habitat change throughout the park. Oh, see this elephant. It's a little bit of a surprise. I fell in love in Kigali. It's a great cleansing. I think that inspired me to open the business here. Kigali is a national event, bring a lot of tourists. Everywhere you go, you are welcome. The food scene in Rwanda is amazing. From farm to table in Kigali, people like to enjoy life. This was my dream since I was a kid. Working with the gorillas every day. You hear? These are the gorillas breaking the trees. Come. That's the silver bar. The people, they are very happy to see the tourists coming. It's a big support to the conservation of these gorillas for the future generation. UAT is one of four national parks here in Rwanda. For tourists to come here, they participate in conservation, which also helps protect the forest.
There is something really magical about Lumui National Forest, and it's unspoiled. It's
natural rare beauty. What makes it extra special establishing a resort here is that we work very closely with the community. It's a really authentic experience for the guests. We are very lucky. This is our little piece of heaven.
Rwanda is called the land of 1,000 hills from the east to the west. We are at Lake Kivu. It's one of the largest lakes in Africa. The sky meets the lake. It's a place that everybody should really visit. Welcome to Rwanda.
South Africa is land that offers endless small business opportunities. South Africa offers a wide range of small business opportunities for entrepreneurs. This country offers opportunities for small business owners. If you are interested in starting your business, we have shortlisted top 5 best small business ideas. 1. Handmade crafts. South Africa has a tradition of arts and crafts. People like unique items and locally made products. Starting a small business that curates and sells handmade creations can tap into both local and international markets. Whether it is a handmade jewelry, home decor items, and customized gifts, your creativity can find a niche market both locally and internationally. Leather crafting is also an art that never goes out of style. Create a line of handcrafted leather goods like wallets, bags, and belts. 2. Specialty coffee shop. South Africa has a rising coffee culture, and peoples are exploring premium coffee experiences. Opening a coffee shop with expertly roasted beans, unique brews, and a cozy ambiance can attract coffee lovers and build a loyal customer base. Offer high-quality coffee to customers. To attract more customers and create a positive impact, give priority to environmentally friendly practices and ensure fair treatment of producers and workers. Consider sourcing beans from local roasters to support the community and create a unique experience for your customers. Design a warm and inviting space with comfortable seating and aesthetically pleasing decor. 3. Plant nursery. With a growing interest in gardening and green living, a plant nursery can be a good idea. Offering a wide range of indoor and outdoor plants. Showcase your passion for plants and gardening to create a well-greened space for your customers. From ornamental plants to native species, a well-curated nursery can cater to both seasoned gardeners and beginners looking to add some greenery to their homes. Educate your customers on proper care and offer gardening workshops to enhance their experience. Research and select plant varieties that are popular, well suited to your 4. Online clothing boutique. Fashion industry has shifted to online platforms because of rise in e-commerce. Starting an online clothing boutique is a profitable business idea. You can show your creativity worldwide. Take advantage of social media marketing and partnerships with local designers. Online clothing boutique can be a rewarding business venture. Research the market and identify your target audience to understand their needs and preferences. Create a detailed business plan outlining your goals, financial projections, and marketing strategies. Establish a strong online presence through social media and a professional website to reach a broader audience. Connect with other entrepreneurs and industry experts to gain valuable insights and potential collaborations. Understand your target audience because it is crucial for selecting the right products and marketing strategies. 5. Mobile app. Development. South Africa has a tech-savvy population. You can start a mobile application development company to making it an ideal market for app development services. In South Africa, mobile application services are in high demand, and businesses are continually seeking professional mobile application developers to enhance their online appearance. Showcase your skills and expertise in creating innovative and user-friendly apps. If you have a flair for technology and development, starting a mobile application development business can be a good choice. Offer app development services to businesses, startups, or even create your own original apps that cater to local needs and interests. Prioritize exceptional customer service to build trust and loyalty among your customers. Collaborate with businesses to create custom solutions that address their specific needs.
Son.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next big thing in business, Africa. With 55 countries, 1.3 billion consumers, and a growing middle class, Africa is the ultimate frontier for investors. The numbers speak for themselves. 3.4 trillion GDP by 2025, and 6 of the world's 10 fastest growing economies. From agriculture to tech, infrastructure to energy, Africa offers vast opportunities for innovation and growth. And with the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, in effect, the possibilities are endless. Join us as we explore Africa's potential, uncover secrets to success, and discover why it's the next investment frontier. Get ready to be amazed, inspired, and motivated to tap into the African opportunity with our session's moderator, Mr. Amit Jain, Director of the NTU SPF Center for African Studies, a think tank on Africa that looks at business, economy, and trade. Thank you. Firstly, we shall invite His Excellency Ahmed Mustafa Abdelal Mohammed, Ambassador of Egypt to Singapore, to share his views on investment and trade potential in Egypt. Ambassador is a career diplomat with 31 years of experience in several positions at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs headquarters, as well as 7 Egyptian embassies before his current ambassadorial position to Singapore from the 1st of November of 2023. We shall now invite His Excellency Jean de Dieu Uwihanganye, High Commissioner of Rwanda to Singapore, to share more about doing business and sustainability in Rwanda. The High Commissioner previously served as Rwanda's Minister of State for Transport. During his tenure as Minister of State for Transport, he oversaw the implementation of Rwanda's land, air, and water transport policies and decisions. Prior to his appointment as Minister of State, the High Commissioner managed and directed various construction projects and held several senior positions with a leading construction company in Rwanda with branches in other African countries. Now we shall invite Her Excellency Madiepetsane Charlotte Lowe, High Commissioner of South Africa to Singapore, for her sharing an overview of investments and trade in South Africa. Her Excellency is the former Acting Chief Operations Officer of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, DIRCO, and the former Chairperson of the DIRCO Departmental COVID-19 Steering Committee. She is also the founding president of the African Women Leaders Network, South Africa. We welcome the High Commissioner for her insights on this panel. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Thank you all. An honor to be here among this esteemed panelists here with me. My name is Amit once again. I'm the director of the NTU SPF Center for African Studies. It's located right here in Singapore. It's the only think tank that looks at Africa from a business, economic, and trade perspective in this entire region in Southeast Asia. So I'd encourage you, if you are interested in the continent, to visit our website, subscribe to our newsletter. When we talk about business in Africa, one of the most common adjectives that often come into play are words like challenging or difficult or risky. I will try to demystify some of those perceptions here today with my panelists. Before we begin, may I ask everyone to switch off their mobile phones or put them to silent? Or we'll start with each of the speakers perhaps making a 10-minute pitch, and then we will get into a conversation. So if I can ask Ambassador Mustafa. Yes, please, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amit. Do you allow me to say my few remarks while standing on the podium
Please.
first? Then I will say it to resume discussion.
Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's not an official speech, so I will not address or I will not mention names, but I will thank Sun Media very much for inviting me for this important event. This is my first year here in Singapore, so I'm privileged to be with you today, and happy birthday to Sun Media. I always believe in good and important connections between diplomacy and media. I myself, I studied mass media many years ago in the pre-internet era. Actually, it's a big responsibility to speak about my continent and my country. But I will start with what Mr. Amit mentioned about the misconceptions. I am going to be direct to the point because I have only 10 minutes. It's not a lot, and even let me tell you that what you see in any video or something like what we saw now is much less than what we already have in our continent, in our countries. The misconception about Africa has to be corrected, and it's a responsibility of African countries and the whole world as well. We all know that there are some challenges in making business with Africa, but let me tell you that in the last 10 years, a lot of changes have happened in our continent, to the better. I will not talk about figures, but I will tell you frankly that Africa has a lot of potentials and abundance of natural resources, including human resources, which I consider part of natural resources, that can benefit the whole world and be sufficient to fill the gaps of many things, starting from food to technology as well. So our continent is really rich, and we still have a lot of potentials and resources that have not been tapped in sufficiently. And again, this is a mutual responsibility between African countries and the whole world. Here in Singapore, it's a far place relatively, Southeast Asia, but we have good relations, economic relations and political relations with Southeast Asia since many years. But we are not satisfied. We are not feeling that we reached even the minimum limit of potential and possible cooperation with Africa. If we were talking about emerging economies in the world, I think most of them exist in Africa. And the reform and the progress that happened over the last 10 years, including our three countries, I will not, of course, speak on behalf of my colleagues, but I tell you that we had a lot of reforms in terms of making our economic environment much better than before. I do believe that for people who are interested in making business in Africa, they have their own tools to start studying the potentials and opportunities. So this is, if I want to talk about Africa. But talking about my own country, again, I'm not going to burden you with slideshows or figures, but I can tell you briefly about the advantages that my country, Egypt, has. Of course, the population of Egypt and the economy of Egypt and the geographical location of Egypt puts it among the most powerful economies, in one of the most powerful economies in the continent. But again, we have a lot of ambitions. Our cooperation with the whole world has become much bigger than before. I'm not saying that, of course, you expect the ambassador of Egypt to say that everything is rosy back home. No, we still have some challenges, internal challenges, but this did not prevent our partners to increase their investments in Egypt, to increase their trade with Egypt, including Singapore. The Singaporean investments now in Egypt is bigger than any time before, and we have a lot of advantages. Let me speak about them because I have only 10 minutes. I consumed 5 of them already. So let me remind you of some strength of the Egyptian economy that I'm sure that many of you know them or know most of them. The first one, of course, is the large market. Internal market in Egypt, we are 110 million people, and we are also a gate to many African and Middle Eastern countries. This is a historical thing since the dawn of history. Maybe more than 4,000 years ago, Egypt was maybe the first country in the world to make maritime trade with other countries, which was at that time Kenya and Somalia. We are one of the largest market in the continent, of course, and we are also party to many regional and international agreements, including the Continental Free Trade Agreement, COMESA. We have also partnership with the European Union, with Mercosur, with Northern America. The second thing, the second strength pillar that we have is we are one of the most diversified emerging economies in the world. The structure of our economy is very diversified between agriculture, industry, trade, tourism. Suez Canal is part of it, of course. IT, transport and storage and logistics areas in Egypt. I'm not giving any data now, but I'm inviting you to explore more, and your studies can start with the embassy here in Singapore. We have open doors to whatever questions or inquiries about what I'm going to talk about today. The third pillar is very well known to any primary school student, which is the geographical location of Egypt. Look at the map. Usually the first thing in the center is Egypt, with Suez Canal and its unique geographical location. This is a big asset in terms of trade and exporting or re-exporting. So I will not talk much about this because it's very well known. The fourth one is the vast market, internal market, but the quality of this market, because, and this is actually everywhere in Africa, 60% of the Egyptian population are youngsters, under 30 years, under 35 years old, with very good level of education, skilled labor, and cheap to far extent. The fifth pillar is the competitiveness in doing business. We have come a long way in facilitating doing business in our country. The General Authority of Investment has a good website. You can visit it and see how easy to start a business now in Egypt. And also the procedures of making import or export to Egypt has become much easier than before. I want also to talk about one strong pillar that we have, one of the strengths that we have is the infrastructure. Infrastructure now in 2024 is completely different from what it was in 2014, only 10 years ago. Egypt is number 18 worldwide in the index of road quality. We were much less than that, but now we have accomplished a lot of achievements in terms of infrastructure, including roads. Let me tell you that we have 7 maritime ports and 27 airports. And of course, everybody can tell you that the infrastructure in general in Egypt has become much better than before. The political stability and the high level of security is also a very important element in attracting investments. And we can see this everywhere in Egypt. And of course, we have also a lot of other advantages like the financial inclusion and the digitization of customs and digitization of tax collection and easiness of transferring money overseas for any investors. I always believe that it's important in any business community, including here in Singapore or in any other country, to ask each other. We have 8 big Singaporean companies working now in Egypt, and they could be a good promoter for more investments to come to Egypt. Some of the representatives of those countries are here today, like Olam, of course. And they have very good business, and it's even increasing in Egypt, which means that this place is a very attractive place for investors and for trade as well. Egypt is doing well also in terms of exporting some agricultural products. Like, we are number one worldwide in exporting oranges, world number one also in exporting dates, frozen strawberry, something like that, which means that we have access to international markets in all continents and in the whole world. It doesn't need any more confirmation from me that it's very important for the Egyptian economy and for our strategic partnership to have more investors and more or bigger trade balance with the whole world. We are still importing most of our needs from the world. This is a fact. So we export and we import, but we of course we import more. I assure at the end of my remarks, I hope I didn't exceed 10 minutes, but I assure you again that our continent and my country is full of opportunities. And we have to start a journey of mutual exploration of what we have, because it's the youngest and oldest continent in the whole world. Our ancestors mainly came from Africa, and Africa is a very young society. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ambassadors. And as you know, Singaporeans are big travelers, so it's a home of the world's oldest antiquities. Take advantage of the low Egyptian pound now. Try and travel to Egypt. Ambassador Jean. I beg your pardon, High Commissioner Jean.
That's fine. Both is very fine. And, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I wanted also to thank Sun Media for inviting us and giving us this opportunity, and happy birthday. We really appreciate the platform you give to us, of course Africa, but also other continent. Well, I know I think the energy is kind of getting low in the room. Is that because next is gonna be the lunch? So don't worry, we're gonna try to be very quick. It's self-explanatory, but then give us some few minutes to hear the amazing things about Africa. I mean, Ambassador spoke about Africa in general. I'll just add, on Africa, add the idea of demographics. It kind of self-explanatory itself when you look at the demographics, the future of the world population, and that in the next 20 to 30 years, among 5 people in the whole world, you'll have at least 3 or 4, 3 of them are Africans. Because in Africa, African countries are the only countries where the demographics is still growing. We have more young population. I think more than 60% of Africans are under 30. And again, one point to note, because the future of the world is also going to be technologically driven. And of all those under 30, kind of 70% of them own smartphones and now. So if you're looking at the future in each and every industry, you're talking about whether it's technology, whether it's agriculture and so on. There's no other places you can do that other than Africa. Moving on from Africa to my country in Rwanda, I will try to be pretty quick because the video kind of explained it, all of it. Have you guys heard of Rwanda before? I'm trying to hear the voice, see if you guys can still follow me. Obviously, you've heard it. Even in the video, it's called the Land of Thousand Hills. I just talk about the opportunities we have in the country, but first, we will talk about, in general, why would you, could you do next? Why would you invest in Rwanda or be interested in Rwanda? We've had a strong economic growth. I mean, we all like growth. I think today when the conference started, we're talking about high growth, and Rwanda has been growing steadily for the last 20 years on an average that is beyond most of African countries, so on an average of 7%. And when you're talking about investment, the first thing you're looking at is going in a high growth area or nation. So Rwanda has been averaging around 7%. And we position ourselves as strategic gateway to Africa. We're building a new airport. It's going to be one of the best airports, which is going to be completed in the next few years. But apart from that, we're also attracting a lot of other airlines to come to Rwanda. So we market Rwanda as a strategic gateway to Africa. So when you come into Rwanda, it's not necessarily about the market in Rwanda, which is very small, 13 million, but it's also about surrounding markets in East Africa and being part of COMESA and so on. So now let's go to the opportunities, making it pretty quick. Just kind of highlighted some few opportunities in the country. And some of them, I will start with health, which we're trying to develop recently. And the number one in health, they were building the Kigali Health City. I mean, those here in Singapore knows Singapore has some different health cities. We're building some of them to be able to capture many Africans who usually go and seek health, medical attention outside Africa, in India, in Europe, and we welcome them in Rwanda, and we're looking for partners to help us build different Kigali health cities. There's different hospitals, of course, which we want to expand to, again, in the same vein to be able to attract and empower the capacity of Rwanda to handle the incoming African people who are seeking medical attention in Rwanda. There's also opportunities in agriculture. We'll talk about agriculture. Food is the most important item we've been talking about since the morning. And one opportunity I wanted to highlight was what we call the Gabiro Agri-Business Hub, which is an area of around 20,000 hectares that the government has done, put in irrigation and so on. And the first phase was completed, and all the land was taken by off-takers. And we're looking at going to phase 2, and hopefully for those who are here could be interested and can partner with us to do the second phase of Gabiro Agribusiness Hub. There's also many companies expanding abroad. I mean, because of the partnership, we're talking about Africa. When we're discussing here is that Rwanda was allocated land in many other countries in Africa. I've just highlighted some of them in Mozambique, in Central African Republic, in Republic of Congo. And all these land are waiting. We're looking for partners to work with and expand and go to those land across Africa and be able to produce a lot of agricultural items in those countries. Mining. With regard to mining, we're looking for partners as well to partner with us in most of it develop, extract, but also importantly process minerals. And of course be able to trade them. And these will be either lithium, Rwanda have proven to have lithium, gold, rare earths, and 3 Ts, tin, tungsten, and tantalum, or some precious stones such as gemstones. Also, there are opportunities for mining outside Rwanda. So Rwandan companies were given concessions in some countries outside Rwanda, and we're looking for countries to work with us in those countries outside Rwanda, whether it's in the Central African Republic, in the Republic of Congo, or Mozambique, to partner and explore those mining opportunities, whether to develop them or process them. Real estate, when you're in Singapore, you definitely have to talk about real estate. It must be very interesting. Kigali Innovation City, this is more or less like one north of Silicon Valley. We're developing an area which is going to be a hub for innovation across Africa. We've spoken about young Africans. We've spoken about Africa not owning smartphones. We've spoken about universities that are training Africans. We want Africans to be able to be able to innovate, and Rwanda to become a hub of future startups and future large companies. And that's all going to be housed in Kigali Innovation City. We've had big companies already coming in, which is like BioNTech and some other pharma. We're looking for partners to come and invest in real estate in the Kigali Innovation City. There's a project that is already ongoing. So hopefully people will attend and don't miss out. There's also different building, like this building that's going to be located next to the famous Rwanda Convention Bureau. There's also residential areas, condos and others. This is a phase 2. Phase 1 is fully completed. And affordable housing, you're looking at least 40,000 units per year. That is 100,000 units per year that is needed. and the unit purchase value is around 40,000. So hopefully this is very interesting for many of you or other people who are interested in that. Green economy, I think the previous panel was talking about sustainability, but we're looking forward to create and implement the first ever green city in Kigali. We've earmarked around 10 hectares where we are going to put the first green city. The master plan is there. It was done by a Singapore company, Sabana Jurong. The design is being done. The land is ready. The people who are going to take the houses are there. We're looking for partners to come and join us and build this first green city in the next 4 years. GasMeth, this is an innovative project as well that using extracting the gas through the lake, one of the largest lake in Africa, which is the Lake Kivu. So that's also an opportunity in the green economy. So telcos, it's traditional opportunities. I won't speak much about it. We're looking for the third telco. We now have MTN and Airtel. So if some of you know people who are interested in running telcos in the country, it will be interesting to welcome them. Manufacturing, I was happy to see President of SMF this morning. So for the SMF members and those in manufacturing, we have done a feasibility study and there's a project that is ready, which is about glass manufacturing. It's going to plug in the market, the spray glass across Africa. It's ready. It's looking for some few investment that other investors have taken it up. So it's a good opportunity and there is no better partners to work with other than the Singaporeans in such needy construction material is a big market across Africa, because as countries grow, they will need to continue build and substituting the imported materials such as glass is important. So this is a great opportunities for Singaporeans and everyone who is around here who might be interested. Obviously FMCG, and then my last one I think is going to be on tourism. Beautiful things. We're creating a Kigali Cultural Village. The project is ongoing. We're looking for people to partner with us. And we're looking for developing this area, which is the western part of Rwanda and Land of Thousand Hills. So hotels and entertainment venues in that specific area. I think that's it for me. And we have one unique institution that attract for investment. And in our High Commission, we have a representative of that institution. It's called Rwanda Development Board, more or less like a EDB here in Singapore. And these are the contacts, and you can have it through us. So all in all, that's it. Opportunities are there across the whole Africa. Opportunities are there in Rwanda. Rwanda is mostly known as one of the easiest places to do business in the whole world, and it's very safe and progressive. So hopefully we can have much more discussion around it. Thank you.
Thank you, High Commissioner Jean. Madam High Commissioner Charlotte Lowe, please.
Thank you very much. I thought that for the purpose of today, I will spend 7 minutes on the African continent and 3 minutes on South Africa. And the reason for that is that in South Africa, we believe that none of us is more beautiful than the rest of us. And as a result, there's beauty in unity, although we are as diverse as we are, with about 55 nations united in their diversity. I'm not sure if we are ready to roll. As they are putting up the presentation, I want to just build on what was raised earlier on, and the point that was made was really about the narrative about the African continent. And I thought for a conference like this, it's important for you to acknowledge that in the public discourse, there are two narratives that defines Africa or characterize what Africa is or ought to be like. And I have used two terms to define that. The first one is Afro-pessimist narrative that portrays the continent as a child in need of help, a place of poverty and disease. Afro-pessimists show Africa as a place, on the other hand, Afro-optimists show Africa as a place of creativity, agency, pride, and a rising power. And I wanted to say something about the Afro-pessimists because in the popular narrative, you would see that the African continent is portrayed as this child who is so fragile, who needs everyone's support. And in order to build on that narrative and for it to have a lasting impact on our minds, we see that it's supported by images that dates back as far as 1985, when one African country was faced with catastrophic famine. In 1985, Ethiopia was at a peak of a catastrophic 3-year famine that claimed lives of about 1.2 million people. This led to international community mobilizing humanitarian interventions for the people of Ethiopia. And key amongst this, as you'd remember, was the charity song, "We Are the World." That was something that was done to assist one African country, Ethiopia. But in the media space, in the public discourse, it has played out to mean that every African country is faced with famine. Every African country still in 1985 in Ethiopia. And I thought for the purposes of today, we will need to just talk a little bit about that. I know I'm between you and your lunch, so pardon me a little bit. In addition to that, you have seen a number of concerts happening in the UK, where a number of other artists were raising funds for the African continent. The impassioned pleas for the world to lend a helping hand for life by giving to Ethiopians raised millions of dollars. All these efforts are well appreciated, but for the record, for the purpose of what we are here to do today, it is almost 3 decades since the story of Ethiopia broke out, but every conference that you attend, Africa is the face of poverty. Africa is a face of disease. Africa is a face of children who are not able to go to school, and I want us to change that narrative today. The steady rise of Africa from shackles of poverty, underdevelopment, poor leadership, disease, corruption, and usually conflict is not properly reflected, and there is no show of progress from Ethiopia 1985 to Ethiopia 2024, which the situation is far different from what you've seen in 1985. Now back to what is nicely in front of you. What is the truth about the African continent? The truth about the African continent is that Africa is a cradle of civilization and, in my view, perhaps the future of humanity. It possesses a rich tapestry of culture, resources, and resilience. And as I have already spoken on this, I won't repeat that. For the purpose of today, I would want us to look at what Africa can provide to the world. And one of the things that we must note with appreciation is that Africa has the highest return in agriculture, mining, livestock, and is a place where investment in infrastructure has a potential of changing lives of over 1.5 million people that constitute 18.3% of the 8.2 million world population. Ambassador, I am a student of politics, so in politics we are taught to use 3 rhetorics: ethos, pathos, and lego. So I'm trying to use numbers, take a bit of emotion from people, but also give them facts. So I hope you won't be offended by that. With the Africa Agenda 2063, Africa is becoming more integrated into the global economy and is predicted to increase its future economic role. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area is the largest trade agreement in the world. It brings together 54 AU member states plus 8 regional economic communities to create a single market. I'm sure you are asking yourself why I say 54, not 55. There's one country that is yet to fully sign on to the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. The second thing is that infrastructure, for those of you who would want to invest in the African continent, provides huge opportunities as a backbone of economic development, facilitating trade, connectivity, and access to essential services. The AU has developed this nice program that is called a Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa. This program is aimed at addressing challenges by promoting regional infrastructure projects in sectors such as transportation, and those of you who are in these sectors, you may be interested to invest in the continent, in energy, and as well as in water resources. Now, the African continent is estimated, as Ambassador of Rwanda has said, it is estimated that Africa's population will reach 2.5 billion by 2050 and will constitute a quarter of the world's populace. Sub-Saharan Africa will soon be the only place with birth rates at the replacement level or at higher level, while majority of economies like China, the US, Europe, and including Singapore are expected to see major demographic declines. By 2034, the continent is expected to have a larger workforce than either China or India. And we are also expecting that this would have huge impacts on job creation. It is estimated that Africa will add up to 796 million people to the total global workforce and be the home of the largest and youngest population by 2050. The median age for the continent is 18, and if you can look at the median age for other countries, you'll realize that this is 14 years younger than any other region in the world. As a result of these favorable demographics, the African middle class is anticipated to reach 1.1 billion by 2060. Why should we invest in the African continent? And I say African continent because you invest in one African continent, it's a success story for all of us. So I would prefer that instead of saying invest in South Africa, I ask you to invest in the African continent. Africa offers new and growing markets for foreign enterprises and is a promising investment and sourcing terminals for businesses across different sectors of the economy because of the following reasons. The first one is our economic growth trajectory. As you are aware, Africa is the fastest growing economy in the world. Two, because of infrastructure development. I've said this a little bit earlier on. There's a lot of opportunities in that sector. Three, our trade potential. Trade barriers are falling in the African continent, and intra-Africa trade holds enormous potential. But we also believe that trading with other countries outside of the African continent also has great potentials for us and for those countries. First, we start with the need for us to strengthen South-South cooperation in the areas of trade, and hence most of our countries have now developed interest in our relations with countries like Singapore and all other countries in the ASEAN region. We also promote North-South cooperation because we believe that in this world that we have with East challenges, with geopolitical tensions, we exist as the global South and the global North, and there's a need for us to try and work together in promoting what would be a better world for humanity. The fourth point is diversification. Africa offers diverse investment opportunities beyond commodities. And the last one is harnessing digital innovation, and Ambassador of Rwanda has already spoken about this. I am about to wrap up. I have said what I wanted to say about the African continent, and that is sufficient for me. We have the whole entire week to talk about South Africa and opportunities in South Africa in September in partnership with Sun Media. The last points I wanted to make, number one is that Africa is a home of the largest mineral reserves, and we are putting points there, and I hope the presentation can be shared with everyone because I want to be able to go through everything, so we ask that the presentation be shared. And because of all those, there are 5 things that we are asking as South Africa in Singapore. The first one, we are asking Singaporeans and people living in Singapore to cooperate with the African continent. The second one, we are asking people living in Singapore and Singaporeans to trade with Africa. Number 3, we are asking that you invest in Africa. Number 4, we are asking you to visit Africa. Number 5, we are asking you to be a friend of Africa. If you are able to do those 5 things, those big asks, then as the South African High Commission in Singapore would have achieved, the embassy of Egypt in Singapore would have achieved, the embassy of Rwanda in Singapore would have achieved, the embassy of Nigeria in Singapore would have achieved. That is all that we are asking for. And thank you very much for listening.
Could you have asked for a better pitch on Africa today, as the 3 esteemed panelists have done so? We are running out of time. What I would do is just ask one question, and we can wrap up because we are between you and lunch. High Commissioner Charlotte, that was a fantastic pitch that you just made. You know, for years South Africa was the envy of the rest of the continent. It had the best infrastructure. It is still a very open economy. But if I can be a devil's advocate here, it is performing well below its potential. Growth rate is barely 1%, and 40% of its youth are still unemployed. Power blackouts have reduced, but they still exist. Labor costs is something that businesses complain, and there is urban crime. What is South Africa doing to deal with these issues?
Thank you so much. Firstly, let me correct you. So the first correction is that the power blackouts are no longer in place in South Africa. In 2020, the president of South Africa made a commitment that by 2024, South Africans would not see power cuts. And since the beginning of the year, there has not been power cuts. And most people thought it was because of elections and all that. But it was because there was a plan. And the plan was that South Africa identified what was the real problem that South Africa was faced with. And I'm going to make an example here with only that part. You would know that by 1994, only 10% of the South African population had access to electricity. And after 1994, government had to make sure that all South Africans have access to electricity. And that meant that we needed to increase our power grid and make sure that we increase our power stations, but also look at other sources of electricity generation. Now, by 2021, we had improved our capacity to have more power that we can give to all South Africans. And this included us focusing on other sources of energy outside of coal, and this would include sources such as green hydrogen and green ammonia. And because of the science that we have used in providing electricity to our people, issues of electricity cut are issues of the past. So I thought I needed to just clarify that before we go any further, then we can deal with the other issues. I think most of the African countries were affected by COVID badly. And after COVID, then we had these geopolitical tensions that somehow impacted negatively on our economies. And of course, We are not doing as good as we would want to, but I can tell you that we're doing better than we did in 2020 at the time of COVID-19. If you look at our figures, you'll notice that where South Africa was at the time of COVID-19 and where we are today, we are building better together, and we are trying very hard to improve our numbers. And I'll make an example with our economic trade flow between us and Singapore. During the COVID times, we had what we would call a trade deficit because Singapore was selling more to South Africa than us selling to Singapore. But if you look at the figures today from the OECD, you'll notice that we are actually doing very well with respect to that. And Singapore is just one example, but it has been proven that we have improved a lot in the other countries. But let me say that when you think about it, and in the spirit of my presentation today, I would want you to look at it from an African perspective and how Africa is building better together in various sectors of the economy. You will notice that, for example, Nigeria, which is one of our biggest economies, and I think we should welcome the head of mission of Nigeria, who has just come to Singapore about 2 or 3 weeks ago. You'd notice that there is a lot that the government of Nigeria is doing in building the economy of Nigeria, whether from the oil side of things and their mineral resources to the entertainment industry. If we can credit Nigeria, is how they have built the entertainment industry as part of creative arts. And all of these factors says to us as the African continent that if we can work together and build our economies, by 2030, the African continent as you see it today would be different, assisted by the Africa Free Continental Trade Area, but also assisted by the political will of our leaders to turn the leaf for the African child. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Certainly, investor confidence has surged since the government of national unity has come to power. I have to be fair, Ambassador Mostafa, Egypt really has, and correct me if I'm wrong, has pipped Nigeria as the second biggest economy in Africa. Nonetheless, rolling blackouts is nothing new to you. You had improved the electricity supply significantly. Inflation is running at 23%. Egyptian pound has lost 40% of its value. And Egypt has turned to the IMF and UAE and other countries for bailout. Do you think in that kind of an environment, the massive investments and ambitions that you have with your new administrative capital and New Cairo and all the real estate development that's going on, it's sustainable?
Thank you for the question. I also wonder the source of your numbers you got now, because the talk about the electricity cutoff, actually it was a temporary thing and it ended about 2 months ago. And it was because we depend on natural gas. We are a natural gas exporting country, of course. And can you hear me? Okay, sorry. And there was some interruption. Yeah, I think this one is working. Thank you. So now there is no problem with electricity. In terms of inflation, yes, it went up very much last few or 2 years actually. But let's look at it. I mean, for inflation and devaluation of the currency as part of the comprehensive economic reform happening now with cooperation with IMF. But if we are talking today about investment potentials and opportunities and trade investment with Egypt, this is something is really growing by all statistics. Even if you ask the IMF or any independent international organizations which evaluate economies, yes, as I said in my remarks, I don't say that everything is rosy, either in Egypt or all African continent, but let's look at the future and let's look at what we are doing as governments and people. We are working hard to make ourselves more eligible partners to the whole world. And there is no doubt that we are in a much better position than what we were 10 years ago. I'm again, like my colleague from South Africa, I'm not talking only about Egypt, I'm talking about whole of Africa. We are in a much better position, and we started to attract more and more investments to our continent. But the question is that we want, and we agree on this in all African continent, we want to diversify our partners. We don't want to be only partners to our friends in Europe or in America or in China. With our due respect, they are very important to us. But we want to see more sources of investment and trade with the whole world for many reasons. I don't have time to explain them, but I'm sure that everybody in this room can understand why we want to diversify our partnership, and especially with Southeast Asia, for many reasons. The most important of which is that we don't have any political sensitivities with this group of countries. And we are happy to say that always. We have only history of friendship with a country like Singapore, Thailand, all Asian countries. Also with China, of course. We have very good background and very good presence. So why don't we push our cooperation furthermore? Coming back to the difficulties you're talking about in Egypt economy, yes, we have some difficulties, but it's not as bad as you mentioned. But and again, refer to those who are doing business with Egypt, whether trade or investment, and ask them, do you really find any difficulties? This is the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. One final quick word from High Commissioner Jean. Structurally, Rwanda is very different from Egypt and South Africa. Much smaller, it's landlocked, and very heavily dependent on what's happening in its neighborhood. We have been watching the Mpox pandemic. How is Rwanda dealing and battling with it?
Well, thank you for asking that questions, because I think it fits pretty well with the African narrative. I think I was speaking with some people who were planning to go to Rwanda, I think this morning. They were telling me, look, I mean, we're so worried because we'd heard about Mpox in Rwanda, and therefore we don't think we'll come. But I told them, Singapore had, 30 cases of Mpox. Was it in 2022? And I think no one even knew that it was over there. But I think because it's Rwanda and it's a country in Africa, you think we just, because Rwanda now declared, I think, 4 cases of Mpox. It's just 4 cases. They were all traced. They are well managed. If you look at the track record of, let's talk about Rwanda, even during COVID, it's ranked as one of the best in managing COVID. Mpox, which is relatively easier to manage, couldn't be a problem. So, but anyway, we are near the epicenter of Mpox, which is Democratic Republic of Congo. Rwanda has only 4 cases. They were all traced. They were isolated. And Mpox, the way it's explained these days, it's not easily transmissible as it was in COVID. So Rwanda remains very safe on that side. But on the second side is that we have a track record in managing diseases, and I've spoken about COVID-19, but it's not only for Mpox now, it's also for COVID, for all other diseases, not only in Rwanda, but also across the region. Mpox is not the first outbreak. In that region, in Uganda, in Burundi, in many African countries, there's always diseases that got broken, and our health systems are familiar with that. So I just wanted to give assurance to anyone around there that Rwanda is still safe, events are still going on, and the outbreak is manageable, and it's nothing of concern so far.
I wish we had more time. Thank you. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you to the panelists. Please remain at the center of the stage to receive a token of appreciation by Mr. Sunil and Ms. Nomita. Thank you so much. Dear guests, we have now come to our lunch session. Take this time to network and enjoy the sumptuous food served to you outside at the foyer. We look forward to having you back as we resume at 2 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could take our seats for the afternoon session on Malaysia, please. Take your seats. Thank you.
Wow, I just built the most amazing workflow on Monday.com.
You build your own workflow? Why? There are a bunch of amazing pre-made templates you can just choose from.
Nah, I'm a custom.
Please take your seats. Thank you.
Sun Media presents World Opportunities Forum 2024.
Right, let's start with our video
Celebrating
on
25 years
Asia
in business
and
and
opportunities
100th
in a
edition of
neighboring
In
country.
Diplomacy.
Give us a minute, we're about to play the video.
Special Event 2, Malaysia, Business Opportunities in Healthcare. World Opportunities Forum, invest in a better tomorrow, today.
I kept thinking about that day. The day before our life changed forever. The surprise.
Sun Media presents World Opportunities Forum 2024. Celebrating 25 years in business and 100th edition of In Diplomacy. Special Event 2, Malaysia, Business Opportunities in Healthcare. World Opportunities Forum, invest in a better tomorrow, today.
I kept thinking about that day. The day before our life changed forever. The surprise. The gesture. The charm. After all these years, I thought I knew you. But you're a pack full of surprises, aren't you? The joy you'd found in the littlest things. How does a grown man still have the sense of wonder of a child? I could tell you loved the nature. And the nature loves you. I love all the things that you love. The Chile Highlands, the breathtaking green slopes, the serene mangroves, the seemingly endless white beach, the pristine blue sea. A man of culture who celebrates the goodness of humanity. A man with good taste. And an even better palate. Remember when we had that dinner?
I do. Because that's when I knew I found my eternal love. In the midst of the stunning greenery, you stand out, love. the sea of amazing treasures. You are the most precious. You're beautiful inside and out. I genuinely believe we have found our piece of paradise on Earth. Because I'm the best version of myself when I'm with you. Here.
Sun Media presents World Opportunities Forum 2024.
Ladies and
Celebrating
gentlemen,
25 years in
welcome to our
business
session on
and
Malaysia,
100th edition of In Diplomacy.
our neighbor and a leading
Special
medical
event 2,
tourism destination.
Malaysia, business
As the world
opportunities in
ages,
healthcare.
Healthcare costs rise. Seeking
World
quality
Opportunities
care
Forum.
can be a challenge.
Invest in a better tomorrow
But
today.
Malaysia offers a solution with cutting-edge technology, skilled professionals, and warm hospitality. Our neighbor provides affordable and personalized care. By 2050, the global population of people aged 60 and above will reach 2 billion. Malaysia is well equipped to meet this need, offering expertise in complex surgeries, wellness retreats, and compassionate care. Let's explore the best of Malaysian healthcare and discover why it's a preferred destination for medical tourists worldwide. Firstly, we will have His Excellency Asfar Muhammad Mustafa, High Commissioner of Malaysia in Singapore, to introduce more on an overview about the healthcare industry in Malaysia. His Excellency Dato' Asfar joined the Malaysian Civil Service in 1996, and his past assignments include serving as the Ambassador of Malaysia to France, with concurrent accreditation to Monaco and Portugal. Mr. Ambassador, please. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and good afternoon to all. It is a great honor to be here with all of you today to discuss the vast opportunity in the healthcare sector, an area that is not only essential for the well-being of our society, but also one that holds immense potential for economic growth and innovation. In today's fast-evolving world, healthcare has never been more important. The recent global events, including COVID-19, have underscored the critical role that healthcare systems play in protecting and enhancing life. They have also illuminated the vast potential for development across various segments of the healthcare sector, including medical devices, pharmaceuticals, and elderly care, all of which are rapidly expanding to meet the demand of modern society. One of the most dynamic areas of growth is medical innovation. The development of cutting-edge medical device, artificial intelligence in diagnostic, telemedicine, and wearable health technologies are all creating new ways to deliver care more efficiently and effectively. With advances in technology, there are now incredible opportunity to address critical medical issues in ways that were unthinkable a decade ago. Pharmaceutical remains a critical component of healthcare. The industry is undergoing a significant transformation as we enter an era of personalized medicine. Advances in genomics, biotechnology, and artificial intelligence are enabling the development of highly targeted therapies, offering the promise of more effective treatment with fewer side effects. The global population is aging. According to the World Health Organization, the number of people aged 60 years and older is expected to double by 2050, reaching 2.1 billion. This demographic shift presents a unique set of challenges, but also offer incredible opportunities for growth in elderly care, healthcare infrastructure, and services tailored to the need of the older adults. The demand for specialized care facilities, long-term care solutions, home-based care services, and advanced treatment for age-related diseases is on the rise. Entrepreneurs and healthcare providers must seize this opportunity to innovate and offer solutions that not only enhance the quality of life for our aging population, but also ease the strains on healthcare system. Now allow me to draw your attention to Malaysia, an emerging hub for healthcare innovation and investment in Asia. Malaysia's healthcare sector has seen remarkable growth over the years, driven by its strategic location, good policies, and the growing demand for high-quality medical services and products. Investment opportunity abound in areas such as medical devices, pharmaceutical, biotechnology, and elderly care services. Malaysia is poised to become a leader in medical tourism, owing to its world-class healthcare facilities, skilled medical professionals, and competitive price. This in turn creates further investment opportunities in hospital infrastructure, healthcare, management system, and medical tourism. Malaysian government is committed to ensuring that the healthcare sector thrive, and it is actively working to attract foreign direct investment. Ladies and gentlemen, the healthcare sector is rich with potential. From the continued development of life-saving drugs and devices to the care of our aging population, there is no shortage of opportunity to contribute to a healthier, more prosperous future of all. And to further elaborate on this, I invited my panel of experts to tell you the story. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, for sharing your insights on Malaysian healthcare. Let us continue now and join us on this journey to wellness. In this panel to be moderated by Ms. Kavita Mutuvai, Minister for Economic Matters at the High Commission of Malaysia in Singapore. Next, we have Mr. Vinotan Tulisinathan, Director at the Malaysian Investment Development Authority in Singapore. Mr. Vinotan joined MIDA in 2007 and was previously attached to the Foreign Direct Investment FDI division responsible for attracting FDIs from Asia-Oceania regions such as Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, China, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Australia. He has since then been the director of MIDA Singapore from January 2022. We invite Mr. Vinotan for his views on this panel. Next, we will have Ms. Shireen Asli, Chief Marketing Officer at KPJ Healthcare Berhad, to provide her views on this panel. Ms. Shireen was previously the CEO of the Malaysia Healthcare Travel Council, MHTC, which she helmed during a period of remarkable transformation, where she led Malaysia to its recognition as the global #1 healthcare destination by volume in 2019, and earned the prestigious International Medical Travel Journal, IMTJ, Destination of the Year award multiple times. We invite Ms. Shireen for her valuable insights. Last but not least, we have Mr. Ho Wai Kee, Head of Corporate Advisory in Investment Banking at OCBC Malaysia. With over 28 years of corporate and banking experience, Mr. Ho has structured many leverage financing deals supporting the acquisition of companies in Malaysia. In particular, he has closed a number of landmark transactions, including financing for construction of hospitals and acquisition of healthcare assets. We invite Mr. Ho for his valuable insights on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's right after lunch, late lunch, I would say. Well, first, I would like to thank His Excellency High Commissioner Dato Indra Asfar for setting the stage and giving the overview, make my job easier, I would say. And the stage where we will discuss on Malaysia business opportunities in healthcare specifically. And we appreciate, High Commissioner, your valuable insights and context that you have provided. Indeed, healthcare industry in Malaysia is a dynamic and really growing sector, recognized by its quality and affordability. And we are excited today to further explore the dynamic and growing healthcare sector in various, I would say, various angles and various perspective, from the investment perspective, business perspective, medical services, medical tourism, as well as stakeholders and also financing. And of course, with me today, as MC has introduced, so we have distinguished panelists who will share their insights on their various facets of healthcare. So before we dive into the discussion, I'll be inviting each of our panel speakers to give a brief overview and share based on their respective area. And without further ado, first, I would like to invite Mr. Vinodan to share about the investment landscape in Malaysia, especially on healthcare sector. Mr. Vinod, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kavita, Minister of Economy. Sorry, are we having the video? Okay, press later. Good afternoon, His Excellency Dato Indra Dr. Asfar, the High Commissioner of Malaysia to Singapore, all the ambassadors, the High Commissioners, the dignitaries, Sun Media, Ms. Nobita, of course my good friend, Mr. Lennon Tan, the President of SMF, and to the esteemed audience over here, who I think has been traveling around the world to come to join for this amazing World Opportunities Forum. This is my first time, so I'm very excited about it. So I'll be running some slides here. I'm going to give you an overview. There is about 100 slides here, so you've got to bear with me on this, because that's all after lunch, right? Yeah. Anyway, before I, so what I would like to share today is basically on the topic of driving investment in healthcare industry, which also includes pharmaceutical, medical device, health services, and so on. So before I get into this topic, allow me to briefly talk about MIDA, MIDA's role in attracting investment into Malaysia. The Malaysian Investment Development Authority, it is a government agency who's in charge of promoting investment into Malaysia, right? And it's under the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. So whenever Ms. Kavita is around, I will behave myself, right? And because she's from the ministry, so I'm from the government agency, right? So we are similar to EDB of Singapore. EDB attracts investment into Singapore, MIDA attracts investment into Malaysia. Same goes to Rwanda just now, which is very interesting slides, sharing just now, I believe. So we promote investment, whether it's FDI or domestic investment. Foreign investment, we try to attract the investment to our network of offices globally, where normally is situated in the capital export country, right? Besides that, we are also an authority body who give licenses for companies who wants to undertake their investment into Malaysia. For example, like for manufacturing activities, there's a few licenses that you need to obtain, which is from MIDA is the first one, which is the manufacturing license, that if you hit the threshold of 2.5 million ringgit, then it is, you know, in the law term, they call it, you shall apply for manufacturing license. Besides that, we also, you know, provide incentives in the form of tax incentive, that is corporate tax exemptions, and sometimes, you know, we see the project is very strategic, even grants also is possible. And of course, the other stuff is the custom duty exemption, import duty, and all of that. And the third one is, which is very interesting, monitoring project implementation. Now, this is very important. As we were, you know, in the era of COVID-19 and all that, you know, a lot of projects that we approve prior to that, it got stuck, right? And because, you know, because you have the movement of control and COVID-19 and hit up and all that, and the project couldn't take off. So in the past, we used to, you know, extend this kind of services for strategic investment money. But we realized that every project that comes to Malaysia, it needs to be monitored to make sure that we facilitate to implement the project in Malaysia. Now, this is very important because it is only, if it is just approved project, it's on paper, right? But if you don't implement the project, we don't see the spillover effect. So it is utmost important for us to make sure the project take off according to the investor's timeline, right? Literally, we have a unit called On Track, right? And literally, they have a Gantt chart to follow on the project that has been approved by MIDA. And this is to make sure that the project is implemented according to the timeline. Because the industries are now going so dynamic. If you have a delay in the implementation, then you might just lose your clients and all of that. So we take very, very important role in make sure that we implement the project according to time. We have a task force that whereby the federal government and the state government, with whichever state that you're going to be, will sit together and to streamline the evaluation process and the implementation process. Now, this is very, very important. Our record, currently, we are, I think, around 77, 78%, the project that has been, you know, has been implemented, and we are going towards 80% soon, right? Besides that, we also provide business facilitation, right? Talent needs, okay? Talent needs, it's actually a global issue, right? Whatever the university's outcome and the industry needs, it always doesn't match. There's always a narrow there, right? So this is very important because, like I said, industry is so dynamic. It moves very fast. You know, like for example, semiconductor, you know, everything become obsolete after 1 month, 2 months, right? Including in medical devices as well. I think. So we take important to make sure that we can fulfill your talent needs as well, right? We have a unit in MIDA who looks after the talent requirements of the investors. Local sourcing, engineering support, adoption into what do you call that, smart manufacturing, part of, you know, companies that want to undertake into ESG, SDG, whatever G in town. There will be more Gs coming, right? And funding niche. This is where we work closely with the banks, with the PEs and the VCs, right? We connect them, you know, for funding needs. And very importantly, pre and post investment issues, right? As long as you are in Malaysia, MIDA will be your best strategic partner in expanding your business into Malaysia. So we will always be there, right? We don't take limelight most of the time. We'll be behind the scene, but we make sure the job is good. You know, we will solve your problem, right? Or at least we are solution oriented, to be more exact about it. Okay. So our investment promotion efforts, it's aligned with our national policies and framework, you know, in new growth areas and all of that. So we have a lot of roadmaps, you know, blueprints, that has been announced, and it's ongoing, all right? And whether it's a new industrial master plan, whether it's a new energy transition plan, which what was discussed by my High Commissioner in the earlier meeting session, 12 Malaysia plan, or national automotive policy, all of that, right? Including digital blueprint as well. So all these, like I said, it is aligned, for example, if you look at the 12th Malaysia plan, which is from 2021 to 2025, this plan include very specifically on the strategies to enhance the healthcare services. I'm coming to the point, I'm coming to the topic now, just if you are wondering. Improving healthcare infrastructure and promoting health innovation. Now this is very important, it's very clearly mentioned there, and it is going towards there, right? The other example is the new industrial master plan, which was announced last year, around September, right? So we have very specific goals, right? And it coupled with the missions, which is very, very important, to achieve the goals, right? So this roadmap is actually very interesting. It is more on the mission-based approach, right? So for example, in mission 1, we are talking about advanced economic complexity. So this is where we strongly believe, it goes along with other industry as well, E&E industry, automotive industry, semiconductor industry, but healthcare, pharmaceutical and medical devices is also a very critical industry that it will able to us to achieve that mission 1 because of the complex of the industry, the products that has been produced, or the drugs that has been produced, yeah? Moving on, next slide. So this is the ecosystem, healthcare ecosystem. I'm just going to touch very briefly on that. So like what my High Commissioner mentioned, so Malaysia has an internationally recognized healthcare system, which is accessible to nearly all the population. Yeah? The success story of healthcare can be attributed to the investments in the world-class facilities, resulting in both private and public hospitals providing specialist services, in addition to, world-class medical practitioners as well. Some of them are trained in abroad, some of them are locally. So the Malaysian healthcare system, it operates on a two-tier system, right? Which is the government-based universal healthcare system and a highly effective private healthcare system that offers expertise in medical fields such as cardiology, oncology, and neurology, right? And this sector, which is interesting, is expected to grow close to USD 30 billion ringgit by 2027. It's a massive market in Malaysia. And it is fueled because of the increasing demand for healthcare services from an aging population, rising affluence, and increasing life expectancy. So to reduce this financial burden, right, the government has encouraged more private investment, right, or even public-private investment, to multiply the effect of the industry. So some of the areas of the potential growth is, of course, the health services, medical tourism, manufacturing of medical devices, pharmaceutical, clinical research. If you look at the ecosystem, the value chain that you see, the idea is the end goal will go to the end users, which is where the services, to improve the services. So for that, you need the upstream, midstream, going forward towards the downstream, the whole ecosystem. Make sense, right, so far? Okay, yeah. And the R&D, right, is very important. This is where Malaysia has really going into the R&D part, whether it's primary R&D or secondary R&D, in both of this, whether it's medical or pharmaceutical, right? So we have the players there, as you can see. So the idea now is to enrich further of this ecosystem so that we'll be able to provide world-class services, right? To manage, to continue the momentum. Yeah. Next slide. So where does all these companies are there? You know, their geographical clusters. If you're in medical devices, you know, so Malaysia, as you know, right? To our friends from overseas, you have West Malaysia and you have East Malaysia, right? East Malaysia, Sabah and Sarawak, which is very, very sexy at the moment. A lot of immense opportunities over there. All right. If you want to know more about it, our representative from Sarawak, Trade and Tourism folks are here, headed by Mr. Chew, and you can get in touch with him. He's based in Singapore, right? And Sabah, I think probably Mr. Chew can also help on that part as well, right? And so wherever you are, in pharmaceutical or in biotech, you know, medical devices, you know, it across the nation, right? And each state is really looking into the whether it's pharmaceutical or medical health or health services, right?
Mr. Vino, maybe you can speed up a bit.
Yeah. So before that, I have to confess that I'm going to steal 1 minute of yours and yours. Right? So the opportunities, you know, I will just try to wrap up. In the next 5 or 10 years, Malaysia is aiming to grow subsectors of medical devices, such as high-value electronic-based medical product, because we are also in the business. I mean, the initiative also in prevention as well, so that we can get more of this electronic device which can actually prevent, you know, prevention methods, right? The government view this industry as a very high potential growth area, you know, and businesses are looking to shift production in more value-added services through embracing technology, of course, and enhancing decision development method. So some of the sectors, as you can see, I think we can discuss further in the, you know, round 2, is what Ms. Kavista mentioned. Investment incentive. So, you know, a dedicated incentive is to entice potential investment, basically, you know. So if you are in the medical sectors or pharmaceutical sectors, there are very lucrative incentive which is available. If you may apply if you qualify, you know, subject to further deliberation. Okay. And but it is not only about incentive, right? Sometimes we are talking about, you know, the country itself, the unique value proposition, right? So we have, you know, basically strong economic fundamentals. You know, our GDP growth last year was 3.7. This last quarter was 5.9. It was amazing, and the first quarter was about 4.7, if I'm not mistaken. OCBC actually predicted that the whole year, I think we may able to achieve 5%, you know, which is fantastic. And of course, business-friendly investment policies we have. You know, we allow companies to operate 100%, all right, for manufacturing and selected services sector. And readiness for technologies. Some of the success story, if I may, quickly. A company, Dexcom, based in San Diego. I used to be in San Jose office. So when I met them, they were only a startup company. And fast forward 7-8 years now, they are now in Penang. Big facility in Penang. This is an amazing story. Norwegian, they are in the API line as well, right? Abbott has been there for so many years. The latest one in Johor, Insulit. You know, they just had an opening ceremony last week, if I'm not mistaken. So all these companies are now not only, you know, on this part, they also keep on expanding, right? Because of the market. Moving forward, these are the investors' journey that you can see. What will be the step? How do we navigate you? So you come and talk to us, MIDA, and we will help you how to go, especially on medical devices, I mean, medical industry and pharmaceutical, even hospitals and all that. So you have certain authorities, other key agencies are also involved, which is the Ministry of Health, National Pharmaceutical Regulatory Authority, you know, for distribution, you know, and all that, Medical Device Authority for devices that you need. And Malaysia Healthcare Travels Council, which is very, very, they're doing fantastic job. You know, they're getting a lot of, you know, medical tourism folks to come over to Malaysia to go for treatment, nursing, and all of that, right? With that, finally, your first point of contact. I'm based in Singapore. My office in Suntec. Together with me, I have Mr. Shafiq and also my investment officer, Mr. Anson. We are always ready to serve you. All right? Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Vinod, for that overview. Definitely, we will have more time to discuss in a bit. And it's clear that Malaysia presents a promising environment for healthcare investments, including medical devices and pharmaceuticals. So next, we turn to medical services and medical tourism. And we have Ms. Shireen, who is the former CEO of Malaysia Healthcare Travel Council herself. And we will invite Ms. Shireen to share about how KPJ Healthcare has positioned itself as one of the key private healthcare provider in Malaysia and also domestically as well as its international strategies. Ms. Shireen.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kavita. Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon to our His Excellency, our High Commissioner to Singapore, Dr. Azfar, and also to all the excellencies in this room, all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm just going to go zoom in, given the time, 7 minutes. I'm just going to go zooming in straight into medical tourism because I think my colleague here has explained more or less about the medical industry or the healthcare industry in Malaysia with the services and also other innovations and investments. So before I start, can we go to the slides, please? Can I ask how many of you have heard about KPJ? Okay, Dato', you are reception. Thank you. 1, 2. Okay, okay, you guys are reception. Anyone else in the room? Thank you. So anyone else have been to our hospitals? Thank you. So if you have anything, you can talk to me. But it looks like many others haven't heard about KPJ, so a little bit of introduction. Can I have the slides, please? Okay, so I'm just gonna, okay, is that going back? Okay, so you're used to this, the round KPJ Healthcare brand, isn't it? 2 weeks ago, we changed to the one at the top. We just rebranded our brand. That KPJ Healthcare brand with the blue and red crescents have served us for 43 years. You know, it served us for 43 years. We have 29 operating hospitals. One more is going to be open in January next year. So we have 30 hospitals in Malaysia in almost every state. So that's for those who don't know. But I just want to share a little bit of our rebranding journey. I'm actually new to KPJ. Before this, I was in MHTC looking after medical tourism. One of the tasks for me was to rebrand. So I'm just about 9 months in KPJ. So 2 weeks ago, I delivered the new rebranding for KPJ. I hope you like it. But I would like to share this video of that journey. A little bit of introduction for KPJ. Can we have the video, please? And the sound, please. Can we restart and have the sound, please? Thank you. Okay. Just when you need technology, to rely on technology somehow. Okay, while they figure it out, I'm just going to say that the rebranding is not just about the change in logo.
The individual, providing strength and support in the most challenging moments.
So it's not just about changing logo.
Is at the heart of everything we do. It means ensuring the happiness and health of those who matter to us. Embracing difference.
We are committed. We are accountable. We are respectful. And we are excellent in delivering our services. It's not just about rebranding. It's about changing the mindset of our people. It's about cultural transformation. It's about uplifting our services for our patients. And that's our 6-star hospital, latest addition to our group, Damansara Specialist 2. Investment in technology, our patients, our people, our physicians, our partners, and of course, sustainability, our planet.
provides holistic health services, transforming and compressing care through visualization. What we do revolves around the well-being of people, impacting lives and bringing positive changes to health and happiness. That's how we care for life.
And that's our transformational purpose, massive transformational purpose, care for life. And it's not about just a total rebrand, just changing the logo. It's a total change of the organization. Before we launched the logo, we actually deployed the cultural transformation within the organization. So I hope that you will start to feel the difference in our services, caring for our people. So that's where KPJ Healthcare now, after 43 years, we came up with a new brand, the same purpose of care for life, but strengthened. So why is this important, in terms of delivering? You're talking about medical tourism just now. We talked about the potential of having the $30 billion industry in Malaysia in healthcare. But why is it important? Because at the end of the day, what matters, can I have the slide back again, please? I can't forward it. The slide, jalan. Sorry. No, because in the end, when we talk about care for life, what matters most? Who matters most? It's about our patients. So it's very important that we really embrace this patient-centric approach if we want to be different in terms of delivering healthcare services to our patients. And you can see we are moving now from the perception of just being affordable. KPJ, people used to say KPJ is good, affordable, we care for the masses, but we talk about being value-based. So we're talking about outcome-based. We're talking about delivering the best services in terms of outcomes and experience. So that's why we're moving now. And I tell you, that is going to make the difference in terms of healthcare. You're talking about medical tourism, you're talking about delivering the care for the people. That's what will make the difference. And that's what we are moving now, KPJ. And that's where our hospitals are. So just now, my colleague here mentioned about the experts, in Sabah, Sarawak, in the east. You can also approach me because I look after all the 30 hospitals in the region. So, in terms of the opportunities, etc., as a chief marketing officer, we actually look into all the different markets where all our hospitals are. So you can see we have 5 in East Malaysia and we have the 25 in the peninsula. And these are the things that we are working on to strengthen and also to deliver in terms of our value-based care services. We have all this chain of comprehensive healthcare services. And you can see that one of the focus there is health tourism and senior assisted living care. And another thing that's different from the normal clinical, ambulatory care, diagnostics, etc., you're talking about education as well. So this is, people don't talk about just being sick, getting to hospital, and being cured. You're talking about healthcare, talking about wellness. So it's about real care for yourself. And that's why we say we care for life. It's not about you're being sick only you come to our hospitals. We want to be making sure you're well. So that's what we are focusing on. And it involves even things like education. So you will see later that we are growing to be looking into that. As far as tourism is concerned, it's something that Malaysia has a significant advantage over others, even against Singapore. Our pricing, for once, I mean, you're laughing, yeah, but the reality, our price is 1/3 of your private hospital prices. And I always joked with my potential patients, and I said to them, more than half of your doctors are Malaysians, or at least they came from Malaysia. More than half of your nurses are Malaysian. Some of your hospitals are owned by Malaysian group of hospitals, and you pay 3 times the price. Sorry, don't kick me out of Singapore. My flight is at 7 o'clock. But but that's the reality. So we do see patients coming from Singapore, mostly expatriates working in Singapore, and we are seeing now some Singaporeans because of the affordability, and yet it doesn't compromise in the world-class quality. So that's what we're focusing on. In terms of the centers of excellence, I think we're comparable with whatever that you have in Singapore, so I'm just going to skip that. But this is where something that we are working on. We have KPJ University. We have nursing colleges. So we are now working on an integrated academic health system, which is anchored on clinical, care, research, as well as the education side of things. This was neglected by the private healthcare in Malaysia. It used to be just University Malaya, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, you know, the government or the Ministry of Education hospitals, but now the private sector is stepping in. So KPJ is investing a lot now in our academic health system, and one of the partners for our academic health system is actually Mayo Clinic. So that's where we are in terms of bringing ourselves to the next level. And in terms of our sustainability, you know, we have our subsidiaries in terms of Wakaf. We have our, you know, all the initiative there. You can see FTSE for Good. We have the Sukuk. And recently, we were recognized in the Malaysian World of Book of Records for the first private hospital in Malaysia that actually looked into proper disposal of our clinical waste. The first in Malaysia. So we are investing in that. And then now we are also investing in the renewable energy. We are also looking into the solar power for all our hospitals, and there's 30 of them. So there's a lot of investment. But yeah, we are serious about sustainability. And in terms of leader in medical tourism, okay, in the past 40 years, KPJ was not an aggressive player. And when they actually wanted to bring me in last year, they said that one thing that why they took the previous CEO of Malaysia Healthcare Travel Council, who leads which led medical tourism in Malaysia, to be in KPJ was because they are serious about getting medical tourism into KPJ. So this is the potential in Malaysia. You can see post-COVID, where we are, the red bars. The growth have been consistently double-digit, even for KPJ. Our growth has been, 30%, 20%. So, I'm sorry, 30%, 40%. We are aiming growth at 50% this year. So if you're looking at KPJ, we are serious about all that. We are moving into medical tourism. And I joined in November last year. The share price when I joined was 1 ringgit 12 cent. In April, which is technically in less than 6 months, the highest it went was 2 ringgit 5 cent. I was kicking myself for not buying the shares. I should have, right? Oh my God, yeah, but that's actually 64% growth of our market share. Our market price, share price. 64%, and we outgrew any other healthcare companies in the region. Thank you. Yeah, I'm still kicking myself though. So I'm just waiting to dip a bit, then I will buy more. Okay, so but that's where the potential is for healthcare tourism. And this is what we are looking at: brand presence, conversion channels, digital presence, and strategic partnerships. So you're talking about even for our customer service, patient care, we actually partner with Marriott International. Our customer services team in all our hospitals are being trained by St. Regis. That's how serious we are about delivering care. Yeah. So, and we are, 2 of our hospitals are now in the Mayo Clinic Care Network, and we are the only ones in Malaysia investing in this partnership of Mayo Clinic. So, yeah, that's why we are seeing growth in our share price, our customer base, and also medical tourism. So, one of the things that we were doing now also is we want KPJ to be known in the world. Not only in Malaysia, not only in the region. So now we are here, we are going to Singapore and other countries in the region, but what we have done as well is we are actually partnering with the Ministry of Health Malaysia, we are launching the signature event for Ministry of Health Malaysia and KPJ. So we are going to have the annual Malaysia International Healthcare Megatrends. And it will be the first one in KLCC Convention Center, 25th to 27 October. And it's going to be, a big scale, about 1,200. Our sponsors have, are all taken up by all the regional and also global players. So, I would encourage you, if you want to know the latest of the healthcare in this region, if you are looking into investing, if you want to know what are the trends, to scan that and join us for this conference. And this will be again in KL, 25th to 22nd October. So with that, I end my introduction. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Shireen, for the exciting developments of KPJ Healthcare, which not only cover medical services, but also assisted care and medical tourism as well, and also on medical tourism opportunities in Malaysia. And last but not least, we hear from Mr. Ho Wai Ki from OCBC Malaysia, who will be sharing with us about financing options available for businesses, especially in the healthcare sector. Mr. Wai Ki, over to you.
Thank you, Kavita. Thank you. As shown in the video, the kit was specifically tailor a mark to his grandparents. So in OCBC, we also specifically tailor all the financing solutions to all our clients. Each and every financing solution could be different, and we tailor specifically to the specific requirements of each client. So over the years, OCBC in Malaysia, we have supported about 20 billion ringgit worth of bonds and loans that we have OCBC Malaysia has helped to arrange, and this is what we have helped to finance the healthcare sector in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Now, the topic for me today is about financing options available for the healthcare business. First of all, to give a brief overview of the healthcare system in Malaysia, as what Vinod has mentioned just now, Malaysia has a hybrid healthcare system, generally comprising public and private healthcare system. The financing for public and private could be a bit different. For the public healthcare system, of course, it is generally supported by the government budget, government development budget, and the operating budget. And even the last 10 years, there have also been some private finance initiative to support the development of the public hospitals. What is private finance initiative, which is PFI? PFI is a form of public-private partnership. And this was introduced by the Malaysian government under the 9th Malaysia Plan as an alternative procurement method for the public sector. And it is actually a way to finance the public sector through private sector. So for example, the government will enter into a concession agreement, long-term concession agreement, say about 30 years, with a concession A. And the concession A's responsibility is to undertake the planning, the construction, the financing, and design of the public hospital. So once this public hospital is completed, the government will then agree to make a payment, a monthly payment, for example, over the next 30 years during a concession period. And against this fixed payment from the government, then the concessionaire will be able to tap to the market to either to raise a loan or raise a capital market instrument to finance the construction. So this is how public and private, they cooperate together to help raising the funds to construct public hospitals. Now, on the private side, what do they do? How do they finance the private hospitals? For the private healthcare system, there are currently more private hospitals than public hospitals in Malaysia. There are currently about 213 private hospitals versus about 146 public hospitals in Malaysia. In the early days, the private hospitals were set up by the missionaries and also the philanthropists. Over time, there are more private companies coming to own the hospitals, and even the government-linked companies, government-linked investment companies have also acquired controlling stakes in these private hospitals. But how are these private hospitals being financed? Generally, they are financed via a combination of both debt and equity. On the debt side, initial years, the financing was more for the construction of hospitals, so it's generally financed via bank loans. But over time, when the requirements become larger, the players also tap into capital market. For example, we also help KPJ to raise bonds in the market as well. So in most recent years, the financing tend to be more on the mergers and acquisitions, and it is typically financed through syndicated loans. So this is on the private healthcare system, how it's raised through the debt side. But on the equity side, there are also a few players in the private healthcare space that have actually tapped the equity capital market that have gone to the public listing. They have been listed in Busan, Malaysia, and one even have a dual listing in Singapore as well. It is quite a large size listing. So the listing could be undertaken via a plain listing, that is both the asset and the operator housed under one roof, or it could go via a listing of a REIT. For example, KPJ Group, they actually split. The assets is listed under a REIT, whereas the operator is listed separately. More interesting is that in recent years, there have even been private equity coming into the healthcare space, buying up hospitals. And private equity typically will have an investment horizon of about 5 to 7 years, and typically they'll exit through trade sale or IPO. So the presence of private equity have actually spiced up and resulted in a lot more of M&A activities in Malaysia in recent years. So basically, this is a brief overview of how public and private healthcare business in Malaysia are being financed under in Malaysia. Okay, that's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Waiki. But yeah, he mentioned that the number of public hospital lesser than private hospital, but I think we know that patient load in actually public hospitals are actually more than in private hospitals. So with that, we end the first session, the first round of introduction by our panel speakers. Probably we go deep diving into some areas before I open the floor for any questions. Back to you, Mr. Vino. I give you another chance to elaborate further.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, probably you can share about what are the new trends and areas of growth, specific sectors that you think that businesses should be aware of. You're looking at investing in Malaysia's healthcare.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kavita. Well, as I mentioned earlier, right, the new growth area includes, in the sophisticated, medical, for example, in medical equipments, right? Malaysia has always been, I would say, one of the champions in surgical gloves, right? So that's what's our forte that we'll be talking about it. But over the years, we have also shifted into more, as part of that roadmap that you mentioned earlier. We want to be, we want to be the hub in the region, right? By producing more sophisticated medical equipments, right? Whether it's surgical or imagings and all, medical imagings and all of that, right? And the shift has gone into that. That is why the importance is really given in the R&D, clinical research, and further downstream, right? Now, if we talk about pharmaceutical, right? Of course, during COVID-19, billions vaccine was required and all that. So we were also in a way that, because we waited for the vaccine, we, procured the vaccines, but it came late and all that. So we were wondering how can we, to manage the sustainability. So that's why we realized we don't have APIs in Malaysia. We don't have many APIs, active pharmaceutical ingredients. But we have immense of the starting material, right? Which is from, it could be from our petchem guys, it just has to be process it into a biotech grade. So you have starting material, you go into midstream, you produce that, then further you go to API, then it becomes drug. So we don't have many, and 30% of our generic products that we produce, it can only survive for 30% for local market. So lifestyle diseases, like NCDs and all of that, it has to, we have to import that. So this is what we are looking at, how can we leverage on the raw mat that we have, and to pursue this. But of course, if you just look at Malaysia as a market itself, is not enough, right? And that's why we are looking at the ASEAN region, which is immense growth there, and population and all of that. The other thing that I did not mention in my slides is the halal pharmaceutical, right? So that's very interesting. We have actually developed, halal certification for pharmaceutical products. It's known as the, let me see, MS213, something like that. That's actually is a certification, and the product is, it's halal certified. And this, it's a big market, right? I know, and especially when you go to Middle East and ASEAN and everywhere. So we have that forte, but we want more companies to be part of it. And at the moment, I think it's only Pharma Niaga and Dua Prama, if I'm not mistaken, distributing into this. But we want more companies to come into that halal, because it's immense opportunities in halal market. And as you know, Malaysia, I know the next topic is about halal. Sorry, I'm just stealing a bit, but I would like to, really seek, some of you investors here that to consider into that market as well. It's a very niche market, and definitely we can, we have that what do you call that, cutting edge, right?
Thank you. Ms. Shireen, with the rise of medical tourism, what are some of the trends and challenges that Malaysia, and specifically KPJ Healthcare, face in attracting international patients, and how are you addressing them?
Thank you very much, Ms. Kavita. Actually, she can answer that question herself. She was with Malaysia Healthcare Travel Council for a few years, right? Long years. So she was one of my strong pillars when I was the CEO then. So technically, I think Malaysia, okay, originally, our main challenge was that we don't shout out loud enough. And we were also laggards when it comes to coming into that space. I mean, I would say that, perhaps Thailand has started way ahead of us, maybe 10, 15 years ahead of us. So we were playing catch up. As a country, as a destination, we were playing catch up. So, Alhamdulillah, we got to be the #1 in the world in 2019 in terms of volume. Why I said in volume? Because our affordability. We cannot compete in terms of revenue, because, for example, even with Singapore, your price is triple ours, even for medical tourists, because we don't charge differently. We charge you similar to the prices that the Malaysians pay. So you don't get, because our prices are, regulated by the Ministry of Health Malaysia. So when you come to Malaysia, you have the peace of mind, we don't overcharge you. That's #1. Quality, we are world class, so that we are there. And in terms of the getting up there to #1, we are there in #1, but COVID hit, so we will have to restart. So that's our challenge. For KPJ specifically, we are now the laggards in the market as well, because in the last 40 years, I mean, other than the last, before COVID, maybe the 3 years before COVID, KPJ was not an active player in medical tourism. So that's why they got me in last year, because they said that that's our key growth areas. With 30 hospitals, we need to make sure that we sweat our asset. If you don't make sure that we have the economies of scale of the patient numbers, the cases, the case mix, our doctors will not be challenged when it comes to case mix. Our numbers will not be good enough to give that competitiveness in the pricing. And we need to know that, to be able to grow with beyond the 30 million population of Malaysia. So since last year, we have started ramping up. The challenge is the brand. When you go to certain markets, they don't know KPJ. When in the Middle East market, maybe they know partly because of the Muslim-friendly facilities, the halal, but in certain markets, they don't know KBJ. So now that's what we are trying to do. We are trying to beef up our medical tourism when it comes to branding, and also share the benefits of the value-based services, value-based healthcare with our patients, so that is outcome-based, is actually something that actually will benefit them. It's not just about business. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe one last question for Mr. Waiki is that, are there any particular types of financing that more suited for different stages in business development?
Okay, in different stages of development, for example, when let's talk about healthcare hospitals, the initial stage where you need the financing for construction of hospitals, for example, then typically they will need to consider what's the gestation period. The typical products from the banks would be the normal bilateral loan or club loans. So when a hospital is in a growing stage and is developing, then they may raise a larger loan through bond market. In Malaysia, there's also Islamic bonds, which is called Sukuk as well. They can tap on the market, and they may also raise for M&A purposes. So M&A purposes, typically they may raise. Typically the time period is quite short. The amount is quite large. Typically, it's raised through syndicated loans underwritten by a few banks and subsequently sell down to other banks. Now, when the asset become more matured, typically they will look for public listing, IPO, go for IPO, either go for REIT or the IPO itself. So this is typically the growing stage of a healthcare facility, and at different stage, there could be different financing opportunities or different financing products to be made suitable for this type of healthcare business.
Thank you, thank you. I think great insights that we had today for the session. I would like to once again thank His Excellency High Commissioner, Mr. Vinod, Ms. Shireen, and Mr. Waiki for a very insightful discussion. I'm afraid that we may not have time for Q&A, but however, feel free to get in touch with our panel speakers after the session. And with that, I think I would like to wrap to say that it is clear that Malaysia offers a wealth of opportunities in the healthcare sector, from investment to medical services, medical tourism, as well as some financing options as well. So we hope that the session has been insightful for everyone. And with that, I would like to thank, Nomita, where are you? Yeah, I would like to thank you and your team for the great event. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists on Malaysia. Please remain at the center of the stage in order to receive the token of appreciation by Mr. Sunyu and Ms. Nomita, and a brief photo.
Sorry, but I'm dying to say, Malaysia boleh.
just talked about halal.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start session 4 on opportunities in sustainability, infrastructure, and foreign direct investment. Let's wait for our video to play. Just another minute, please.
World Opportunities Forum 2024. Celebrating 25 years of business and 100th edition of Diplomacy. Session 4, Opportunities in Sustainability, Infrastructure, and Foreign Direct Investment, FDI. World Opportunities Forum. Invest in a better tomorrow today.
الضوء كان مساهمات كبيرة بتشجيع استخدام الطاقة المتجددة وتبني مفاهيم ترشيد الطاقة في العديد من القطاعات. قام الصندوق بتصميم حزمة من المشاريع المتعلقة بترشيد الطاقة والطاقة المتجددة والتي شملت كافة القطاعات على رأسها قطاع النفط. الهدف من كل هذه البرامج هي إحداث أثر اقتصادي واجتماعي مباشر على المواطن.
كانت تدين الفاتورة تقريبا 7000 دينار شهري، حاليا انخفضت الفاتورة لصفر. كانت فاتورتي تيجي 35 40 دينار، الآن 5 دنانير. الفاتورة كانت تجيني بال 1200 1300، رجعت من 600 يعني النص. هذا المشروع فرق معنا كثير، خاصة بفاتورة الكهرباء كانت بتزيد عن 2000 و 2400 دينار في المواسم، اليوم احنا بندفع زينا زي اي بيت للبيوت العادية. تعاوننا مع صندوق ترشيد الطاقة على تغيير نظام الميكانيك في الفندق كاملا. زادت عندنا العمالة، وفرت 50% من تكلفة الكهرباء على القطعة الواحدة مقارنة بالخطوط السابقة اللي احنا استخدمناها.
المكيف عمل على توفير الجو المناسب لاستقطاب الطلبة واستقطاب المعلمات.
من خلال استغلال المبالغ المتوفرة في تنمية المجتمعات المحلية واستغلالها في برامج تدريبية والحفاظ على الطبيعة.
خدمنا تقريبا ما يقارب 100 عائلة بس السنة، خدمنا تقريبا من 8 9 عائلات تركيب أنظمة طاقة بمعدل 3000 دينار لكل عائلة.
Right, we're moving on to session 4. Join us now for a fascinating discussion on opportunities in sustainability, infrastructure, and foreign direct investment, FDI, moderated by Mr. Feroz Siddiqui, Investment Promotion Specialist for the Middle East. Our expert panelists will explore the intersections and opportunities between these key areas. Please join me in welcoming our panelists to the stage. Let's dive into the conversation, starting with His Excellency Agustin Garcia Lopez, Mexico's ambassador to Singapore. His Excellency began serving at the Mexican Foreign Service in 1986 and was advisor for economic affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Before occupying various positions in the Foreign Service, he was the permanent representative of Mexico to the OECD from 2007 to 2013, before undertaking ambassadorial roles in France from 2013 through 2016 and Canada from 2016 through 2017. His Excellency was appointed as Dean of the Diplomatic Corps in Singapore from the 1st of April 2023. We now invite His Excellency for his insights on Mexico on sustainable investment opportunities.
Thank you so much. Should I sit or begin?
Have a seat and I'll invite.
Excellent.
We would now like to welcome His Excellency Francisco Tena Hasegawa, Peru's ambassador to Singapore. His Excellency is a career diplomat with over 35 years of experience. Prior to his appointment as Peru's ambassador to Singapore, he served as the Director General of Treaties of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Peru. He had also previously served as the Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Peru and the Executive Director of the Peru chapter of the Binational Development Plan of the Peru-Ecuador border region. We invite His Excellency to share his insights on Peru and sustainable investments in infrastructure developments. We will now bring His Excellency Samer Anton Naber, Jordan's ambassador to Singapore. His Excellency has served as senior counsel and held several leadership posts at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ambassador Naber served as Minister Plenipotentiary representing Jordan at the UN Security Council in New York from 2014 to 2015, with a special focus on UN sanctions and humanitarian affairs. We look forward to His Excellency's views on sustainable developments and investments in Jordan. We will now invite Dr. Brian Shiger, President of the UAE Singapore Business Council. Dr. Shiger's career covers 40 years of leadership in international banking experience with focus on Southeast and South Asia, Asia Pacific, and Middle East. He successfully established and led the operations of Midland, NetBank, and Emirates NBD in various locations in the Asia Pacific region, including Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Australia. We now invite Dr. Brian Shiger for his views and insights on the UAE and its drive for sustainable investments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon post-lunch. Dignitaries, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here on this, probably the most important panel of the day in terms of saving the world, sustainability, investment sustainability, and FDI. I mean, if you look at 10 years ago, there were schools of thought in terms of climate change, whether it's true or false. And we would hear people trying to convince others that climate change is for real. And here we are in 2024, where I guess more or less everybody agrees that climate change is real and critical. And we are now in a position where we are actually talking about how to tackle it with sustainable solutions at large. And I'm so pleased that Nomita has actually made sure that even our pencils are made of recycled paper and biodegradables today, and there are no plastic bottles, in today's world. And this is a great achievement from what we have all seen and experienced in different parts of our career and life around the world as well. So this is small steps, but it is very critical for us to move forward in the direction that we are moving. So with that, I would say that infrastructure, sustainability, and FDI is probably the most critical combination for the future of not just us, but humanity at large. Yeah. And this is, I'm saying this with full confidence because if we do not bring sustainable solutions to the world, the other generations are really going to be pointing fingers at us that we didn't do a good job. So here we are today with my distinguished panel of guests today, and we will be sharing and addressing the opportunities in different markets. and allow me to start with Dr. Shekhar to my right to start the presentation, and then I'll go on with each of the delegates. Yeah. Would you want to take the podium? Yeah.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Excellencies, Sunita, thank you very much for inviting me for this very important event and giving me the opportunity to talk about the UAE and some of the salient aspects of the UAE insofar as sustainability, infrastructure, and FDI is concerned. First, as a sort of a snapshot, let me say a few salient points of the UAE economy. Most of you know the country well. It is a very well-known country in terms of its openness, its pragmatic economic policies. GDP last year was around 430 billion. They expect it to reach about 800 billion by the end of the decade. It's one of the richest countries per capita wise. It's also a very friendly country in terms of investments and doing business. Major stock of overseas investments of about nearly $2.3 trillion, of which about 72% is with the sovereign wealth funds. It's an interesting diversified economy. Only about 27% of it is based on oil, and the rest is really non-oil, ranging from services, transportation, banking, technology, manufacturing. So in a nutshell, it has some very interesting dimensions that also offers investment opportunities for investors from Asia and the rest of the world. So what I want to start off is in line with this theme of sustainability, make a very important fundamental point that the UAE is very committed to sustainable development, to the issue of sustainability, and it has very successfully hosted COP28, as you know, last year. So it is a very strong ESG focus. Let me elaborate a little bit in the various important aspects of sustainability, where again, in each of these aspects, there are opportunities for companies from various parts of the world to look at investments and playing a role in this burgeoning sector. Starting off with renewables, green energy, they have a very clear commitment to reduce the fossil-based energy focus, to make it clean by 30% in 2030. It's a big target, and reduce carbon emissions by 40%. Out of this clean energy composition, 40% of that is going to be solar, for obvious reasons. And they're one of the major investors in solar power generation. To date, about 5 gigawatts of solar installed capacity already exist. And when they finish with this new Maktoum solar plant, it will be another 5 gigawatts. That's a tremendous capacity. In addition to solar, there's also a nuclear dimension. The Barakah nuclear plant, when it's fully operational, will generate another 5 gigawatts of power, supplying about 25% of the country's electricity need. In the area of water conservation, again, there is this constant move from thermal desalination. As you know, water is largely from desalination plants, to more reverse osmosis technology, as well as using solar power for the thermal plants. And again, in reverse osmosis technology, there's constant research on nanotechnology to improve the efficacy of our RO processes. In the area of transportation, there's constant encouragement of electric vehicles, hybrids, to various incentives, upgrading the government fleets to, again, electric and hybrid. And this is an ongoing process. Various incentives have been given for this objective. Waste management, very important. By 2026, 76% of landfill will be diverted to waste to energy plants. There's a massive plant already in Sharjah run by BIA. There's a big plant being constructed in Dubai, going to be the biggest in the world, called Dubai Waste Management Company, where they will be recycling about 1.9 million tons of waste per year, generating about 200 megawatts of energy, enough to provide electricity for 135,000 homes. So there are other aspects in terms of sustainable urban development using AI and other technologies to make development of cities, smart cities, etc., a norm. So I would say that in these areas of sustainability, there are opportunities. For example, before COP28 last year, I brought a delegation of clean tech companies to the UAE. Some of them stayed over for COP28. And therefore, there are tremendous opportunities to get a piece of that action. And just a few months before that, I brought a delegation of companies in Singapore who are in renewables, solar-related projects, where they be contractors, subcontractors, and so on and so forth. A few words about infrastructure. Infrastructure, I think you all know, the UAE has tremendous infrastructure, one of the most advanced, you say, first world standard. And again, in these areas too, there's constant investment. Investment is public-private partnership, and private. And what are these areas? Of course, you know about the road infrastructure, it's expanding all the time. There's a major Etihad railway project that's connecting the major cities of the UAE and with other cities in the GCC. Airports, I think you all know that Dubai International Airport is probably one of the biggest and busiest international airports in the world. There's a new airport being developed in Dubai South. There's a Maktoum Airport, which will be even bigger than this when it's operational. It handles cargo now. It'll be the biggest in the world for cargo and passenger traffic. So then there are logistics as well. There's a major logistics hub in the UAE, in Dubai, Fujairah, Sharjah, Abu Dhabi, because it comes with the overall ecosystem in what the country is all about. So the UAE is clearly the biggest logistics center in the region. And let's talk about ports, seaports, for example. I mean, Dubai, Jebel Ali Port is 11th largest port in the world. And there are other ports as well in Abu Dhabi, for example, in Fujairah and Sharjah. So that is another continuous area of expansion infrastructure development. The statistics, the FDI is certainly very encouraging. In 2022, it was about 23 billion. 23 was 23 billion, then it was 30 billion last year. Constant flow FDI from UK, US, India, China, the European countries, and Singapore is also an investor. And so there are tremendous opportunities created by the government through encouraging 100% ownership outside the free zones, having a plethora of free zones focusing on different sectors. There are 42 of them, making business easy to be conducted. And so you see the results of all that in terms of increasing investments in technology, in manufacturing, in renewables, tourism, healthcare, and so on and so forth. So I think I'll conclude my presentation, and we'll have a Q&A later on. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Shekhar. I think I can relate to what you're saying, because I remember about 15 years ago when I was with IE Singapore, now Enterprise Singapore, we actually visited the Masdar city in Abu Dhabi, right next to the airport. And little did I know that 10 years later I would be actually living there. So I was living right next to Masdar city, and I can at that time relate that UAE was way ahead in terms of sustainability. And they've actually created a mini city to sort of encourage the companies to come and set up. And Siemens was the biggest landlord there at that time, tenant. And there are just so many companies coming there. So
yes, something about Masdar. Masdar city has grown, so it's a sustainable city in Dubai. They are near net zero emissions. But Masdar itself is one of the largest companies in the world investing in renewables.
That's right. That's right. And so I just have one question. I'm going to do the question and answers together with this just to save time.
Yeah.
So for all our audience here and who are joining in online as well, what sort of support can they expect from the UAE Singapore Business Council in terms of entering into the UAE market?
Okay, that's a very good question. We were set up largely to help Singapore companies do business in the UAE. Obviously, there are government agencies in the UAE like ADIO in Abu Dhabi and other bodies in Dubai and ESG, etc. But what we do is very special because really we are a business-driven organization. Our members are businesses, and they comprise really three broad categories. Large UAE companies who are in Singapore. I mean, I don't want to go into the details.
Sure.
You can check the website. Large Singapore companies who are, and SMEs as well from Singapore, who are operating in the UAE. And large number of aspirant companies. Some of them are SMEs, some of them are startups who want to go and take advantage of the opportunities there. So we cater for all these sectors, particularly the SMEs and the startups who require more scaffolding. You can imagine they require more help. So how do we operate? We create awareness of these opportunities in different sectors of the UAE economy. We do it sometimes working with trade associations in Singapore and with their membership. And yes, not enterprise, but trade associations that focus on different sectors.
Right.
Like, for example, Singapore FinTech Association or the Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore. And then we bring them there on a curated program where we introduce them to the important stakeholders. And from that exercise, when they come back, inevitably, they're highly enthused by the prospects there. And they come and talk to us about helping them structure their own corporate plans, aspirations, and helping it materialize.
Wonderful.
And we've got all our connections in the UAE, of course.
Certainly. Thank you so much for opening the doors for our companies in Singapore, using the vehicle UAE Singapore Business Council. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you.
I'd like now to invite Ambassador of Mexico, His Excellency Lopez, to say a few words. Yeah.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Thank you for the challenge of saying that this is the most important panel of them all. So we'll take that challenge, but I'm sure the other panels were wonderful and important as well. Currently, Mexico and the world face a double challenge. On the one hand, the effects of climate change are intensifying and affecting developing countries as the most vulnerable populations to a greater extent. On the other hand, in addition to the fighting the climate crisis, existing inequalities and social gaps, and of course, the technical developments, such have to be addressed at the same time. Given that climate and social inequalities are closely linked, it is urgent to prioritize sustainability on the public agenda of all of us. For Mexico, this agenda is especially relevant due to its geography and socio-economic conditions. As you know, we are blessed by two seas, by two oceans, and two challenges, the Pacific and the Atlantic. Our country is thus vulnerable to the effects of climate change, with more than half of the population exposed to these effects. It is essential then to implement sustainable policies to increase resilience, reduce socioeconomic inequalities, and fight climate change. Preliminary analysis estimate that to meet the Sustainable Development Goals from 2022 to 2030, Mexico needs annual financing between $74 to $19 billion, which is equivalent to mobilizing between 6.8 and 8% of our gross domestic product. In the face of a funding gap of this magnitude, efforts need to be accelerated beyond government budget constraints and large-scale financial resource be mobilized. To achieve this, it is crucial to create a sustainable and inclusive financial ecosystem in the coming years, not only for Mexico, but for the world. This can be achieved through the implementation of different mechanisms that encourage the mobilization of resources towards activities that contribute to both social well-being and environmental care. Climate change represents one of the greatest challenges humanity is facing today, as it exacerbates various environmental, social, and economic challenges around the world. In this context, you shall remember that COP25, which was in Cancun, just after COP24 in Denmark, where we thought that multilateral efforts were vanished, and we could only deal with bilateral negotiations, then we restarted everything in Cancun, thanks to an agreement between the developing and developed world, where everybody saw that mitigation was not enough, that there needed to be funds for adaptation. And the GEF, which is the fund of the World Bank, was not enough. We needed to have an investment fund, and for the developed countries, and for all countries, to really commit to that fund. Thanks to that, we were able to join again the efforts, and it is in 2015 that we had, as you know, the Sustainable Paris Agenda. I happened to be ambassador of Mexico to Paris, and we were part of those negotiations. I even have the button that the president of the Paris Agreement gave to me, and I have it in my office to remind me of this wonderful challenge. So let's get high and do this for our 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and of course for this Paris Agreement, of which we are all signatories. These agreements emphasize the need to build a route towards the solution of global problems associated with development, considering the participation of all sectors and actors, both national and international. Likewise, the need to redirect public and private resources towards actions aimed at combating climate change, closing social gaps, and transforming our economies. Mexico has created a sustainable financial mobilization strategy with the aim of greening the financial system. To achieve this, we have taken various measures, such as aligning the expenditure budget of the Federation with the SDGs, designing a sovereign bond framework and sustainable development goals, which has allowed us to develop sustainable debt markets. Last May, the government of Mexico issued debt instrument for 250 billion pesos in sustainable bonds to promote the commitments of our 2030 agenda. Mexico is increasingly prioritizing sustainable investment across sectors like renewable energy, infrastructure, ecotourism, and green technology. The country's commitment is evident through climatic bonds and frameworks issued by public institutions. Key sectors such as agriculture, energy transportation, infrastructure, and waste management play vital roles in achieving Mexico's 2030 climate goals, as well as water as a priority for all of us. Incentives for foreign investments include streamlined regulations, tax breaks, and government support to promote sustainable development and job creation. Programs like the National Project for Energy Efficiency in Municipal Public Lighting and Company Eco-Credit support energy efficiency efforts, driving this project forward. The Mexican government actively promotes energy efficiency through initiatives like This is Your Home, Esta es tu casa es mi casa, offering financial and for eco-friendly home purchases and renovations, as well as solar solar panels for all of us. We have been doing not only this with our population, but also with some particular enterprises and multinational firms of Mexico, like Grupo Bimbo, Coca-Cola FEMSA, L'Oreal and Santander, which join us in these programs that deal with these issues that I already told you about. The recent experience with Singapore, 5 years ago, when I came here as an ambassador, I found that the Singaporean authorities and the business sector were, quite conscious about the climatic challenges. But to tell you the truth, they were sort of believing that since it is a very small city-state, that their efforts were not really, very important. They were only a little drop in the sea because of the big countries like ours and the big developing countries were the ones that should make the efforts. But after these 5 years, and Lennon must tell me that this is the case, I think that the Singaporean government has been much more aware that they have a very important role to play. And I have seen an enormous change in their policies and endeavors. We also saw that in the statement of the new Prime Minister in his debut last Sunday, addressing the nation for the National Day. I think that in that sense, Singapore has seen how important, for example, as an economic and commercial and business hub, how important it is for companies to lower their carbon footprint, and how important it is for the government of Singapore to be part of that. And in that endeavor, to have, especially because you are very good for that, it is for research and development. And how research and development can really make the difference and a big leap to go ahead and fight climate change. I have lots of other things to say, but I don't want to be too long. So muchas gracias, and see you soon.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you so much. I think in the light of time, we'll proceed to our next speaker, His Excellency Francisco. Your turn, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank first Sun Media in the person of CEO Nomita Dar for organizing this important event, as well as the partner institutions. Also, I want to express my thanks to my of the presence of my distinguished and very dear colleagues. It is a very valuable opportunity to present information that will benefit our citizens, our entrepreneurs, our economies, and our countries. Despite the geographical distance that separate us, we will have, from this coming November, the opportunity to get closer to trade and investment. Precisely, what I am going to present to you is a very important turning point in terms of the future of economic and trade relations with Singapore, Southeast Asia, and Asia. Next November, during the APEC Leaders Summit in Peru, the Chancay Megaport will be inaugurated. It will be the deepest port on the Pacific coast and the first South American port with the capacity to receive the post-Panamax class vessels fully loaded. It will have a total of area of 280 hectares from where, for the first time, we're establishing a direct route from Peru to Asia. The megaport is located on the central coast of Peru and has the following advantages that will undoubtedly change the figures of international trade. Chancay is located in a very favorable geographical position on the Peruvian coast as well as in the South American Pacific coast. It is an ideal connection point for trade between South America and Asia, facilitating the transit of goods to and from high-volume Asian markets. The port will be the most modern and one of the largest in Latin America, with the capacity to handle large volumes of cargo. In the first phase of its construction, it will have an initial area of 141 hectares for berth of a total of 15, an area of 80 hectares for containers, initial annual movement of 1 to 1.5 million TEUs, initial storage of 8,000 TEUs. The megaport will reduce transit times in 2 lanes. The direct route between Peru and Asia will reduce by approximately 10 days or more compared to the 45 to 47 days that they usually take today. The state-of-the-art capabilities will bring greater efficiency in loading and unloading goods, reducing significantly the transit time. This megaport is accompanied by investments in land infrastructure, such as roads and railways, which improve connectivity between the port and the rest of Peru, as well as with projects with neighboring countries to facilitate the integration of South American markets and intra-regional trade. The megaport has attracted significant investment both nationally and internationally, as in the case of an important Peruvian mining company, Volcan Mining, and one of the largest shipping companies in the world, such as COSCO Shipping of China. So, since the megaport is a reality, the Ancon Industrial Park, AIP, has been created. Located only 40 kilometers from the megaport, AIP has a strategic position because it is equidistant from the port of Callao, that is another very important port, 39 kilometers away, and also very close to the Jorge Chávez International Airport, which in a very short term will increase its passengers and cargo capacities with a new air terminal. AIP will have an area of 700 hectares, and in this area, industrial projects can carry out in 412 hectares, commerce in 28, logistics services, which includes truck center in 15 hectares, among others. AIP is part of a much larger and one of the most emblematic projects in our history called Bicentennial City. It is named in honor of the 2 centuries of Peru as a republic. The city is developed in an area of more than 8,000 hectares, and to have an idea, it is an equivalent of approximately 11% of the size of Singapore. Within this space, urban and productive projects from different sectors, as commuter train terminal, a dry port, and urban forests, among others, will be carried out, and whose core will be AIP. Because environment is a very important issue. Precisely regarding this last aspect, the ministry, last May, the Ministry of Environment announced the afforestation of 2,000 hectares in the Bicentennial City, with more than 1,300,000 trees. The project includes the use of renewable energy and a technified and sustainable irrigation system through the reuse of treated wastewater, which will be a model of comprehensive management under a sustainable, healthy, resilient city model which values its heritage and ecosystems. In addition to AIP, a science park and a botanical garden will be established. In this way, the business activity developed in both the Chancay Megaport and AIP go hand to hand with the promotion of environmental sustainability in direct accordance with Sustainable Development Goals, numbers 3, 6, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. To get an idea of the potentiality of what I had exposed, let me share some figures. In 2023, Peruvian exports to Asia were about $23 billion, and imports from Asia were about 16 billion. This represents an increase of 2 billion in exports and 1 billion in imports compared to 2022. Trade between Peru and Asia has shown steady growth over the past decade. In relation to South America and Asia, the Chancay Megaport will play an important role in boosting trade. South America exports to Asia were about 290 billion, with the top exporters being Brazil and Chile. Both countries share borders with Peru. South American imports from Asia reached out $270 billion. These figures represent an increase of 10 billion in exports and US 10 billion in imports. Finally, I would like to conclude by reaffirming that the Chancay Megaport and AIP will constitute the turning point in our economic relations, because both are a direct and efficient gateway in South America. Singapore and South Asia countries could benefit from accessing the Peruvian and South American markets through a direct connection with Peru, reducing logistics times and costs. Data highlight the strategic relevance of Chancay Megaport and AIP as engines of economic growth and crucial connection points between Asia and Latin America. This is thanks to investment climate that Peru has maintained stable economic growth and offers a favorable environment for foreign investment, which represents an attractive opportunity to diversify investment. And for more and detailed information, the official of the private investment promotion agency, ProInversión, will be very happy to assist you. And thank you very much. Nomita, it was 7 minutes sharp. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. This is quite promising investment opportunities for ASEAN countries to invest in Peru, and especially the mega project is quite revealing. It's one of the very, very important projects for trade, and I think this is a very good step that Peru government is taking. With that, I really thank you for your time, and we would like to invite the Ambassador of Jordan, His Excellency Samer Naber, to please take on the stage. Thank you so much.
Ladies, gentlemen, I start from a very unenviable position. First, because everybody had lunch and everyone is relaxed after lunch, so I need to do the extra effort to grant your attention. And of course, I spoke after my distinguished colleagues who are great orators, and they had most interesting presentations. So I need to do a better job in trying to grasp your attention, being the last speaker. First and foremost, thank you, Nomita. Thank you for kindly, and Sun Media, for extending the courtesy and this platform for us, which we appreciate very much. As a developing country, a very high middle income country, but still in a very hydrocarbon producing area, we have all the more the challenge to turn into sustainable energy. And here we see a lot of synergies with Singapore. And why am I saying this? Because when I read the big Straits Times headline that Temasek is pouring into 44 billion for energy transition, this gives us a lot of hope in Jordan that we not only can attract GCC or Gulf Arab or European World Bank finance, but hopefully from Southeast Asia too, and particularly Singapore, who is a leader in that green transformation. Now, why Jordan? And I know Mr. Fayrouz is looking at me, in the sense of Jordan being in the heart of the Middle East, and we're all not naive. It's faced with political challenges, not in Jordan, but in the area around us. We enjoy peace treaties with everyone. My foreign minister was in Tehran trying to broker some understandings. But we have strong relationships with our Arab brethren, GCC partners, but also we have strong alliances like Singapore with you know, superpowers and the United States. So in a sense, it's a country that is 100 years old. It's not going to go away anytime soon. For us, it is you know, all the more reason why we should invest in our people, especially that we are not a hydrocarbon state. And you know, for this reason, I'm going to say why we should invest in Jordan, and why should Singapore consider, or Singapore companies consider investing in Jordan. First, our GDP growth was not that great last year, which is, of course, it's in the surplus, but we need more. But the Gaza situation has created a lot of challenges, you know, in terms of the constraints, especially in the tourism sector, which is around 19–20% of our economy. So it did hamper us a little bit, but it's not a perpetual situation, and things are looking a little bit better, hopefully further down the line, as the political calendars in some countries are approaching their zenith, hopefully in November. So for us, this is more added value to invest in Jordan. Why Jordan? Youthful population. We have STEM educated population. 22% of our graduates are in STEM or technology. 1 in every 40 Jordanians is an engineer. So that's around 2.5%, and it's the highest in the world. So it's heartwarming for us, for Kinetic Energy, which is a Singapore company, to sign an MOU last month in Jordan to collaborate on human resources, but also on specific projects. And it's not only about SMEs, it's also the big ones like Meinhardt. CEO Mr. Shahzada was here this morning, and he gave me the good news that they want to establish a presence on the ground in Jordan. But the buck doesn't stop there. The big technology company Bigo, which is headquartered in Singapore, has 1,200 Jordanian employees. And it's not me talking about my country, because I sound like a used car salesman. When Bigo has 1,200 people in Jordan, that's only a testimony of what the country can produce from a technological, but also work ethic and business-friendly environment. Having said that, Bigo now has also concluded an MOU where they will host any Singapore company, SMEs, in their offices in Jordan, because they have vast offices, and they can also provide them with legal help and their network in Jordan. So we're heartened by this openness by Singapore companies towards Jordan, because of all of the FTAs that we have signed, and we have access to 1.5 billion people through our FTAs in the US, with the USA, which Jordan has a trade plus, with Canada, which Jordan has a trade plus, but with Singapore, which Jordan doesn't have a trade surplus. And this is why I'm here. I'm trying to go create the incentive for Singapore companies to invest in Jordan. And we're seeing good signs through Bigo, through Kinetic Energy, through Meinhardt, and the list hopefully will not stop there. We have some goodies in the pipeline, I promise you that. So Charles is my timekeeper. Where am I in the slides? Yeah, let's talk about renewable energy. Renewable energy is a success story in Jordan because Jordan is not in the top 5 or top 10. Jordan is #1 in the Middle East when it comes to the energy mix coming from sustainable sources, excluding hydro because we don't have the Nile like Egypt. But that says a lot because that's only coming from solar and wind. And now we started as 0.7% of our energy mix coming from sustainable back only 10 years ago. Today it's 27%, and it's the leader in the Middle East when it comes to that. Yes, a very ambitious strategy. The 2030 strategy, energy strategy in Jordan stipulated that we will achieve the 31% energy mix by the year 2030, but our Minister of Energy just said that we are revising our plans because we're going to surpass the 31% well before 2030 to have a very ambitious target of producing 50% of our electricity from renewable energy. And this is no small measure because of the incentives that the Jordanian government is giving to this sector. Namely, it's given, as my colleague Kais has mentioned, only the day before yesterday, they issued a law exempting energy storage systems, exempting, of course, solar panels, which were exempted before, but keeping them as part of the exemptions. But also the law of investment that was launched in 2022 gave a lot of incentives for companies that wanted to invest in Jordan. And this has actually doubled our FDI last year because of those favorable conditions provided by the investments law. Did I forget anything? Probably not. Let's talk about the business opportunities in Jordan when it comes to the energy sector. The biggest obstacle now for, it's not only for Jordan, but also for developing countries and some European countries as well, is to adapt the grid and the energy storage systems when it comes to sustainable energy. And since the Council of Ministers just adapted the day before yesterday, all the laws that would exempt energy storage systems, that would exempt grids, that would exempt also from income tax for the sustainable energy industry, we should want to be exceeding that 31% by the year 2030 to be hopefully 50%, which I personally think it's a little bit ambitious, but it's not a crime to be ambitious. I'm sorry, I don't want this to be a monologue. And I know our moderator Fairuz will provide a Q&A, but I just want to mention something about hydro. Recently, the Ministry of Investment has just concluded the feasibility study for a dam called the Mujib Dam, and that provides a huge investment opportunity for Singapore companies or investors from around the world. It's around $500 million, 520 million, I think. Yeah, $520 million to provide half a gigawatt, also from hydro. So it's not only solar and energy; it's hydro. And of course, now we are also looking at bio. As well as Jeremy and I had this conversation this morning. So without I don't know if I have more time. So I'm just gonna cut it here. And my timekeeper, Mr. Fairuz, is looking me in the eye. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Your presentation was pretty clear, I think, so I'll have to skip the questions. I think everybody's quite interested in, considering Jordan, given the new changes to the law, that is really very promising indeed for everybody, not just for the companies from ASEAN, but from all over. With that, we come to an end of this panel. I'd like to thank all the excellencies, Dr. Segar, and all of you for staying with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please remain at the center of the stage to receive the token of appreciation by Mr. Sunyo and Ms. Nomita, and for a photo session.
I look forward to that. And so does the Minister of Investment.
Yeah, he's coming, isn't he?
She will have the witness recorder.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a minute we shall be playing the video of session 4, part 2, and then we'll have the last panel of the day.
Sun Media presents World Opportunities Forum 2024. Celebrating 25 years of business and 100th edition of the diplomacy. Unlocking new frontiers in sustainability, supply chain, and halal opportunities. World Opportunities Forum. Invest in a better tomorrow today. It's about when the sun reaches your very first.
Welcome everyone to today's last panel discussion, session 4, part 2 on the dynamic intersection of supply chain management, halal industry trends, and the future of travel. We are thrilled to bring together a diverse group of experts who are passionate about shaping the future of these industries. As we navigate the complexities of global supply chains, the growing demand for halal products and services, and the evolving travel landscape, it's clear that innovation, collaboration, and creativity will be key to success. Our panelists today are true thought leaders in their fields, and they're here to share their insights, experiences, and visions for the future. From optimizing supply chain logistics to ensuring halal compliance, and from cultural exchange to sustainable travel practices, we'll explore it all through our moderator, Mr. Shivaji Das, Managing Director at Frost & Sullivan, responsible for managing the Asia-Pacific region. Mr. Shivaji has led several projects across the USA, Middle East, and Asia for both private and public sector clients, such as the World Bank, the Economic Planning Unit of Malaysia, Tourism Promotion Board of the Philippines, and key conglomerates in the region. So buckle up and get ready for a lively discussion that will inspire, educate, and maybe even challenge your perspectives. Let's dive in and explore the opportunities and challenges at the intersection of supply chain, halal, and travel. Please join me in welcoming our fantastic panelists. As you have seen the video on the tourism potential Uzbekistan has, His Excellency Alisher Kayyumov, Uzbekistan's ambassador to Singapore, will build on how the nation is looking towards capturing the halal tourism market. Prior to his appointment as ambassador to Singapore, Alisher Kayyumov was counselor at the Embassy of the Republic of Uzbekistan in Berlin, and he had worked in the private sector as well as served at the Uzbek Embassy in Bonn and Vienna. We invite His Excellency Ambassador for his views on this panel. Next, we invite Ms. Devi Surati, CEO at Dawn Horizon Singapore. Ms. Devi Surati is a prominent leader in the halal industry, previously serving as the director overseeing halal at the Majlis Ugama Islam Singapura, or MUIS, a statutory board managing Muslim affairs in Singapore, and as a CEO of Aris Halal Limited, the international arm of MUIS. With over 20 years of experience in public policy and business development, Ms. Devi has led her team in developing progressive standards and policies that have strategically positioned Singapore among the top 10 and the only non-Muslim country under the Global Islamic Economy Indicator. We invite her valuable insights on navigating halal trade dynamics. Ms. Devi. Next, we have Mr. Fazal Bahardin, CEO of Crescent Trading, to share more on the halal economy and travel. Mr. Fazal set up Crescent Rating in 2008 with a vision to help the industry understand the needs and better cater to the travelers. He launched the world's first rating system to rate travel and tourism services for their Muslim friendliness. In May 2015, he launched Muslim Travel Warehouse, the world's first global B2B platform for Muslim-friendly tour packages, excursions, and activities. We invite Mr. Fazal to share his insights in this sector and for the halal economy. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Sharma, Senior Vice President at Olam International. Mr. Fazal has a rich experience of more than 25 years in a career spanning across multiple geographies, where he has handled various agri and food products. The scope of his business starts with organizing and motivating smallholder farm groups to cultivate organic products and continues through managing the supply chain and factories capable of packing the final produce into retail packs, ready to be sold on the shelves of some of the world's largest retailers. We invite Mr. Sanjeev to share his wealth of insights on his views towards a sustainable supply chain. Last but not least, definitely not least, we invite Dr. Zuraimi Jumaat, CEO of Everdeen Supply Chain, to build on Mr. Sanjeev's sharing on supply chain as a halal practitioner. Formerly, he served as Vice President for Halal Supply Chain Division to Everrich World Private Limited in Singapore. Currently, he is part of the holistic halal business ecosystem, with Everdeen exploring the possibilities of digital technology in this domain. Professor Dr. Zuraimi lends his expertise developing halal R&D spanning across Brunei, Indonesia, and southern Thailand, let us hear more from Dr. Zuraimi on his views and insights towards sustainability in halal supply chains.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. We have a very esteemed set of panelists today to talk on a very diverse topic. We are going to talk about sustainability, supply chain, and halal. We know the big numbers. Halal is going to be a $3 trillion economy. Sustainability, especially sustainable supply chain, is going to be more than $100 trillion over the next 15 years or so. And also, these are sectors which cut across everything. We heard about halal healthcare. Today we'll hear about halal tourism. Same for sustainability and supply chain. It cuts across everything. So on that note, we will ask first each of the speakers to speak for 5 minutes maximum. We need to keep to the time because I believe we have to leave the room. Otherwise, we'll be all thrown out, not just the speakers. So please keep to your time. So first of all, we'll start with His Excellency, Mr. Alisher Karimov, who will be talking about Uzbekistan, a destination for halal tourism. Sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, dear colleagues. It is a great honor to speak with you today at the World Opportunities Forum. First, I would like to thank Ms. Nomita for organizing this wonderful event that brings together all interested parties in one place. Today I want to tell you a little about Uzbekistan as a great place for halal tourism. Uzbekistan is a country with a rich Islamic history and culture. You could see it in the short video shown. Our country has a deep connection to the old Silk Road, which brought together many different cultures. Cities like Samarkand, Bukhara, and Khiva are famous for their beautiful buildings, lively markets, and historic sites. These cities show our history, but they also show how we are moving forward into the future. As Uzbekistan opens up more to the world, we are focused on welcoming Muslim travelers. We know that halal tourism is growing, and we want to meet the needs of these travelers. We are providing halal certified hotels and restaurants, prayer spaces, and experiences that respect Islamic values. Our goal is to make Uzbekistan a top destination for halal tourism. Just want to give some statistics. 10 years back, we were received less than 1 million tourists per year. And last year, this number reached 7.5 million. We are working with international partners like our good friend, Mr. Fazal from Crescent Rating, to make this happen. Our ancient cities like Bukhara and Khiva have already been awarded with Halal in Travel Global Awards. We also care about our environment, and we are taking steps to protect it for the future. By improving our roads, airports, and other infrastructure, we making travel easier and more comfortable. We are also developing halal-friendly supply chains, so the products and services we offer match Islamic principles. Uzbekistan, with its 37 million population, is the biggest country in region of Central Asia, and we are ready to welcome travelers who are looking for more than just a holiday. We offer a chance to connect with our culture and history. Whether you visit our historic cities, enjoy our food or experience our hospitality, you will find that Uzbekistan is a place where the past and future come together. A truly halal-friendly destination. Moreover, Uzbekistan offers many other types of tourism like adventure, eco, wellness, and so on. We invite you to explore the unique opportunities in Uzbekistan. Come and experience a country rich in history, committed to protecting the environment, and ready to welcome the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Mr. Alisher Kaimov. And I was in Uzbekistan last year, went to Samarkand, Andijan, and I can attest to the quality of food in particular. I gained a lot of weight eating all the samsas for all the meals. So thank you very much for this invitation. Next up will be Ms. Devi Surati. She will be talking about navigating halal trade dynamics and capitalizing on a $1 trillion opportunity. Over to you, Ms. Devi.
Also waiting for the team to pull out my slides. First of all, good afternoon to everyone, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, speakers. And of course, first of all, I thank the organizing team, Nomita, for inviting us over to present to you more about halal. So, I'll not go into that. I think it's already there available in the handout that's given to you. I hope to be able to set the context with regards to the halal industry globally, right? And typically I do this over 2 to 3 days, but I have to make it concise to just 5 minutes. I hope I do justice to it. Yeah, but I think what was mentioned just now, that the halal industry is it's a burgeoning industry. It's $1 trillion industry that is more than 2 trillion and growing at a cumulative annual growth rate of 8%. Halal typically, is also associated with F&B, but halal is actually beyond that. For Muslims, halal is a way of life. So in this day and age, when you talk about the halal industry, which refers to products and services that caters to the Muslim market, it basically spans across industries from food to tourism, pharma, cosmetics, so on and so forth. So I think our brother Fazal will later on talk to you more about the tourism aspect, and Mr. Zoraimi will talk more about the supply chain aspect of it. The other thing that businesses should need to know is that even though the target market here are actually the Muslim consumers, but these market is actually heterogeneous in nature. Yeah, they may be of the same religion, but they actually come from different races, different nationalities, demographics, so on and so forth. So what it means for businesses is that the way you approach a market when you export your product, it cannot be a cut and paste kind of approach, because different markets have different demands, and when they look at certain products and services. Halal certification is a big aspect of the halal world itself, because when we talk about halal trade, basically we're looking at the flow of products, the flow of raw materials all over the world. So there is no way, for example, perhaps in hundreds of years ago, when a family eats food, they can just grow this food at the back of their houses. But nowadays, it's no longer that way. We are living in a highly globalized world. What it means is that, the products that comes to the shelves or the homes of people, the raw materials will be from different countries, and there's no way that one can ascertain whether it's halal or not. And the best way to do so is actually through halal certification, right? And one of the challenges, in the halal world currently is that there is no single international halal standard. So if you're exporting to Malaysia, Indonesia, Middle East, and what have you, you would definitely have to look at, firstly, whether those countries have any halal trade entry requirements, any halal regulations, or what are the halal standards that they actually adopt. And sometimes within a country itself, there can be different halal certification bodies. And so it does add to the complexity of businesses that are actually operating within this industry itself. Halal certifiers, there are a lot right now. Of course, different certifiers will have their own standards. When we look at the profile of these certifiers, some of them are government bodies, some of them are non-government bodies. And they are, quite widespread. We have a lot also in South America, Europe, Africa, and what have you. But we see a lot of concentration of halal certification bodies, okay, rightfully so, in the producing countries. And these producing countries are the likes of US, Brazil, and Australia. Okay. The other thing is regulatory, yeah? Regulatory changes, it happens as we speak relating to halal. In fact, for some of you who may not know, Indonesia, which is one of Singapore's key trading partners, they're imposing a halal certification requirement for products exported to the country and sold within the country starting October this year. Yeah. So it's not only Indonesia that actually imposes halal as a trade entry requirement, but we also have the likes of UAE, Saudi, Pakistan, Malaysia, and Indonesia, right? And of course, because of the absence of this universal halal standard, there are already efforts that we see regionally and internationally to look at harmonization of halal standards. So we are seeing the emergence or existence of, I call it the halal economic blocks, from, we call it the ASEAN Working Group on Halal Food, to the Mabin Special Technical Committee on Halal Development, to even OIC, they also have a halal committee, to also the World Halal Forum, that is comprising halal certifiers worldwide. All these in a bid to facilitate the harmonization of halal standards and facilitate the trade of halal products worldwide. Yeah, supply chain complexities. Now, of course, when we talk about supply chain, we're talking about farm to fork. Now, when it comes to halal, there are 4 things typically when you talk about halal supply chain that one needs to take note of. First is ensuring integrity. Second, transparency. Third is traceability. And fourth, about ethical practices. So one of the key things when it comes to halal supply chains, by ensuring that halal and non-halal products are not cross-mixed, and that the integrity of the halal supply chain is actually preserved. Definitely, there will be challenges as well, because like what I mentioned, halal is a highly globalized area. I mean, products do get, traded around the world, and we do not know what raw materials go in and how are they transported and whether there's any chance of cross-mixing whatsoever. So there are a lot of challenges, but of course, a lot of efforts in through, for example, technology that is being done to address some of these issues. Digital transformation, I think, is not only disrupting industries all over, but halal also. Yeah, so we see how e-commerce has made halal products more accessible to consumers worldwide. We are also seeing the emergence of blockchain technology, because we talk about halal traceability that is trying to address, yeah, and also various digital platforms. So even certification bodies are embarking on digital platforms to look at how they can actually accelerate or facilitate this certification process. But last but not least, one key and emerging area that we should really study and monitor, because this would definitely have an impact on the halal industry, is sustainability. Now, we talk about from morning till now, we heard a lot about the sustainable development goals 2030. That definitely has an impact on the halal industry, yeah? And also, with the COVID pandemic that we have seen, and a lot of nations are now acknowledging the importance of food security, and arising from that, we are also seeing, the advent of novel technologies, for example, lab-cultured meat. So those things are coming out, and it does present, a lot of homework, I would say, to halal policymakers in terms of how do they view, such technology and how does it impact the halalness of a product. Yeah. So definitely in itself, there will be challenges and there will be opportunities. And I hope that we'll have our next segment where we'll discuss more about it. I can't share with you everything, but feel free to scan this QR code for our website. In fact, will be whatever that I've shared with you, it will come out in a blog post very soon. Yeah. So feel free to read it. Yeah. With that, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Surati. Next up, we have Mr. Fazal Bahardeen, who will be talking about halal economy and travel. Over to you, Mr. Fazal.
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. Good to see some of you still hanging on there. Stay on, just on your 30 minutes more maybe, so you get there. So, I have a few slides, not to worry, only a few slides. So I'm going to talk about the opportunities in what some call halal tourism, Muslim-friendly tourism. There are plenty of names, I'm not going to go there. I have a whole lecture on the different terminology being used. But this is, I think it's in the morning, and I think all the sessions we looked at more geographic opportunities, Malaysia, US, Saudi Arabia, UAE and all that. And I'm going to talk a little bit more macro level opportunities in the Muslim travel market. So these are the numbers. So why is it an opportunity? If you see, we have been tracking the Muslim travel. I'm from Crescent Rating and Halal Trip, so we have been completely focused on the Muslim travel market for the last 16 years. So we have been tracking this market for the last 16 years. And these are some of the numbers. Muslim arrivals in 2019, just before the pandemic, was 160 million international Muslim arrivals. That's about 11 to 12% of the global arrivals. And of course, the last few years was no good. We project that this year we will recover fully to 2019 levels. I actually surpassed 2019 levels. And we also project by 2028, there'll be about 230 million Muslim visitor arrivals globally. So that's a huge market. It's not a niche market, actually. It's really a mainstream market. It's as big as the Chinese tourism market. Why is there a growth? I mean, I think the next chart is probably one thing that you should probably remember. It's not only relevant for the tourism industry, Muslim tourism industry, it's relevant for all the halal sector. One of the key drivers, of course, is the population. Population, if you see, Muslim population will go from 2.12 billion in this year to 2.47 billion by 2030. It will grow from 26% of the world's population to 28% of the world's population. So just the growth itself. And then you see what is very important is the demographics. If you see, 70% of the Muslim population is under the age of 40 years. Even by 2030, it will be almost same, 67, 69%. So they are a growing population, young population, also coming from fast-growing middle-class economies. So I think they are really opportunity for whoever is looking to look at this sector. So as I, we don't have much time, so I have only a few slides. If you want a lot to know about the Muslim travel market, we release plenty of reports on this market every year, mostly with MasterCard. It's co-branded reports. The most important report is an annual report that we release called the MasterCard Crescent Rating Global Muslim Travel Index, where we rank 145 destinations, how Muslim friendly they are based on more than 50 data points. That's, we release every year, end of May every year. We just released the 9th edition earlier this year. Next year will be our 10th edition. You can scan the QR code and download all the reports. We have released about 25, 30 reports with MasterCard during the last 8 to 9 years. I think given the time, I'm going to skip all that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bahardeen, for that excellent presentation. Next up, we change track a little bit, talking more on sustainable supply chains, will be Mr. Sanjeev Sharma from Olam. Over to you, Sanjeev.
Thank you. So first of all, thanks to Nomita, thanks to Sun Media for inviting us. And
Thanks to all the dignitaries, fellow colleagues, industry experts for giving us a chance to talk about this. Now, when we talk about supply chain and that also sustainable supply chain, everyone seems to have the idea. Now, this is what it is, and everyone seems to have a very good idea. You shouldn't be using all these kind of fuels, reduce carbon, reduce this, reduce that, without any botheration of what is going to be the cost of it, etc. So what I want to highlight here is I'll be taking a case, a live case from the industry that I work for, specialty seeds and grains, and then trying to build it up, how a commercial organization looks at it and how we have developed models around it. So it's always a struggle between resources. Ideally, yes, we should have all solar energy, all nuclear energy, but we can't convert it in a day. It's always an issue with that. So for that, I would like to take an example of a country. We're all getting bored here. Let's get up and move to Peru. Oh, His Excellency is not here, but he would have loved to take us there. So let me do that honors. When it comes to Peru, what do you think? Most people will think of Machu Picchu. Yes. Wonders of the world, yes, that's the place. People who are foodies, they will go and say, oh yeah, you Google for 10 top restaurants in the world, there is one in Lima. You increase that span to 20, there are 2 in Lima. You increase that span to 50, and there are 3 top 50 restaurants in Lima. For a small country, with a small population, 3 restaurants in top 50 means their cuisine must be something great. Now, another thing that happens in Peru is quinoa. If this conference was happening 10 years before, many of us won't have heard about quinoa. Quinoa is the 10-year sensation. And how did it all start? So that is a sustainability story I'm going to talk about. How does it gel with Peru? How does it happen there? It all started when the First Lady accepted to be the ambassador for superfood called quinoa. She would go about promoting quinoa, and that's when everyone realized that quinoa as a grain has more less carbohydrates and more of proteins and lots of other health benefits. It's not that those benefits were discovered that day. They were promoted that day, and the industry accepted it. Yes, this is a superfood. Then she comes back, the machinery gets activated. All those farmers who grow quinoa, they live in the Andes. At the height of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, there are very limited choices those guys have to grow. Okay? So till that time, those guys were basically doing a subsistence farming. Whatever they were growing it for themselves. They had no cash crops. But once Peru is able to export, there is a market outside. The local machinery promotes that quinoa. Farmers start to produce quinoa, and a whole industry develops. And that's when people like us, the supply chain partners, come in. Government is happy. Exports are increasing. People are happy. Poverty has gone down. What else can government ask for? Farmers are happy. Yes, we are making money. We are having something to eat. So our life is increasing. Supply chain partners like us, we go there and say, yes, you guys are doing well. How can we make it even better? So that's when we start doing a lot of sustainable supply chain programs, which include basic programs like how do you increase your per hectare yield of quinoa? You're getting 1,500 kgs, we'll help you get 1,600, 1,700, 1,800. They'll increase your money. Okay? Now, we know that it's organic, but the customer who's sitting there in US doesn't know that it's organic unless somebody puts a stamp of organic in it. To put that stamp of organic, you need a certification which will cost thousands of dollars. A farmer who has just started growing quinoa cannot afford $1,000. So we come into picture, we start certifying that for them. And that's where you're telling them, you're helping them grow, you're telling them what to do, what not to do. You're providing the certification. On top of it, the day his crop is ready, we're ready there. We're saying, yes, we'll buy it off you. So that is what we believe was the sustainability part here, that we helped everyone. And there is no charity involved in the whole process. There is nothing like that it's going, we are just doing it for charity. No. Everyone in the process is making money, very happily doing good business out of it. And once we have built that network, then there are other people who want to utilize on that network. So there is a company called BICA there. Their objective, there is an NGO, it's a philanthropic kind of an activity they do. They want to distribute bikes there to help children reduce their travel time to school. Basically, they want to make sure that people go there and study. So they come to us and they say, how do we partner? We give them our channel and they ride on it. There are Colgate who wants to take an advantage of the channel. We help them ride on it. So we are not putting our money. We are also making money out of it. Farmer is also making money out of it. And everyone is happy. That's what we call sustainable supply chain. So another thing, and that's one example that we have. We are running similar kind of experiences. We are running similar kind of programs in various parts of Africa where there are buyers who want specific kind of a seed to be grown for them. We'll help them grow it. There are guys, we are doing some kind of programs in Thailand for rice. We're doing similar programs for rice in India. And very basic things. If I talk of a farmer, if I had time, I would have asked you to create a profile of a farmer. You try to think about a farmer in your minds. This is a very evolved group, so probably some of you will actually think of women as a farmer. Most of the times, we always think of man as a farmer. In a smallholder farming, the man of the house actually goes out to the smaller cities to do small jobs, and the women takes care of it. So in some of our programs, we treat women as the farmer. And when you're giving that additional premiums to the women, there's a more likelihood that the additional money will get back to the study of their children in education, and it'll come back into the society, and this will have a multiplier effect. So those are some examples that we do. I invite you to go through our website. Feel free to get in touch with us. We'll be very happy to share what kind of commercially viable sustainability supply chains and programs that we run. Okay. For lack of time, I'll not get into more details. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev. Last but not least, our final presenter for today is Dr. Zuraini Zumat, who will be talking about a practitioner's view on opportunities in the halal supply chain. Over to you, Dr. Zuraini.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, everyone. Ms. Nomita Da, congratulations on your 25th years of Sun Media. Please give her a big round of applause. Can I have the slide, please? Thank you, Abang Jafar. I want to start with a bold statement for halal supply chain, that halal supply chain, a Singapore strategy, is all about bringing private, public, and people together. I'm Dr. Zuraini Zumat. I'm also the shareholder to East Van Holding Private Limited that runs the Islamic Fund Management to really do the food security strategy in this region. Now, I would like to start regarding about this halal supply chain by relating to two stories about hawker center in Singapore. Let me start in 2016, Tiong Bahru Hawker Center. Prof. Ken Bellamy is there. Prof, how are you, Prof? Food waste, we collect, we turn to fertilizer. Prof. Ken Bellamy asked me whether can we do this fertilizer and distribute to the Islamic economy. Right? That's part of the supply chain. But I said, how do I segregate the halal food waste and the non-halal food waste? Now, the good news, in 2017, I came to Tampines Hub Food Center. I was there because to provide the solution. Look, we have a problem. Give a solution. And that part of the solution is to train the cleaners, the elderly old folks, on how to manage the halal environment within the part of the whole entire parameters. People are very important in substantiating the halal supply chain. Now look, thanks to National Environment Agency, I told them, do it in the Tampines Hub, do the return tray for halal, as well as the return tray for non-halal. But look, in 2022, 90%. And, you know, back in the Islamic Religious Council, I was in the public education awareness, you know, telling the primary school and all. But today, everyone in Singapore would know what is halal and what is a non-halal, right? And I don't even stop there. I go to the Resort World Cruise because I'm the parameter in charge of providing the certification for halal to the Resort World Cruise. But I'm not a certification body, I'm just a consultant. But I send all my halal ingredients to the Resort World Cruise. I do business, right? But I told them, look, I can turn the whole entire environment to be halal, but how do we segregate the wine glasses as well as the beer glasses? We adopt the return tray for wine glasses as well as for the beer glasses. Look, what I'm trying to say, we need to involve the stakeholders at the heart who experience change in their life. This is what the Singapore culture all about. We embrace the diversity, we live together in harmonious. Then only the food security will be prevail in Singapore, within the part of the region where we are. Now next, let me just share with you regarding about this part. Now, research and development must start from the upstream value chain. Today, I'm really glad standing over here. I'm doing the research and development with one of the Middle East country, not to be mentioned at the current moment, to really do the R&D for the poultry breeding technology. We know that halal certification is at the point of the slaughtering, but where I'm talking about to really bring the R&D right to the upstream strategy, right from the pure line, the GGPS, GPS, and as well as to the commercial chicken. So this is one part of what we do. And the next thing, the cattle breeding technology that we work together with the Australian IP technology. You know, we go right into the feet of the technology, and today we have already distributed the meat of equivalent of Wagyu into the Singapore distribution. Because, yeah, this is the one that, you know, halal traceability from farm to fork, where I visited the feed technology, one of the major in the Australia, and they decided to actually run together with us in terms of the manufacturing of the feed into the halal. And of course, in Singapore, we are the channel partners for enterprises. We developed the halal mud technology where we consolidate the whole entire ingredient. In short, we are the stock commodities for the halal ingredient in Singapore. We are already running the business. We provide to all the SMEs, the FMCGs, and we keep it very, very simple for the whole entire SMEs. And I just did one of the enterprises in Singapore as well as for the video in which we train the Singapore SMEs into the Indonesia market. Right, so this is something that, you know, useful. And of course, last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, we also do the part of the technology that enable to retain freshness in frozen food. What I love regarding about in Singapore, we do a lot of ready to eat meal, but it has to be actually in a frozen compartment that is really, you know, food safe, food security, because halal doesn't mean that, you know, it's safe for consumption. So we really have to go into the part of the food safety features, and I'm glad we are working together with all the establishment in Singapore. And last but not least, this is where we are. We do the halal food security. We also build the technology, and inshallah, you know, we will continuously to do great work in Singapore for the region, and as well as going into the Islamic economy and for the whole entire global in terms of the contribution from us for the food security. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Sivaji. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zalmi. And once again, thanks to all our panelists for their excellent insights, presented very energetically and presented within time. So once again, a big round of applause for all our panelists. Please feel free to ask them questions outside the room because we wouldn't have time for a Q&A session. But once again, thanks for having us here, Sun Media. And with that, this comes to the end of this panel. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, esteemed panelists. Please remain on stage to receive the token of appreciation by Mr. Sunil and Ms. Nomita, and then a photo.
Hello. So we are finally finishing this beautiful day. Thank you very much. We are running out of time, but the hotel is asking us to leave now. So I'm going to say my thank yous to everybody. And it has been such a delightful day. And thank you for listening to such great information. But now now I'm going to read out from my phone what I've written for you all. Dear friends, partners, and fellow visionaries, as we close this chapter of the World Opportunities Forum, my heart is overflowing with gratitude and love. I'm reminded of the wise words of Maya Angelou: do the best you can until you know better. Then, when you know better, do better. We've done our best, and now we know better. We have learned from each other, grown together, and forged unbreakable bonds. Our speakers have inspired us, our partners have supported us, and our guests have become part of our extended family. To an incredible crew and project team, I am so proud of you, each one of you. Your tireless efforts, creativity, and passion have made this forum a masterpiece. I'm honored to work alongside such dedicated and compassionate individuals. As we embark on the journey to 2025, I want to leave you with a personal anecdote. My grandmother used to say, the best is yet to come, and I believe that with all my heart. We've just begun to scratch the surface of what's possible when we come together with purpose and love. So let's keep shining our lights, supporting each other and lifting each other up. Let's create a world that's more just, equitable, and full of laughter. My special thank you to Syed Jafar Al-Kaf, who runs Sun Media practically. I get all the accolades, and he is sitting behind the screen running all the slides. And if there were... to my dearest Swati, who is dependable wherever she is. To my dearest Loveleen, who has been such a strength to me. Victoria, Putri, Jeet, Sole, Haritus, Alma, Priyanka, my dear friend, Arati, Arjun, my son, who flew from UK for Mama's graduation. And my sisters and brothers. And thank you very much. And thank you for being part of this journey. I love you all, and see you at the diplomatic ball. I think I'm tired, that's why I'm tearing. Thank you very much. So with this, 2024 World Opportunities Forum begins. Go and find your opportunities among the new friends you have created. We are with you, and we will share the contacts of people you've met here. Let's share and care and multiply all the opportunities. Have a good day. Thank you very much. Can all the crew come up for a photo taking? And whoever else is still willing to take some photos. Come, everybody. Oh, I forgot. To Carlos, a handsome MC who I have known for 1 million years. Thank you for coming early in the morning. Sorry, this was a big mistake. I looked at you and you hated me, I know. So it was not deliberate. And Carlos has been a dependable friend. He works for the Brazil Embassy, and I have known him for 20 years, and he's always been there for you. Thank you so much. And let's come for a... Thank you, Excellency, Malaysian Ambassador. Bye.